Yeah, I kind of didn't know that he played that character. This is my first time watching anything in a while. But I had time. I was eating, getting ready. What's up, everybody? Wow, that was cool. That was cool. I got time. What's up, Sleeping? How's it going? What's up, Bump? What's up, Jim? Hello, everybody. Thanks for the happy birthday. What's up, Junkie? What's up, Hem? How's it going?
Cool.
Yo. You gotta be quick for the happy birthday. Nice. What's up, Abram? How's it going? What's up, Pat? Hope you guys had a good day.
Keep up.
Yo, what's up, Eclipse? How's it going? Hello. What's up, Obama? Nice army.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing alright. What's up, bud? What's up, climbing? Thanks for good luck. What's up, Vargas? What's up, Ram? Hello, everybody. Hope you had a good day. Once again. I've been working on that video I was talking about. That's funny. Pretty dope. What's up, Negan? Yeah, I'm working on an any percent explain video. It's gonna be in a bunch of different parts, but
Yeah.
we're gonna explain how any percent works in the current year. What's up, Lord? Thanks for the 14 months. Yeah. Nah, I want people to know what's going on.
Keep up.
It's a lot to digest. No. It's just going over the world record and explaining how stuff works. No. Still use the current tutorial to learn.
I've got.
Yeah, this is my normal time. I appreciate you guys coming here early to the stream. I'm liking the 7 to 9 p.m. start. Yeah. Yeah, I want people who watch to know what's going on too. What's up, Apples? What's up, Beagle? But I'm excited to be making these videos. I mean, I think that we're gonna end up making a bunch of them. It's gonna be like 10 parts or something. But it's gonna be very digestible. I'm looking forward to it. Yo, Sticks, what's up? What's up, Nath? Doing alright. That's cool, Beagle. It's cool. Yo, Beta, what's up? Also, I have to make that trailer. I have to make that trailer for the Spongeathon.
The marmalade. Switch.
Yo, what's up?
Where's all the security?
This is a pretty rough run. Playing the SpongeBob 3D games from 2002 through 2006. Subs and bits and donations add more time to the timer. Yeah. Thanks, Raccoon. What's up, Biker? What's up, Solid Fat? I'm doing alright. We're getting ready to go here. Yo, gods, thank you. The dog. This is a shitty run. Yeah, thanks, Beta. I appreciate it, man. Alright, why are you facing that way? Why are you not getting the cruise boost? Whack ass shit. That's cool, man. That's very cool. Yeah, I appreciate you coming out. Yeah, thank you.
That one.
What the dog doing? More going on, Tetrax. Yep, every single split in this run sucks.
Here we are in.
What? Okay, man. Okay. It's bad.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yeah, so what's the TLDR on that one? It was like a new Minecraft game.
Keep up! Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you!
Oh, that's cool. So, no GTA 6. Alright. No, we're not doing that. We will not be accepting runs that have that.
Are you ready?
Yo, Ree, thanks for the good luck.
I can hear you!
I've got.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nope. Is it like a sequel to Hollow Knight or something? That's cool. What's going on, Flo? Congrats again, man. Yeah, man. I checked the VOD. Didn't look bad. Yeah, yeah. It's a good idea. Gotta space it out. You'll probably find a lot of, like, opportunities to save time in that too, because, like, it's not optimized, you know? You'll probably get a lot out of it. Yeah, too much RNG, right? There we go. Space games. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even following Melee enough to know that, like, Leffen was still playing. That's cool. Cool stuff. This is the LCB for Guppy Mound.
Yeah.
Yo, good evening. What's up, Pig? Thanks for the 8 months. And the good luck. After each PB, we raise our standards a little bit because we gotta be able to still compete, right?
Are you ready?
Bar's a little bit higher.
I can hear you.
So we gotta practice a little. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, keep an eye out for those new videos. We're bringing the content. Just gonna be reviewing the current 80% record and explaining how stuff works.
What?
I'd like to get the first one done tomorrow. That'd be cool.
I've got.
Yeah, if you remember, this was one of our sub goals that we met like a year ago, and I just didn't think it was a good time to talk about it because the strats were changing so much, dude. The fucking Jesus Christ, man. Hey, thanks for the good luck, man. Nice job. Good job. Really just fucking impressive, honestly. Nope, it's my fault because I'm bad at the game.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yo, Ewok, thank you. Appreciate the resub, man. That's a 54. That's a new badge. To do what? To watch the stream? No.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear
Ugh.
who lives in a pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. If not every nonsense be something you wish.
Yeah, you're showing. You're all right. Nope, just practice. I'm doing alright, man. Just trying to get better at this part of the game. I really hope that this is not going to be a problem today. Because yesterday, I was fucking miserable with this shit. What's up, Matthew? How's it going?
Are you ready, kids? I can hear
Hello, stage 7.
who lives in a pineapple under the sea.
Yo, Jerome, thank you. Appreciate it, man. No. No, you can't do that. It's a frame perfect trick. You can't just use music to time it. Music is not at all related to what frame it's on. Hey Dylan, I have no idea, I just started doing them. What's up, Yellow? What's up, Cool Ace? Yeah, I'm doing alright. up, Hoggy? What's going on, man? Yeah, it's an option.
Are you ready, kids?
Available for purchase.
I can hear you.
Bruh, fucking. Ugh.
Keep up.
No opinion on it. I played it when I was a kid, though.
I've got.
Yeah, they were cute. Wilma Cockfit. Nice. Yo, we're just getting ready to go here. Wilma.
The marmalade. Swift.
Where's all the security?
So stupid. Fuck off, man. Be right back. Yeah, that sucked. Yo, mister, thank you, man. They're just plug and plays. I wouldn't be too critical of them, but there's probably other games I'd rather play. You want me to answer that question? What's up, AK? Thank you. Yo, thanks for Einstein. Appreciate it, man. Our pinkies are different. How so? I don't think it happens that quickly. I swear.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye,
Yo, top of the morning.
What?
Keep
Really don't like that.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yo, what's up, Flexi? How's it going?
What?
Hey, Cure, what's up? Welcome back.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yo, Stuart, thank you for the 14. What's going on, man? Cool, yeah. Thank you. We're already working on beating it.
What?
Keep
I've got.
Yeah. The last room was not very good, to be honest. That's good. Just gonna go for it because yeah, this is fucked anyway. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Good old E3. Rest in peace.
Cool.
Are you ready, kids?
We need the Xbox 720, man.
I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
We need it.
What?
Yeah. Pretty sick game.
Keep
I've got.
Good. Yep, we're starting around like 7 or 8 p.m.
the pineapple under the sea. Keep.
Probably look way worse. I like the way this game is styled. That's so bullshit. I fucking hate that.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yo, thanks, Noodle.
Keep.
Super annoying.
I've got.
The marmalade.
Where are all the security?
Why is it always this one, man? What the fuck? For those 6 months as well, I've only been playing for 3 of them. So like I've been playing for half the amount of time, and it's been 40 seconds. We still got a ways to go. Dude, I fucking hate this. Hey, what's up, Max? I'm doing alright.
That one.
Here we are.
Fuck you, man. Fucking obnoxious as fuck.
Hey.
Oh shit.
The graveyard.
It makes me mad. Why you gotta play like that, man?
Ahoy!
Fucking 4.5 seconds already gone. Terrible. brutal. Dude, no. Thank God.
They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Bubble friend.
Damn. All that shit went wrong and it's still, yeah. So much went wrong too. A lot of room to improve.
Yeah.
No, we pretty much got what we needed to do. If I got that in a run. Also, before I forget, thank you, Big Brother, for the 9 months. If I got that in a run with the same early game that I got, that would have been like a 15-second PB. That's fine. "15 seconds is fucking insane." Oh, we're smiling. What's up, Mr. Plow? How's it going, man? We're Morbin. I've been working on a multi-part series that's gonna explain what I'm doing in the record. You guys can understand, like, how precise some of the stuff is. The reasons why we collect certain things and so forth. So yeah, keep on the lookout for that. I'm probably gonna release the first one before I make the second one, just because I want to hold myself accountable to making them. I don't want them to just like end up in a void. Yo, Dale, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. It's It's gonna be a much more laid-back format, though. Gonna have the face cam on,
I feel like a
explaining
new sponge.
shit. Yeah, maybe for the future I'll do that. I need to get my YouTube under control first, though, because I'm not uploading enough. It's going alright, man. Appreciate the gift sub. I've got one, man. Check out the clip channel, it's on YouTube. Are you guys not subbed to the clip channel? Or the VOD channel? Yeah. I think you're gonna really like the 80% explained stuff, though. Goes into a lot of detail. Yeah. And if it does well, I can do one for 100% as well.
Up we go! Whoa!
I'm pretty aware of the 3D Zelda games and the stuff they do in them. I think it's cool, but a lot of that stuff is like cooler in concept than actually like doing in a run. Yeah, that game's pretty cool. I was referring more to the N64 ones. Nope. This game has the right balance of flashiness and complexity. Right, which is what I mean by cooler in concept than actually like doing in a run. Ace is like really dumb. It's very cool that it can be done though. He's good. He's been good. I do, yeah. I use the original Xbox controller. Yeah, because I mean, it's just the typical human that sees what's in front of them and thinks there's nothing more to it. They don't consider, like, how much of the game was appreciated, like, literally going down to the code level to figure that out. But yeah, they think that playing the game once every 5 years is appreciating a game. Compared to that, at least. Yeah, I'll see you in the AM, for sure. It's just the natural course, like, you do a run. Even if you're doing, like, a run with no glitches and stuff, you're still probably, like, gonna reach the point where you're like, I might as well just try this. It'll be good enough. Yeah, they contacted me 5 years ago when I first did my GDQ run, yeah. It's like somebody who used to work there, the lead project dev. Software dev. Hey, you guys want to let me know if this is loud? I adjusted some stuff again. Cool. Not dank enough.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you!
Hey Matt, what's up? Thanks for the good luck.
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Thanks for the GL. We're ready to rock.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
I hope so, man. That'd be pretty sick.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Thanks, Gogurt. I'd say we got like 15 more seconds of improvement before this starts to get really hard. Those final 10 seconds are gonna be mad tough, as things are now.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
No, there's no new game plus in this game. However, we have a modded save file thing that's supposed to replicate like what a new game plus would be like with all the areas unlocked and stuff. I don't know. New game plus doesn't really work with this game. We've experimented with categories where you start with stuff you are not normally supposed to.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Nope. I only do any percent 100%. I've done other categories, but never done a glitchless run. There really isn't one for this game, though.
You just met the Sponginator.
Yo, what's up? Yo, Blake, what's going on? Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, we're getting started real early. Yeah, glitchless is a very hard thing to define. It's like pretty arbitrary in this game because you can skip stuff without glitches anyway.
It shines. Ow!
What's it?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, she's got a long way to go.
There's another one.
Nah, it's more like, imagine being 60 and learning you're actually 40. Pretty good deal. Alright, have a good one. I'm not sure. Maybe after the summer is over.
Number one with a Queen Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, but we're not getting it at that very moment. It's not like I'm gonna stop playing the game when that comes out. Still gonna be playing it every day. Nope, fuck that. We're done with random categories that are wasting my time. Just any percent, 100% variety and making videos. That's all we're doing. I'm not gonna love it, but I'll have fun with it. It's gonna be another Unreal Engine platformer. It'll be fun, but you know, modulate your expectations.
Sweet sleep.
Double money.
Yo, thanks JB for tier 2. Nice. Nice. Speed run. This might have been our first attempt, right? Not bad.
So that's Spun here. Fire. Ow.
Welcome back. Ugh. Alright, this run's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Snatty. Let's go. Actually getting a run this early. That's fucking stupid. That's like 2 seconds gone. Okay.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
So far, probably like 10.
The robot better change tactics and fast.
Probably like, yeah, around 10.
Flying! The old clothesline move. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick. Flying! The old clothesline move. Oh, nice.
What's up, Walt?
Head thing move by Patrick.
Yeah, we're just trying to do things cleaner. Last record was like 3 days ago, though.
Up we go. Wow, I've never seen such an electrifying match. Flying! The old clothesline move.
Yeah, my PB lost like 50, I'd say. Around 50 seconds.
Literally filled with openings. Oh, what an uppercut!
Goo Lagoon can be improved for sure. My late game can probably be improved by like 30.
Nice move by SpongeBob.
Realistically,
This match is just about
can probably really improve by like 35, but yeah. Glideless saves time. Thunder Nut is just a meme. I don't even know why people even talk about that. Because it looks cool, like it doesn't save time. There would need to be a lot of rerouting to make that actually save time. We're talking like seconds. Like 2 seconds for some bullshit like that. Who knows? Plenty of better things to do than that. It's a ball boost out of the Thunder Tikis that float on Sandy's Dream. You take damage during it and then you bash out of it. Yeah, it's just not relevant. It's not really faster, it's the same speed, but you know. Maybe people would have you believe that it's faster. It's not relevant. Maybe it'll be relevant in the future, but not for now. 25? Wow. That just ruined this run. Okay. I gotta do something.
Up we go.
That's fine. Just emulate on Dolphin. Yeah, the early towers shit was kind of dumb, but you could still work with this.
Sir.
Yeah, we get 8 at this point in the game, but we bought 1 earlier, so we get a total of 9. So 9 spatulas for Mr. Krabs. One of them is glitched, though, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh shit, thank you for the 10 gift subs, Slippin'. Wowzers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Make sure you thank him if you got
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, we can work with
Yeah.
this.
Let me.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, sleeping. I read this sheeping. Thanks for the resub, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I cut that too tight. Sucks. Yeah, thank you guys, I appreciate that.
Welcome to the
Yeah, someday you'll be graduated and you'll be making your own money, man, don't worry. Someday you'll be among us. I had to. This is really bad now. Run's dying. Run's dying. Yeah, that was a 527. That sucks.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt for year's money. Thank you.
Hey man, but we need teachers.
sand-mounted
Squid.
Hello.
Alright.
So that.
If I get a good industrial park, this would be pretty workable.
So that. So that.
Nice, dude.
So that's. So that.
I mean, I know this is like an arbitrary number, but I feel like 15 is like probably better for most kids.
So that.
I think this is the only run today.
So that.
I think this is the first attempt I've done. My late game was a 15:56, I think. My best is 20 seconds faster. And I can improve that by like 15.
Yikes.
So 35
Looks
seconds.
like SpongeBob's in for a rough ride.
So yeah, 42 is probably not happening this run. Even if things go perfectly, which they won't.
That's the ticket. Do-si-do and around you go. won't be winning that way. Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Now the robot taking a beating out there. What is Sandy going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen? Do-si-do and around you go. That hot goo could melt anything. Oh, that's gotta sting. That's the ticket. One more douse with that stuff, and SpongeBob will be back in the ring. Oh, that's gotta sting.
Take
That does it. SpongeBob is back in the fight.
I feel like a new sponge.
That's the ticket.
Yo, thanks for the good luck.
Do-si-do and around you go. Look at that! The robot's made himself dizzy! The robot better change tactics and fast!
No, it's pretty much no RNG. Just inconsistent, that's all. This could have been a lot better. Yeah, thanks. And that's it. That's a 16-second time loss. Did you know that? Alright, pack it up. Still gonna play it out. Because why not? Thank you, KH. We're gonna have a lot more like that too. Yeah, well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Yo, jerks, what's up?
I've got.
Okay. This is going real well. Already lost like 25. Backup strat. Mm-hmm.
Sinking feeling.
Yep. Same with Fast Buck as well. Same situation. Backup strat.
Yeah.
Yo, Nick.
The marmalade.
Swift.
Thanks for the 22, man.
Where are we secured?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
This run's dead, don't worry about it. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
Get.
Thanks, Inkstar. E.
Last. money. And then
Nope. Rehydrated has its own glitches and stuff. It's very different.
say hello to my little bubble friend.
They discussed the possibility of like recreating it, but it wouldn't have worked either way. The movement system is not conducive to something like that. The bubble bowl is fucked up. Like that alone is just like, it's not gonna be good. Bubble bowl is like really fucking slow. Has a static speed. Even if cruise boosting did work, you'd be extremely limited with what you can do with it. It's a really fucking shitty shame that first two splits of this late game were bad. Also, everything leading up to that was bad too. But you know. That's fucking annoying. It's really dumb. I'm not gonna split that, fuck that. Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, that animation is pretty much just me being dumb. Wasn't being careful enough. This might have been too far to the left. Oh, fine. Yeah, it sucks.
The graveyard.
Yo, let's go! Let's go, man! So much fucking lag. Terrible. splitting that. That's bullshit. Cruise bubble doesn't accelerate, the bubble bowl does. I know what I did, by the way. Dude, fuck off. Alright, well, say hello to a 44, I guess, because I'm not getting a 43 on this anymore. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not touching that. That was awful. This is the worst run I've done in weeks. What's up, McLovin? What a terrible graveyard. Wow, that was actually just fucking miserable.
The graveyard.
What's going on today, man? You okay? Yeah, we already kind of like predicted that. We've been talking about it for like the past month now. I think it's actually August 11th, if I'm not mistaken. There's a THQ Nordic showcase in August. It might actually be the 12th. I might be confusing it with Better Call Saul on July 11th. Yeah, I think so too. We'll probably get something. Yep. Yeah, I'm all caught up. That was better. It's great. Higher highs and lower lows. It's gotten very good.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Isn't that fucking crazy that like fucking Crash Bandicoot and Spyro are Microsoft now? That's so like so weird. Yeah, Guitar Hero as well. That was also unofficial, but like implied. How the fuck are they gonna get around DMCA stuff though? Because so much of selling a game these days relies on influencers selling it. Crash 4 is so good, dude. I'm bad at the game. Bad at the game.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you. Twiddling a pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Ahoy!
Wait, $10 for COD? What did I miss? Oh. Okay.
Sometimes pushing a single button is the
COD
most
on Game
satisfying.
Pass would be pretty
Push,
big for
push,
COD
push,
fans.
push.
They'd probably just stick with Microsoft, be cheap as hell. That's cool.
I've gone.
Yeah, I agree. At least until they regain trust. I agree. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying that for the past 4 years, 5 years. Nah, I'm on board. Yeah, the Activision was huge. That they needed that. We need them to acquire EA. Probably wouldn't even be allowed. Acquire EA and bring back renderware. Let us get an actual remaster of the game. There's no way EA's letting that shit happen. Yeah, just get rid of Nintendo first, please. Fuck Nintendo. Because Nintendo hates their fans. They're a bunch of assholes. Nintendo is anti-consumer and they hate their fans. Planned scarcity, you know, you name it. Bunch of pricks. I don't care how good their games are, they're fucking assholes.
Are you ready, kids?
Nintendo had love like 20 years ago. They're not the same now. The post-Iwata Nintendo world is dystopian.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
No. That's part of it, but that's not the whole picture. Nintendo has been purposefully trying to extinguish the Smash fandom for the past like 15 years.
Go.
Because they want people to buy the new games and they see Melee being alive as a threat to their sales. That goes against their planned scarcity marketing strategy. Make very limited copies of games, sell them, resell them years later. Reggie was a little bit two-faced, honestly. Like, he was a good PR guy, but like, I don't know, I know stuff from the Smash community.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Nintendo sucks, dude. You know, my decision whether to purchase like Super Mario Odyssey is not gonna affect their bottom line, but that doesn't mean that I'm not okay. That I'm okay with like the shit they do. That's such a like an obnoxious like. When you say Smash pros getting into situations with minors a few years ago, first off, that wasn't even the Melee community, that was the Smash Ultimate community. Second, it was a very select few people who are now exiled from the community. So just like implying that Smash players are pedophiles is stupid as fuck. You just sit in the corner for that one, man. Also, anybody who thinks that that's related to the reason why Nintendo wants to shut down Smash is actually fucking brain dead. Because they've been doing that shit for years. They tried to get the game out of Evo like 8 years ago when I first started watching. That was like one of the first things I heard about Smash, is that they tried to get it out of Evo. Actually, that was 9 years ago.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Nintendo hates it when fans love their games. They want their games to be like comic books, like you read them and then you're done with them. If speedrunning were bigger, Nintendo would be coming after that shit too. You bet.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Why do they charge $60 for a 5-year-old game? Because they can. Yeah, that's an easy question.
Downtown.
When was speedrunning in its prime? When Siglemic was playing.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
I've heard about it.
You just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push, 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 push.
They're not gonna announce anything until SMO stops selling. Also, thanks to the Mario Kart DLC, you can kiss Mario Kart 9 goodbye for at least another 3 or 4 years.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What's probably going to happen with Smash, they're not going to make a new one, but they're going to port the current one to whatever next-gen console there is. And
Number 1 in the Bikini
they'll have
Bottom
probably
scavenger
everything except for
hunt, 3 years
the
running.
tricky stuff like Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Like, they probably won't. They'll probably just take that out of the game. Because of, like, the licensing stuff.
Are you ready, kids?
I don't know. I can't see them getting another Disney character into a Smash game in the future. That's just insane that they were able to make that work. That's just,
Well,
more credit to Sakurai.
Yeah.
I mean, we may not 100% see eye for eye with, like, his take on competitive Smash. But, you know, it's pretty impressive that he got all those characters into that game, you know what I'm saying?
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Was Cloud Smash 4? Or Smash Ultimate? I don't remember which one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Name 3 things Rehydrated did better than the OG. It had more animations for dialogue.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow.
it had more animations for dialogue. That's 3. It was definitely 3. Oh yeah, the map was cute. I like the map with the different, like, level pictures and stuff. That originally wasn't in the game, by the way. Nickelodeon asked them to do that.
Are you ready, kids?
I saw the menu. They remade the menu from this game originally. I might be the only person who's seen that. They had the original menu. Yep. That was like day 1.
Yeah.
By day 2 of the purple lamp experience, they'd already phased it out for the map. A very early version of the map. It wasn't originally on a grid. It was like the buildings and stuff were like all scattered around. It was very hard to navigate. Thanks, music, for the 62 months. Was it good? It looked pretty much the same. They nailed it. Like, it looked exactly like the original.
They'll
Go.
Why they want the map? I like the map. I think it's cool.
Hey,
Do they have a specific reason? I have no idea. But they mandated the dialogue for the discussions to be like up to their standard as well. Basically, the stuff that Nickelodeon made them do was the stuff that was done better.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
I like that they made the bus like more red, and they made like Squidward's house more like the color of his house. I don't know, there were some things that were better, but they're like little nitpicks. Yeah, Sinks, I got a run to Fast Nut, I think on the first attempt of the night, so that was kind of cute. Other than that, I don't know. I was working on a video earlier. Yeah, they put the removed voice line of Squidward had a lamp back in the game. Except there's no lamp in his house. Yeah. That's what they meant by cut content, right? Oh yeah, rehydrated multiplayer, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of that discussion, not much to say there.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Rehydrated on Switch is a landmark of nature. Like, humanity really did create that.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, it's on Switch. I think the loading times on the Switch are worse than the SpongeBob movie's loading times on, like, PS2. It's like...
downtown.
fucking crazy. Also, this game ran at 60 FPS on the GameCube, and that game, like, barely touches 30 on the Switch. To be fair, though, the GameCube was a pretty sick console.
Just met the sponge.
Probably the best Nintendo console. Apparently the mobile version's actually, like, fine. It's a little scuffed as expected, but Other than like overheating people's phones is fine, I think. Yeah, the GameCube library is it's like it not only has its own like a library of good exclusives, and like I think it had some Nintendo 64 ports, right? Like there was like a combo pack for like Majora's Mask and OT. Like it had some cool stuff on it. It had like compatibility, like communication with the Game Boy Advance and shit. Actually, I think the 64 did that too. I think the 64 could communicate with the Game Boy Color.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What has Nintendo done that is actually cool
Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
in the past like 10 years? Other than like the launch of the Switch. Mario.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, but that's Sakurai. Like, can we really give credit to Nintendo for that? That's just like one man's vision. That's like the reason why Pokemon was good after Gen 1. Satoru Iwata. I guess you gotta credit everything to like 1 or 2 people.
They'll
Go.
Dude, true. They started working on Metroid Prime 4. That's actually like so lit.
Hey,
You'll love to see it. You guys gonna watch my speedrun explained video when part 1 comes out soon? I'll probably be able to get it done the next several days. Probably at this point, like at some point this week, it'll be out. It's gonna go into a lot of detail on some pretty trivial things that you thought were like, you know, not that complicated.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow.
Friday history video. Yeah. Maybe someday. I think it would have been cool if they put a Pokemon game on the Wii U. Because of the dual screen, yeah. I guess you can emulate. What's poopin'? Yeah, part 1 of it, I'm trying to make it this week. Yep.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's poppin' shift pollers.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, it was on both. Oops. Yeah, we can't split that.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, it's got all the DLC, right?
You've just met the Sponginator.
People are just like upset because they bought all the DLC and shit and then they gotta rebuy it. I get it. It's punishing people who already owned it. The gold Quickster is the one that comes after that. 66 months. And then diamond is at 6 years. Dude, what is going on today, man?
Pretty. Cat, take it. Ow. I feel like a new sponge.
Yeah, like a year from now.
Ouch. Coming at ya. Ow.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The 3D All-Stars controversy was more about the planned scarcity.
Yeah.
Because they sold it for 60 bucks.
Snack.
Which, by the way, like, it's a really, like, crappy port of Sunshine and 64. They're both awful. And then you have the Galaxy port, which is actually good. But full price? I don't know. It should have been like 40, not 60. And then you had the whole thing where, like, as soon as they took it off the shelves, it took like 3 months, and then they fucking announced they were gonna have Mario 64 as part of their online 64 service
Hey.
after they just sold it to people.
Yeah.
And you know there were a lot of people who bought the thing just to play Mario 64. When it was a crappy port too, so it's like, you know, badass stuff. Thanks, Dinky, for the 37 months.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
If it included Galaxy 2, then $60 might have been more worth it, but I still would have said like 50. Especially for the quality. Dog shit quality. Nope. No, it was the updated version. The version people don't like. Yeah, I mean, I bought it because my buddies and I were like running Sunshine at the time, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to be the only one who doesn't have it. Gotta be able to run the game right. I have no idea if they're going to be allowing it on their boards. And they split them, which is, I think, smart. So, yeah, I got stuck with it. I'll probably just, like, resell it someday. Maybe it'll be worth something like 10 years from now. I got the physical version.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yep. Well, yeah, because like there's a conspiracy that they just reuse the Dolphin source code to make 3D All-Stars
Now I can wear
for Sunshine.
pairs of underwear. This
Honestly, I believe it. Companies do that shit all the time. Like, it's not unusual at all. Rehydrated fucking used the industrial park to make Rehydrated.
Downtown.
Nothing wrong with that, but it was a little bit sus that they didn't credit Igor at first.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running.
Didn't like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it has a lot of the same bugs that Dolphin has, yeah. I mean, that's pretty impressive that Dolphin is a high enough quality emulator for the company to actually fucking use it for themselves.
Just met the Sponginator.
But yeah, Nintendo will go ahead and take that shit, but they'll just shut people down for making fan-made hacks of their games. It's honestly just so fucking base, bro. So fucking badass. Cease and desist, baby. Yeah, they hate emulators if they're not distributing them, yeah. It's pretty impressive that the Switch can even run Dolphin. But the funny thing is, if you, like, put Dolphin on your Switch through, like, Homebrew, it runs way better than it does in 3D All-Stars. That's the best part. People just fucking bought that shit. But if they wanted to play Sunshine on their Switch, there was always a better option.
Thank you.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
What's the false statement? That it runs better if you just homebrew it?
Well,
Yeah.
Well, it's your word against mine then, I guess.
There's no time.
It still runs better than 3D All-Stars, though.
they'll
Go.
I know there's like a specific build that they use.
Hey,
I just remember people complaining about this shit when it first came out. They could just put Dolphin on their Switch and play the game just fine. Did they improve it at least? Because when 3D All-Stars came out, it was just fucking awful.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Sorry, there's no shot 3D All-Stars runs better than Dolphin. Yeah, the Galaxy port was apparently really good.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
It totally did run like shit, dude. You ever see Delfino Plaza? Like, oh my god.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Well, people would pay 60 for like everything, dude. People just don't care. They'll just buy. Yeah, I don't know. When it first released, it was pretty fucked up, though. Yeah, well, Sunshine being played without a GameCube controller is just like whack. Also, just no GameCube controller support, at least at launch. That was stupid. Yeah, they're pretty helpful.
Downtown.
Well, these days, yeah, but now games are going up to 70 now.
Scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
We're talking about these days, like, dude, like 3 months ago, inflation was just like not even close to where it is now.
You just met the Sponginator.
Gas is going over $5.
Pushing a simple most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Roll, roll, roll the sponge. Hi.
Because of laziness, I don't know. I think it's because of Dolphin Man. There's no shot they didn't at least reference the source code, man. They had that shit figured out for them. Yeah, they've done 64 a million times. They probably could just reuse whatever virtual console stuff they use. Ugh. I don't like widescreen in general. I think it's too much. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but like, Rehydrated just feels so empty. Being so wide. Alright, thanks, man. You have a good one.
I can't hear you.
What's your opinion on golf?
Well,
It's pretty cool.
Yep.
It's very similar to speedrunning. It's actually the most comparable sport to speedrunning. Yeah.
they'll
Yeah, that's why Galaxy was good though.
Hey.
I think they actually allow Galaxy Switch on the main leaderboards for that game. For that specific reason. I play on an OSSC hooked up to a BenQ. No.
We can't jellyfish today.
Track has mind games to it. If you're competing against somebody in track and field, like in like a mile or 800 or something like that, like not a short distance race, like 400 or higher, you're not always going to be going as fast as possible. You're going to pace yourself to, you know, set yourself up for a good kick at the end, or, you know, it depends. Like the strategy varies. Not the same as speedrunning. Track is not as individual as you might think. Or rather, it's individual, but like there's a give and take between people when you're racing them. It's not just who runs faster. In golf, there's no reason to concede. Like there's like reason to do like less risky of strats if you're on good pace, you know.
Push, 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 push.
But when you're racing in track and field, you're reacting and basing your next move and your pace based on what your opponents are doing. Like nobody runs as fast as they possibly can in track and field. Unless you're doing like a 100-meter dash.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh, well, that has nothing to do with my display. I have an OSSC hooked up to my PC, but that's through a capture card. But yeah, you're not getting the view of my monitor. My monitor actually looks worse because I'm compromising visuals for responsiveness on my end. What's up, Shulk? Yeah, I have two different OSSCs. Both are optimized differently for what I'm using them for. What's my mile time? 4:29, I think. Could have been a 4:28, but there's like speculation as to whether they timed it correctly.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a mix of the OSSC and the capture card that I have.
You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Well, like the people that like are competitive in New Jersey are running like 4:10s in high school. So yeah, like running a 4:28 or 9 just once is not like super competitive. Yeah, and I think it's cool that you find it impressive. I just, you know, I've done many more impressive things and
Like a spring breeze.
you know, it's just like not. It doesn't really have much meaning to me anymore.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah.
Moo, it's the psychological competition. It's not about. You're getting too caught up in like timing yourself. Like whether the quality of your run, so to speak, is measured in time or strokes is not relevant. When you have two people competing for a time on a speedrun leaderboard, you're not changing your strategy to like outpace the person. Like you're not like on a track pushing your physical limit and deciding like, okay, if I hold out and I wait to see what this person does, I can wait for my kick. Is this person gonna kick, you know, 300 meters out? Are they gonna kick a full 2 laps out? Like when are they gonna kick? When are they gonna go? Are they gonna try to fake me out? I understand why somebody who hasn't ran track and field wouldn't understand why I say it's nothing like speedrunning, but it's just not. You have to trust me. Because when you watch people race, you might only see them just trying to run as fast as possible, but that's not what's happening. It's mostly comparable to like, or not comparable, excuse me, the opposite of comparable, but you can see the differences the most in like a marathon run. Like, if somebody is competing for, what is it? A marathon is 26 miles, right? I think. Do you think they're going to be going all out the entire time? No. A lot of that is pacing. Keeping an eye on your opponent, where they are, what they're doing, trying to get an idea of what they're thinking. Dude, people play dirty in track and field, man, like long distance races. People will fake you out. They make you think that you're tired. You get in your head. Cross country, people will step on your feet and spike you in the foot. They wear the cleats, the spiked cleats to get the shoe stuck in the dirt when you're climbing a mountain. So just step on your foot in the first 100 meters. You gotta run the whole thing with a bleeding foot. That happened to me in high school more than once. Get fucking stepped on in the first run out of the beginning when everybody's at the same starting line. You gotta run 3 miles with a fucking bloody foot. People just get lost in the woods. They fall off a bridge. I'm not exaggerating. It's a brutal sport, man. But you see it much more in long distance races. Yeah, but there's no way to prove it, though. Like, there's no way to prove that it's an accident. Or not. And even if it is, like, are you gonna be the guy to say something? No. You can't prove it. You just look like a bitch. I've had situations in track and field, or excuse me, cross country, where there's like a really shitty tended course, and your shoe gets stuck in like mud, and it just eats your shoe, and you're running without a shoe for the rest of the race. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. They don't get enough respect. I know I'm biased, but it's a pretty badass sport. Running in like a foot of snow for 3 straight miles up a mountain. That's the kind of stuff that you do. But yeah, it's much more similar to golf, where you're under par, over par. And there's still risk management, but it's not a matter of,
3
like,
years running.
exhausting yourself. More competitive stuff after high school and college. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think that in general, some of the better speedrunners have experience playing sports. You guys already know my history. And I know that Cheese played volleyball when he was in high school.
Can't hear you.
And a lot of people have played sports. Sports build character.
Well,
Oh, Liam ran track. I actually didn't know that. If I had to guess, he was... I'm gonna guess he probably did cross country, but also did like the 800 meter. I don't know why. He seems like an 800 meter kind of person. 800 is hard, man. When was the last time you ran long distance? 6 years ago.
they'll
Go.
Do you get my drift?
Hey,
Yep. Athletics and musician. You know what I mean. I played some instruments, but I don't know.
jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for
Same thing with the running and everything else. I'm just so much better at this. There's no point in doing it. I'd rather invest all my time into building up my career in this than doing other stuff that I might be, you know, good at. Because I don't really care, and I don't think anybody else really cares. So, it's just worthless, effectively.
Yeah.
I played the electric guitar for like on and off for a lot of years. I tried a bunch of other instruments as well. That was the only one that I consistently came back to from time to time. I don't know. I wasn't really dedicated to it. I was like kind of dedicated to track and field, but like in a sense that like if you don't practice, it's gonna show and you're gonna embarrass yourself. That was like most of my motivation. Like I didn't have the motivation to actually, you know, what's the word? Overachieve, I guess. Like I wasn't like very passionate about it. I more just like didn't want to let my team down and embarrass myself, which is pretty negative and not healthy. But yeah, looking back, I really didn't enjoy it. I just more enjoyed my time I spent with my friends I had on the team.
that was a ton of fun.
And I got to go to a lot of cool places too. Like I was always on the trip or whatever trips we had where we went to like compete in a different state and whatnot. It was a fun experience. Met a lot of people. Met a lot of really weird people. Runners are weird, but they're cool. Not as weird as gamers though. I'm definitely... The whole gaming thing has introduced me to a lot of really weird people, but all for the better. Weird is interesting.
I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
I wrestled for 1 season in middle school. Weird experience, yeah. I didn't get the practice I needed.
downtown.
My coach kind of like didn't really care about me. He put me with like people. That's the thing about wrestling.
Number 1 in the
If you're not practicing with somebody in your weight class, you're not getting any experience.
Thank you.
So I just fucking sucked. I was wrestling a kid who was like 190. He was like all fat, so I just pinned him in 10 seconds every time. And the coach never like caught wind of that, and like, and it was probably part of my responsibility to say like, hey, I'm interested in,
Just met the
you know, wrestling people that are in my weight class. But I was just like a weird situation where I was like 145 and 6'2" in middle school. Yeah, I was like 145, 6'2". So I wasn't a very good experience for most of the other guys who were like Because, like, the 140s, I think even in middle school, is a pretty competitive weight class. And I was definitely not going to be able to compete in that. I don't know, I only did it for one season. Weird sport. I preferred running 10 miles in the freezing cold winter track. I'm 6'3"-ish, like 6'3.5" now. I really leveled off after middle school. Probably because I started competing. Like, I started running in 8th grade, and I don't know, maybe I could have made it to like 6'5" or something, I don't know, I'm glad I didn't. I think that 6'3.5" is like pretty solid. Like, I wouldn't want to be much taller than that. Yeah, I was towering over people in middle school, but some people caught up in high school. Running is just a very stressful sport, physically. Well, you don't really grow past high school. What'd you eat for dinner? Broccoli. Potato. Yeah, so I like how the first attempt got to Fast Nut, and now we're just getting stuck in downtown. There's glorious shit going on. Yo, Deli Fry. What's up, dude? Thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of potential and a lot of different interests and hobbies, but this is the only thing where I picked it up and I'm like, wow, I really feel like I could be immaculate at this. Like, if I play enough, I can do things that, like, nobody could do in any other game. I just kind of knew, like, from the beginning that I could be really, really good at it. And that isn't relative to anybody else who was playing at the time. Like, when I first started playing, I already assumed that Fuff was, like, insane because he was, like, the world record holder and whatnot. But as I started to get closer, I kind of realized, like, this game's really, like, and no disrespect, like, the game was really just not competitive. He was still really good, absolutely respected him as a player, but yeah, it just wasn't, like, what it is now. Is Fast Nut better tonight? Well, I missed it in a run, so that's bad. Doesn't really matter whether it's good or bad in practice as long as you get it in the run, which is not what just happened. Unfortunately.
Hey.
Yeah, thank you. Nope. This is the only one that I want to play. I just don't see a point. There's nothing better than this. I want to be as good as I can possibly be at this. And make the game bigger and better. I love the community surrounding it. I want to keep growing it. I've only got so many years to speedrun, man. I don't want to be dividing my time with stuff that I don't care about. I have nothing to prove at this point. This is the kind of thing where the game is fucking amazing. Like, it's not going anywhere, and I'm gonna make sure of it. By the time I'm done playing, it's gonna be a very stable, solid community. But when I'm done, it's gonna take years, but they'll know at some point how good I was at the game. Maybe they don't realize it to the full extent at the moment, but someday it'll hit people and they'll realize like how consistent I was at breaking records for how long I did, and the things I was doing and putting in the run at the time I did them. And the persistency despite like streaming as a career and also going through college while streaming as a career, still breaking records the entire time. Also, you know, everything else that I do for the community when it comes to like leadership and making videos and getting people into the game and whatnot. Yeah. Have you felt any deterioration? No. I think I'm actually aging in reverse. Like up until my late, like 24, yeah. I was almost 25 when I started to notice a little bit of decline, and I think with the changes I've made, I'm actually aging in reverse now. So that's cool.
Downtown.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep things more casual with the side videos. Like, I love the whole, like, getting into a big project and going really hard on it, but that doesn't have to be for everything. I think that people just appreciate, like, a down-to-earth, like eye-to-eye talk about the game and how to play it, and that's what I'm going for with this next one. It's not going to be any crazy editing and shit. It's just going to be me talking about the game, which people already like. I was going for a walk this morning, and I was thinking about it. Like, my strength has always just been able to talk about things on the fly and explain stuff to people without a script. So, I want to keep my own videos unscripted mostly, and like, unless absolutely necessary, which sometimes they are necessary to keep things concise and clean. But I'm cool with just doing, like, typical videos where we're just talking about the game. I can cut it together at the end. I'm really bad at doing things in one take, and when there's a script in front of me, I usually just suck, but I don't have to worry about that for the history videos because I'm not narrating them. Yeah, it's talking about more than just like... It's 11 minutes on a theory that's probably never gonna happen, but it's still interesting. Sometimes the things without answers are the best things. Just builds curiosity. I just wanted to jump on the lamp. Yeah, the Gamer Grease video had a rough start with the narration and the script, but it made itself back up in the end. The payoff is pretty good. I rewatched it pretty recently as well. Yeah, but I've already mentioned this on stream, but that 3-hour and 20-minute video detailing how to run the game from 2 years ago, there was no script for that. It was all just improv. I just talked and cut it together. I work better off a script than on a script. I just can't do it. It just feels so restrictive.
They'll
Go.
Like, I already know what I want to say. And it's not going to be perfect, but like, nothing I do is ever perfect anyway, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, thank you, man. You have a good one.
Ready, kids?
Yo, Ramen, thank you.
I can hear you.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, it feels so robotic. Like, there are times, there's a time and a place for that, but it doesn't need to be every single video. Yo. Going alright. It's funny, like, the comments I get on the second part of the history videos. You get people who are like, oh, I didn't realize that you were the one who made it. And then you have people who are the exact opposite, where they're like, is he talking about himself? Like, they read the channel name and think that it's, like, automatically me talking with... Dude, literally in the first, like 30 seconds of both videos, it says, like, narrated by SM Loader. And it's like, is he talking about himself? Thank you, Sinks. Yeah, I want to work on those at some point, but I don't know what I was on when I was making those 2 years ago, man. That is such a ridiculous task to take on, like, especially with all the research and the responsibility of capturing the eras that I'm talking about in a fair manner, like unbiased manner. Is diaper still a thing? I mean, like, kind of, I guess. It's not like a recurring thing. But yeah, for the amount of time that I had to make those, goddamn, they were good for what they were. I can do better though. Yeah, the one frames are really just fucking me up today.
Pushing a single button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, it's been probably years if you're asking the question. Probably been like over a couple of years, right? No, we're doing all right. I mean, if you haven't been here since diaper was a thing, you missed like. You missed Rehydrated, you missed the history videos, you missed, like, a bunch of other good short videos.
That was a ton of fun. I should do
A bunch of minute breaks. You missed Swingerless getting into 100% runs. Which at around the time the diaper got removed from the stream, that was, like, the big thing people were talking about was Swingerless at the time. It's not banned, it's just like not funny in most contexts.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
And I appreciate that people are checking out the stream again if it's been a while. Because I really want to build back up to where I was. Start giving people the YouTube content they've been waiting years for. I think I'm in a position where I can do that now, because you know, any percent's like, it's at a point right now where it's much more mental than just grinding. Like getting up on a day where you're gonna get a good run and just getting it. That's what happened yesterday or 3 days ago, right? When I PB'd. I mean, I was running on fumes, but I was in a really good mood because I just hung out with my friends and shit. And I came over here and I just got it. It was really nice. Swift and clean. It was like 3 hours into it. I got that shit. But that's what it is now. It's all just mental at this point for any percent. Like, if I'm having bad one frames 6 hours into a stream, it'd be best to spend the final hour practicing them and then just fucking off and working on videos. That's just as important as keeping the game relevant on other platforms. If I start averaging 500 viewers again, like, I'm telling you that the week when I was averaging 500, back when I, like, made that video talking about my behavior, back in, like, February, I got, like, 100 followers that week. It really, really helps when the view count is higher, because the Twitch is a very top-down system. The more viewers you have, the more easily discoverable you are. It's hard to grow if you're not getting viewers. Yep. Yeah, he's around that community as well. Yeah.
What's that?
Will you show your hog on stream if you get sub 25? By the time we get sub 25, my hog is gonna be so fucking old and crusty. You're not gonna want to see it.
There's another one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Seems like both communities are pretty passionate about their games. I don't know if that's necessarily surprising. I think it's more surprising there isn't much of an overlap between Jack and Daxter. But I think that's mostly because of consoles. You gotta have an Xbox to compete. You can still learn the game on PS2, but like, it's definitely the least fun experience playing on PS2.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
This is really stupid. As long as we're collecting 77 spatulas, it'd be very difficult to get this under 40 minutes, and after that, it probably wouldn't improve much more. But, you never know.
This
For collecting under 77, then it can go to any number, doesn't matter what it is. Could be a minute. The routing process for this game is mostly just like considering averages and like spatula times and stuff. Like what a fast spatula is, what a slow spatula is. Currently anything that's over like the mid 30s, like 35 seconds, is considered slow. This run's really bad. I'm not continuing that. Nice too, congrats. A little too low on there. Did that fucking happen on Twitch? That's so funny. Pretty big PB, man. It's over a second. Or a little under a second, excuse me. Nice job, man. Oh, I've got a fun thing we can do tonight, maybe. Alright, if you're gonna play Simpsons Hit and Run, play the PC version. Don't play PS2. It's almost, it is almost midnight. Do you know what that means? It's the 2-year anniversary of the best video ever made. Would you guys want to rewatch that on stream tonight? Because I'd be down. I think I need to look away from this because I fucking missed so many 1-frames. The console versions of Char all suck in my opinion. I replayed the game on Xbox a while ago. It's bad. PC version's good though. Yeah, we can do that when the clock strikes midnight. I'll still attempt another run. Maybe we'll get something. But I'm down to do that for a bit. Yeah, I think this is relevant too, because I'm starting to get back into making videos, and I'm going to be pointing out stuff that I can do better, and stuff that I enjoyed working on, and whatnot. It'll probably take like a good 2 to 3 hours to analyze everything. Just talk about stuff that I want to do differently. I love giving anecdotes on like how stuff was made. You gotta remember that these videos were made during a pandemic too. And not only that, just like the very start of it, when all the supply chains were messed up. So like the logistical nightmare of like making this work and getting it done when it had to get done was like really, it was something, man. There could be a whole documentary on how that fucking video was made. And it was all in like, what, a 30 to 40 day span. And a good portion of it was edited with just one hand. Because I injured my arm in 2 spots working on it. 12 hours a day, and speed running on top of that. I was not very smart with pacing myself back then. But we made it. Dude, my body was like probably biologically like 5 to 10 years older 2 years ago than it is now. So much inflammation, man. Like no energy. I was like a 40-year-old 2 years ago. Wait, what game? Simpsons? On PS2? I don't remember it being that bad. I mean, like, it didn't feel as good as this game when I was a kid, but there's no shot the PS2 version is that bad. Can you believe how smooth this game is on PS2, by the way? Like, how is the game, like... Even I could tell as a kid, like, the game just felt smooth before I even had any concept of what frame rate is. Like, why is this game so smooth?
Hey.
Yeah, I think the movie game ran pretty well as well, but I can't remember. I remember the loading times were horrible for that game though. Yeah, I got a run to Fast Nut, and then it died. Really shitty way to lose a run, missing that trick. It just feels so, like, out of pocket. You just have to get it, you can't miss it ever. I think somebody redeemed water and I never drank it because I was in the middle of doing something, so let's just take care of that now.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
How's the run? Well, this one just started and it's not very good, but we don't know what the rest of it's gonna look like, so we'll see. We don't know what the rest of it's gonna be like.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, my first attempt of the day got pretty deep though. We got like 27 minutes in, it was pretty awesome. Yeah, more like 28, but...
Downtown.
That run was weak, but it still had a chance.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Really just gotta start getting more consistent sub 2730s leaving Industrial Park.
You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, right. This is a hard level, man. This is a hard level. There's so much frame perfect shit. 4 frame perfect tricks in this level. 6 frame perfect inputs if you want to consider that you have to jump on the first frame you enter the next level. Dude, I suck today. Today's a React Andy day. We're fucking trolling.
I feel like a new sponge.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear
Yep.
you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, it's got it all. 6 frame perfect inputs, RNG, annoying movement with SpongeBall.
Yeah. I make myself
Good level.
But there's no time.
For those of you just getting here, I'm gonna keep trying for like another half hour, and then what I want to do is rewatch
They'll
Go.
the history video, the second one, because I love that video, and it's the 2-year anniversary. Once we get past midnight, it'll have been 2 years since that video came out. I think, right? June 13th. I don't know if anybody wants to confirm that. I'm pretty sure it was June 13th, 2020.
well,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
2 years. Went by pretty quickly, all things considered. I've just been really grinding and working on myself and my speed runs and whatnot. It's been rerouted a bunch. I'm not really sure what you're referring to, but since GDQ, yeah, it's been changed a little bit. 13th, cool.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
But I never stopped thinking about those videos for the past 2 years. I've been brainstorming. I just peaked so hard. Like, that's the hardest I ever peaked with anything. I swear those videos are just so much better than they were supposed to be. The second one specifically. I was lost after I did that. I was like, where do I even go from here? How do I even make this better? So yeah, the only option was to take a break. Honestly, that's not a bad prediction. That might actually be true. The anniversary of the tutorial video will always be on March 14th though.
they'll
Go.
What day is March 14th? Is this Saturday?
Hey.
I usually shoot for a Saturday.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Spongeathon on July 1st, by the way. I think I'm gonna pump out a couple of parts of this Speedrun Explained series, and then I'm gonna do that. Make the trailer for it. Yo, Eric, welcome back, man. I remember you saying a while ago you were headed out. How long you been gone for? Yeah, it's Spongeathon command. It's a Tuesday? Yeah, probably not gonna be... Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably shoot for like... I'm already planning it. I mean, like, if it were March and I were trying to do it, I'd probably do it like later in the month when I know more people are gonna be on spring break and choose a Saturday.
Ow.
3 months. Damn, so you missed all the any percent stuff. I think you also missed Swingerless too. You missed like a lot of crazy shit. That's cool, dude. Hope you gained some valuable experience from it. Yeah, there's some fucking crazy shit that's happened with this game in the past 3 months, man. 3 months from now puts us like back at early March, right? Yeah.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yep. Yeah, you're gonna want to check out the current 100% record and the current any percent record. They're both, pretty gas, honestly. I don't think so, no. I've streamed a lot of the console games, though. I played the PC version of this. It sucked balls.
4 pairs of underwear.
I played the Game Boy Advance version of this as well. That also sucked a lot. Yeah, I think you're really gonna enjoy the 100% run. That shit's fucking fire, man. Like, it can be a lot better. Don't get me wrong.
Downtown.
But it's a pretty legendary run, and I'm not gonna spoil it, cause like, it's cool.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running.
Yo, what's up, Lee? Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, PC version was fucking doggy doo-doo. Fucking poop stain game. Hey, speaking of doggy, we're gonna be playing some fucking Scooby-Doo when I'm done with Spyro. If you guys have been missing the Spyro playthrough, by the way, you should check out my VOD channel. I have a clip channel and a VOD channel, so I have 3 YouTube channels now. Make sure you're subscribed to all of them. Daily clips, daily VODs. We got the throwback clips and the current day clips. Yeah, we got the From Software dog version without the ring. But yeah, we played Dark Souls from start to finish. Dark Souls 3. We played Spyro 1 remastered, or remade, excuse me, from start to finish. Some good playthroughs on there. Oh yeah, new highlight reel coming soon, by the way. Dude, Spyro Reignited is such a fucking gas game, dude.
Scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Dude, fuck. Spyro Reignited is the best remake I've ever seen in my life. It's so fucking good. It's so well done, man. Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I mean, I'm down, but I'm not eager.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
From Software dog version. I think I'll be able to upload that playthrough. I don't know if we're gonna 100% it. I probably won't. Just cause like, what is that game 100%? Just getting all the Scooby snacks or something? I don't know. I don't think I want to do that. Yo, what's up, Dad? How's it going?
They'll
Go.
Can't believe it's been 2 years since that video came out.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Wow.
Five Nights at Freddy's lore. Never played the game, by the way. What, just streaming Five Nights at Freddy's? Maybe for Halloween. Just like everybody else fucking does, I guess. Yeah, man, totally. I don't drink alcohol, but you know, I'll help you get some bitches. Bitches love SpongeBob.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Piss and shit. I mean, that was a good jellyfish fields too.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah.
Downtown.
Yeah, upper end 254 is pretty solid.
Number 1.
Pretty much just means nothing went wrong.
Hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
And there's like, you know, you get like lower 254s, that's when we're cooking.
You just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
How are the runs going? I think the literal first attempt made it to Fast Nut, and since then it's just been downtown. Fucking weird. I got a 27:37 early though, it was pretty bad. Pretty sure it was a 27:37.
Bam!
We're gonna rewatch part 2 of the history videos, by the way,
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom
because
scavenger
the
hunt.
2-year anniversary.
Thank you. I feel like a new sponge.
This trick sucks balls.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah, I've been meaning to do that for a while. Seems like it'd be a good time.
Well,
Yeah.
How many frames is it?
I
1.
make myself a snack.
Trick before it is also 1. You guys are gonna enjoy the speedrun explain video. It's coming out soon.
they'll
Go.
Yep.
Hey,
If I reset to it and I don't get mad, it's probably frame perfect.
Are you ready, kids?
Just,
Can't hear you.
you know, usually.
well,
Yeah, I just PB'd a few days ago,
I make myself
so I'm
a
not
snack.
eager.
There's no time.
Well, I'm eager, but I'm not anxious.
Yeah.
Yo, Mr. Plow, thank you for the 10 months, man. I always appreciate your gifts and stuff, too. It's always very generous of you. Yeah, I'm not expecting it to, but it'd be cool if, you know... I just want my audience to understand what's going on. It's been a while since I've done anything like that.
they'll
Go.
And we had the GDQ run, but, like... I feel like it's not as in-depth
Hey,
as I can possibly go. It's very squeaked down for general audiences. These videos will be more for the enthusiasts. Yeah, that video is probably gonna hit 2 million views at some point this year. You've only watched the GDQ run? The most recent one, right?
I'm going fishing for
From this year? That was a fucking awesome run, man. Like, we actually killed that shit. Such good commentary. And very solid gameplay. Respectable as fuck. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with that. If you're looking for where to go next, definitely check out the history videos. You'll like those too. Yep, exactly. A lot of people saw those videos and just said, huh, this seems cool. And they'll be seeing more of it because we're not going anywhere. They'll be seeing a lot more of it. That was so bad. I was saying this in the current record actually, but the way I see it, if I want to get on here and play this game every single day, like if I want to get on here and do this stressful activity of speedrunning, it only makes sense that there are plenty of people out there who are just as enthusiastic to watch like almost every day. Because this stuff is cool. The only disconnect is that people don't understand what's going on. I'm convinced now. Like, the only thing separating this game from being one of the most popular games to watch on this website is exposure and knowledge. Yeah, a lot of people just don't get it, but it's cool. Like, we're going to talk about it. And we're going to do it part by part, too. I guarantee even if you only watch the Jellyfish Fields part, which I'm going to probably put out in, like, the next few days, if you only watch that, you're still going to enjoy it so much more, because, honestly, like, the majority of the time we're just playing Jellyfish Fields. So that in and of itself is just cool to watch live, even if it's the only thing you know about. Yep, people just don't know. And there's just so much to talk about. So much is happening in this run. Like, we've already fucked the game up and it's been like a minute. That's just the kind of game this is. Yep, this is the original game. That is pretty much the correct take, honestly. Like, 120 star is a very honest representation of skill. But, like, other than BLJ, there isn't really, like, if you understand the movement system, there's not too much more that you have to really, like, dive into to really appreciate it. It's impressive on its own, for sure. But this is a game where it's like kind of hard to appreciate stuff unless you understand what's happening. Aside from like the cool movement and the damage boosts and shit. There's a lot more going on here. Good Jellyfish Fields today, actually. Not bad. Low 255s, high 254s. Pretty good starts. Yeah, there's always going to be another challenge you can do to make a game, like, more intriguing, for sure. Yeah, and the history videos are very surface level, too.
Downtown.
Purposefully, because it's meant to reflect. The first video was done a little bit differently, but the second video was much better at only
3 years running.
dispensing the information that we had at the time, mostly. Yo, what's up? Yeah, the first video was like... It was made a little bit differently, because I didn't expect it to blow up like it did. Like 500,000 views in like a week or something, yeah. So it was made more for like my audience and like the general speedrunning audience, where we talked about fast cruise boosting before we talked about the normal cruise boosting that we do now. Or, you know what I mean. We talked about the slow cruise boosting before we talked about the fast cruise boosting. And assumed that everybody already knew what it was when we were talking about it. Because it's like, oh, everybody knows cruise boosting, but the whole like documentaries blowing up and Rehydrated really just shifted my perspective on how many people actually know about this game and how much they know about it. Like now, cruise boosting is no longer the most iconic strat of the game, it's the fucking gamer gunk now, which is funny to think about. Just let that sink in a little bit. At one point it was Fast Nut, actually.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Dude. This shit. So fucking obnoxious, man.
Coming at ya.
What's up? We're about to watch stuff. Alright. Shall we? You stretch. Yeah, we're gonna go back to this later, but for now, it's being a fucking pain in my ass. SHiFT reacts. Yeah, I think that most people who are aware of these videos typically think about this one when they think about, like, the videos, you know? Like, this is the one that people think about. Hello. This is the Among Us screen. I don't know if I like that one. Yeah, we can go with this one. All right. It's movie night. It's movie. And just maybe wait a little bit for some people to get here. I feel like this is something that people are going to want to be around for. I did this unannounced, but it'll be going on YouTube. I think people are going to want to watch it. Yeah, no, I love this video. I still love it. It can be improved, but I still love it. Hey, yeah, if you haven't seen the first part, don't worry. I don't think it's that big of a deal if you haven't seen the first one. The first one's still cool, but if you're already here and you watch the game and you're like introduced to speedrunning and you know what all this is, you can probably watch this one and like understand what's happening. I guess all you have to know is that this one takes place after cruise boosting is found, and that's pretty much the only major important thing that you're like, obviously there's a lot of other stuff, but like the big thing is like, okay, cruise boosting exists. And yeah, the game has like a route and stuff. No, that was on the second one as well. But yeah, today, as of midnight, it is officially the 2-year anniversary. Thank you, Professor, for the 3 months. I see you, man. It's officially been 2 years since this came out. And I actually have the initial premiere of this on my VOD channel now. I guess I'll link it in the description of this when I put it up. But you can see the chat reactions of when it first came out. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool piece of history. Yep, it's been 2 years. And we're coming up on the 2-year mark of the Rehydrated release as well. Cool stuff. But yeah, I really enjoyed working on this. Can we watch that VOD instead of the actual one? Like to see the chat reactions and stuff? Yeah, we can do that. Guess I gotta go to the VOD channel. We can react to me not realizing that. Yeah, that's a funny one. Sec. Yeah, we're gonna watch the original. When we're gaming. Do you guys remember the startup screen? Yeah, we did one of these for the original, the first history video, and I was so excited about this that I forgot to hit go live, and I only hit start recording. So this is something that you guys didn't see if you haven't watched the upload that I put up a month ago. I never did part 1, no. I mean, I just feel like there's not much to say about part 1 because, like, obviously it could have been improved. I do want to say, though, that when part 1 came out, I didn't expect to get as much acclaim as I did. I received so much praise for that video, and I thought it was, like, alright. You know, the first time I ever keyframed anything in any video was that one. And that was, I think the first keyframe I ever did was the one of the PC Gamer article that like brushes across the screen when it says like it evolved into a movement that revitalized the game. That was the first keyframe I ever did in a video. So I had to teach myself a lot of stuff to make this happen in the short amount of time that did. I think I started working on the script sometime in April. It came out to, with all 4 parts, it came out to 120 something pages, single space, on Google Docs. That was a week and a half of research, picking my own brain, and just typing a lot. And I was also speed running every single day during this, and it was like before I like figured out my diet and stuff. So I had a lot of inflammation, and that was something that was gonna, you know, come back to bite me in the ass later. The first video took around a week of editing. It was done in a week. And I think that during the editing process of part 1, Rehydrated's release date was announced. It was like late April. So that's when I knew like we weren't going to have much time. Like we weren't going to be able to finish all 4 parts before the game came out because we had no idea when it was coming. And when we realized it was that soon, I had to make a decision. Make 3 parts that suck balls or make 1 more part that was going to be really good. So as you all know, this is what happened, and I spent the 40 days that I had left making this. I think this one was done in like a little under 30 days. It was like a little under, it was like 27 or something like that, and then I finished the rest of it in like 10 was like for polishing because I had a little bit of time left over. But that's why this one came out so much better than the first one, not just because also like I also had like my own personal experience like playing during this era. Would you say, how much of this would you say is opinionated? I think that this is a very fair representation of what happened. I would even say that I undercredit myself in this video for how much I contributed to the game during this time. I really tried to make it fair, more than fair, to the people who I knew, if I didn't make these videos, would get overshadowed and not talked about. There are entire sections dedicated to people who didn't necessarily even find strats or hold records in the game, but were an important part of our community and helped make it what it was back then. So I wanted to make sure they got their fair share of time and not just only talk about myself, because really, if we're going to be honest, like 95% of the effort that was put into the game that year was me. And that's why I, you know, emerged from that year as a potential full-time streamer, and I had all this other great stuff going for me as well because of the amount of effort I put into the game. But I think that's a lot less interesting as only talking about the world record holder and the person who's finding most of the strats, because it's just not really a community aspect. And that's what most people would have gotten out of it if they only watched that. Just what happened based on the world records, because there's so much more. And thankfully, like, I was able to create this myself, and I know what was going on the ground that people weren't necessarily seeing because they weren't watching my stream. Because at one point, yeah, there were a couple other streams that were averaging a lot of viewers like mine was, but that was more just the initial hype and people just curious about the game. It wasn't until later that year, around like October, November, that we really started to form a community around the game. And by then, it was just everybody watching my stream, and they were missing all the other stuff that was going on. Yeah, no, it was a great scope, but there is like one thing as well that I think was also a little bit stretched, but I think it was necessary to make it more dramatic and cool the way things happened. Did you guys know that Cole was still playing the game when I was playing? Like at the very start when I first started playing this game, and in late March 2016, Cole was like still, he wasn't actively playing the game, but his final stream where he came back and played all of his games for one final time, that happened while I was actively running. Like when I was first getting into it in very early April of that year, I'm pretty sure. So in part 1, we ended it by talking about Cole just finishing up his career and retiring, but really the 2 parts kind of merged together a lot closer than you'd realize. So he actually did finish his whole like last hurrah stream while I was starting to get into streaming, but it would have been a little bit less, you know, climactic if we had talked about that in a different order. It just wouldn't have been as cool. And it's not even like it's that important when he did that final stream anyway, because it wasn't a record or anything like that. It's not like we're putting it on a timeline with the other records in the game. It could have happened at any point. So yeah, Fuff had already started playing months since, and, you know, he probably got help from Cole, at least when he was first starting to run the game. But, like, does it really matter that much? I don't think it matters that much. But I would say that, like, everything, at least from the point that I start running all the way up to the end of the video, is all in order of how things happened. Actually, there is one more thing. Jared and I weren't really friends until, like, July of that year, which I think is, like, somewhat relevant, because, like, at that point, he already had a lot of respect for me, because I'd already been grinding the game down and getting records and stuff, so, like, it was kind of hard for him to break the ice, because, like, he kind of saw that, like, prestige and, like, didn't think, like, he could talk to me, like, outright. Like, in 2016, I didn't have the webcam, I didn't talk much, I kind of just had, like, this aura of being a very mysterious person. So it was probably harder just, like, reaching out to somebody who was, like, the world record holder of a game that you really respect. Because he used to watch the game back when Cole played and already had respect for Cole. So, like, it was a little bit, like, hard to break the ice at first, I think, for him. But there's one particular stream when he was just practicing oil skip, and a couple of kids came in his chat and started causing a fuss. So I was watching when that was happening, and he was kind of like putting on a show and making fun of them, and I thought it was funny, and he got me in a call, and we both started talking after that happened. So that's how our friendship started, but it wasn't at the beginning, though. Like, we were not talking as friends at the beginning. He showed up in my chat at one point after I'd already gotten the record and said, like, should I relearn the game? And I said, yeah, I'm putting out a tutorial, or I already had a tutorial out at that point. See, I guess there are some things that are, like, mixed up a little bit in order, but yeah, no, I mean, it's funny. Jared's always been pretty respectful and humble. He had more followers than I did at the point when we were friends, and he was still, like a little bit, like, cautious to reach out directly. He's always been a good kid. Alright, so we're gonna do this now. I kind of want to see the build up. Is this too loud, by the way? Just let me know if it's too loud. Yeah, no problem, Lumi. Do what you gotta do. Yeah. I'm just reading the chat. I'm reading two chats. Yo, Konasumi in the chat. Yeah, this whole thing was not. I can lower the volume on my end if it's echoing. This whole thing was not recorded. This whole first section, I forgot to hit start recording. So it's just cool, like, you'll see it. Like, in 2 minutes you're gonna see it. When I first realized that I didn't hit go live. Some of you guys who have 2-year sub badges were not even around for this. Just think about that. Vince Gilligan and Peter Gold. Yeah, this history video also predates watching, like, some of my favorite shows, like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, Attack on Titan. It doesn't predate The Last Airbender. It predates Neon Genesis, a bunch of ones that I've watched. Predates a lot of movies that I've watched too. I watched one season of BoJack. I thought it was alright. I know it's very, like, rough at the start, but I couldn't get into it. Yeah, you might have subbed after. I've watched some anime. I'm not like the crazy people who, like, outwardly seek, like, oh, what's the next one to watch? What's the next one to watch? Thousands and thousands of episodes. Like, no, I've watched, like, the short ones. Like, I've seen Berserk 97. I've seen Eva. I've seen Code Geass. I've seen a bunch of them. I've seen neither of those, no. Nope. Like I said, I'm not like super into it, but I've seen some. It's kind of shitty. Like this whole chat was offline. People were here because I said be here at 8 p.m. or whatever time it was starting, and people were just all getting hype in the chat with no countdown. Like this is how hype the chat was offline. There was no countdown.
What's up, everybody? We finally made it, right? This is the moment. We've been talking about this for so long, like it's been over a month. You know, people were just.
I didn't realize it was
after part
offline
one.
either
Like,
because
"When is
look at
part
how
two?"
people are so excited.
I wrote the script for all 4 parts in April, and I'm sorry, I'm really nervous right now. I've been going through and working on each video in order, based on the script that I wrote, and I've edited some stuff, and loaders helped add and tack on some things and change some wordings of things. So it's a long
They have
process.
no idea
That's
I'm
why
talking.
It takes so long to get these out. I just want to say right now, you know how like television series have like a mid-season finale, and then there's like you gotta wait a while to get the next like set of episodes. Well, this is gonna be like the mid-season finale because after this we're gonna be watching and doing rehydrated stuff. So. After the summer, I'm going to get back to work on parts 3 and
they're
4.
starting to notice
Hopefully
I'm
by
not
then
live.
My video editing skills are even more ironed out, so I can bring you something even better. We're going to be even more ambitious than we were in this one. You'll see here. We put a lot of effort into this, and I'm really excited to show you this 90-minute.
And we still hit
basically
like
feature film
1,800
of how
viewers at some
speedrunning
point during this
revived
stream
Battle for
too.
Bikini Bottom. This
That was
is
all
where-
us.
This is where it all
That was just this
began.
community.
After Colin Hazel retired from, creating the foundations that made this game so great. People rediscovered it and made it what it is today. And this is the video that establishes how we set foundations of the community that still exists.
I guess I started my
So,
stream at
that's a little,
7:57.
it's a little
and it was supposed to
brief
count down and
about
start
what
at
this
8.
video is, and,
Thanks, Fade, for the 3 months.
I'm just gonna stop jittering and being nervous, and hopefully you guys enjoy. I'm just gonna show you guys.
Yeah, they're
now.
all
We're
like,
gonna
where
start
the fuck is
without
he?
further ado, here we go.
I think that we started
This
it
is
and
how
realized it
speedrunning
wasn't
revived
live.
Battle for Bikini Bottom, Part 2.
When did I fucking realize that it was
2012
offline?
Through 2015, we followed a small group of friends as they built a community.
When did it happen?
surrounding One of their favorite
It can't be
games.
that long.
But after several years of revolutionizing their passion project, Battle for Bikini Bottom.
I don't know how I
was
didn't, because like the
once
chat was
again
moving so quickly. I don't think I ever.
But little did they know, it wouldn't be for long.
I don't think I've ever had an offline chat that was that fast, so I just didn't know. At what point did I realize that it wasn't playing? I think when the guy said SHiFT is dead, that has to be it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm
Because at this point I was for sure reading the chat.
Is part 2 of how speedrunning revived Battle for Bikini
Because I wasn't
Bottom.
reading the chat when I was... Yep, there it is. Yeah, I wasn't reading it when I was talking. Yeah, there it goes. Damage control.
Hey everyone, so I am really, as you could probably imagine, I'm super nervous right now. I just did a whole intro and recorded that whole thing and started the video, and I forgot to hit start streaming. I have the recording.
This is what you guys remember.
Everything I just said for proof that I straight up started at like 7:58 and I forgot to hit start streaming. So I had the whole local recording if you're curious. Since we've already
This is why I
much
don't get rid of
wasted
anything,
2
man.
minutes, I'm just gonna
You
say
can always
right
get
now,
more data, but you can't get more of these
this
memories,
video,
I
a lot of
guess.
effort went into this video. Pretty much all I said was it's gonna take a while for parts 3 and
The
4 to come
double
out
overlaid
because
subs.
This is pretty much a
Thanks,
mid-season
Andy, for the
finale
resub.
where you gotta wait for the rest of the episodes after the half of the
Yeah,
season's
dude, I just
over.
didn't know. Like, thousands
We're
of
gonna do a
people
lot
were
of
there, and they were
rehydrated
just
stuff over the
talking,
summer.
and I'm
We're
just
gonna
like, okay,
do
they're
all
just
that,
talking.
And then we're gonna come back to working on parts 3 and 4 after the summer's over, once my video editing skills are ironed out and everything. Even more
Yeah,
than we've
this
already
this
gotten through in
predates
these-
like
I
all of
can't
the
even
shows
talk.
that have like
I can't believe
inspired
I forgot
me
to hit start
since
streaming.
then.
Okay. All right. Let's just get right to it. 'cause
This
I don't
all
wanna
just
make you
came from
guys
my
wait
head.
any longer. Okay. Yeah, we were gonna do an epic countdown, but yeah, I kind of screwed up. It's all right though. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Put it on right now.
This was so big, dude. This
From
was definitely the
2012
peak.
through 2015, we followed a small group of friends as they built a community surrounding one of their favorite games.
And we reused
But after
this
several years
this
of revolutionizing
flourish
their
graph
passion
of the
project,
world records a
Battle for
lot.
Bikini Bottom was once again left behind.
Yeah, see, like I said, the
Little did they
the
know,
moment when he retired was like that had not happened at this point in the timeline, but we pushed it earlier just to, you know, make it cooler. But you could already tell, like, at the start of this, it's gonna be way different than the first one.
Is part 2.
That's why I kept my mouth shut. I kept my mouth shut on this because I didn't want people to... I'm just gonna turn this... I'm assuming it's probably a little bit loud. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. I assumed that people were gonna get blown away if I just kept my mouth shut about this, like how good the second one was compared to the first one. Because they were already saying it's like, oh, it's 10 out of 10, it's perfect, and I'm like, oh no, it's not. But I'm not gonna say anything because I want people's expectations to get blown away. Maybe we could do that. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet because I haven't started working on them yet. But I'm getting back into editing videos now.
Thousands. Platformers especially became the leading titles in the charge to make speedrunning.
Yeah, this is also a pretty old video. Let's just put it that way.
On a 3D platformer that was off the radar.
But yeah, this is like a typical. It's super quiet. I'll just leave it at this. Yeah, but like, I think that a pretty reasonable principle to go by when you're working on something like this is kind of treat it like TV or like movies, where when you do a sequel, you got to expand the universe a little bit, you know? So, we talked about the humble beginnings of Battle for Bikini Bottom, but like the questions that people are going to have in the second one is like, how does it fit in with the other speedruns, you know? Like, what's the rest of the speedrunning landscape looking like right now? So I wanted to bring in the perspective of like, look at these other people who are famous for playing their games. Look at how big Twitch is. Look at how this is becoming a career for some people. Like, speedrunning is not just like playing a game and keeping it around. It's becoming something more than that.
We'll be focusing on
and also you have like the added accessibility of the capture cards and stuff like that. It's important historical context, because like without this we wouldn't have this. Like, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for this, and SHiFT could never have existed if it weren't for these tools. And you know, people like this who are doing like stuff other than just playing games. Like, this is how you bring life to a community.
In the chart, be focusing on a 3D platformer that was.
Yeah, you need to have context to appreciate this stuff. You can't just be talking about who got records and talk about it like it's the Olympics. There's so much more than just that. Yeah, exactly.
And a variety of advanced and technical strategies. Cruise boosting especially transformed BfBB into a.
And it's important to give credit to the original strats and stuff, and really put it into perspective of like, when you go from nothing to something, it's always going to seem insane. Like normal speed cruise boosting and sponge gliding and stuff like that. Like, that was crazy for not having, from going from nothing to having that. That's a lot.
Right?
That's a lot.
Well,
but clearly there was more to figure out, and it was not pushed as far as it could go. This was just one of those games that had people playing it here and there, but it was like, it was way, way harder than most of these smaller licensed games that didn't get much attention. It was way, way smaller.
And the community hadn't received any.
And it was kind of stuck because nobody could learn how to do this stuff. It was too hard.
Stark contrast to most.
Like, Cole was just so much better than everybody, and he was not very articulate with how to explain things, so it was kind of in a situation where, yeah, the game was tough, but it wasn't too tough, you know? It's not like it is now, where it's just non-stop frame-perfect fuckery. It's just that people couldn't really figure it out.
Speedrunners by the dozen. And due to the amount of effort being put into them, they evolved and optimized.
Yeah, you see all this competition here
fast.
With other games at the time.
Had its few visionaries and creatives, it had never been developed on a scale nearly that large. So, even after its complete transformation, Battle for Bikini Bottom surely had it.
A lot of these edits are just like very low-level stuff that I'd learned how to do in like a very short amount of time too.
But it would take the fresh
pretty basic keyframing, masking.
Competitive runners to decipher the mechanics of Cole's arcane tricks and use them in full runs of their own. And still, if the game were to survive...
But yeah, this whole video is structured like an essay. We point out the main points. I mean, this is just like a classic like thesis here.
Eventually needs someone with motivation to not only make the game faster, but also to solve these issues outside of the game as well.
Oh yeah, we did the rehydrated relief too. Like, if you look at the chat, we donated all of the subs and bits and stuff and resubs to the rehydrated charity. That was fun. I think we raised like $4,000, didn't we? Purple Lamp donated $750 actually during that session, the rehydrated relief. That was fun. But yeah, we talk about like we need to get people playing the game to find more strats. We need somebody to motivate people to play, and we need resources that will allow people to actually play.
Eventually need someone with motivation to not.
And then we go through the body of the essay, which is the beef of the video, where we talk about these things all coming to fruition. Just feels a lot more complete than the first one. Just much more narrative driven.
2015, when an 80% speedrun in 1:19:25 offered a glimmer of hope. The speedrun was uploaded by
things are kind of just coming together now, where a lot of the really hard stuff is like coming back into the run and being used. How long did part 2 take? I think that it was done in 30 days, but I can't remember. I think that I was an hour and 10 minutes or an hour and 20 minutes into it when I got injured. Like, my wrist and my elbow both had tendonitis from working on this so much. So I was editing the rest of it with one hand, and that was tough. It was originally going to be an hour and 40 minutes long, but I cut stuff out because it was getting too long. And a lot of the skits, like the Josh skit and the Ringo skit with Eminem and stuff, like that was all done. Like, it was kind of like I had markers where I was going to put them, but we didn't have them finished yet. I don't know, Walt. I haven't even started editing videos again, really. Well, I started working on that Speedrun Explained video, but I still have to hold myself accountable for finishing it.
His first upload ever, and an immediate second place spot. It wasn't known until later that
I think it's cool to talk about this stuff, like, I mean, like, clearly, I mean, like, minus 38, like, come on. The game wasn't really that, well, I guess it wasn't a world record, but still. Nah, never mind. I misread. This is one of the things that I wanted to mention as well. It's not really clear where to look. You kind of get, like, an idea of, like, where the strats are, but I'm kind of just like throwing stuff onto the screen, and I don't want to. I mean, like, obviously I'm joking about it clearly, but like, it's not very. There's definitely a better way of showing stuff than just like throwing stuff around. Whoa, what's going on here? Everyone to talk about the process. I can at one point. I actually get that now because I hadn't played Dark Souls. At this point, I had not played the game. This is Loader's recommendation to put this in.
Fuff's sudden appearance caught the interest of many Torment runners in the community. His appearance from the shadows and his lightning.
But yeah, I guess it actually is relevant that he came out with a second place run and he's like -4 to get second place. Yeah, no, that is relevant because the gap between first and second place is like straight up 10 minutes at this point.
Fast learning showed the retirees that their passion project still had life left to live. Back in the old days, Colin Hayes.
And yeah, like, of course, at the time, this is more just like speaking what the audience is thinking. Nobody was thinking like, oh, we got to keep the game alive. We have to, you know, grind the game to keep it alive. Like, this is just really just my attitude, and by that a reflection of the community now, their attitude, and the viewers' attitude toward the game. Like, the game has to stay alive, but these are just kids playing a game. These are kids just playing a game, you know. It's not that complicated. Nobody was thinking about the game like that.
But Fuff was a solo grinder. And by the end of January,
in other words, Fuff was the only person up until this point who had motivation to grind a game without like racing for fun.
At the beginning of February,
so he was the first person to kind of come here with that attitude. And like I said, like, this is an attitude that a lot of people had who used to watch, you know, all these competitive other speedruns. Even like Smash, I think, had a pretty big influence on speedrunning. There's a lot of crossover between those two. But yeah, around this time, Twitch was starting to get bigger. Speedrunning was already like, it already had its foot in the door because of Siglemic and Narcissa Wright and all the other people who started stuff with like ZFG and whatnot.
To improve the 80% world record. Though a mysterious character
Yeah,
at first,
yeah, of
Fluff
course.
started to communicate with his viewers
I
by
mean, of
typing
course,
in
like,
chat and
you really
expressed
just need
interest in
one
helping
person
them
to
learn
show people,
strategies
like,
that
this
he'd
is
come to figure
worth
out on
being
his own.
taken
One
seriously.
of his viewers, Jared
Especially with a
Grimes,
SpongeBob
gained
game,
interest in
like,
BfBB
people
during the cold days,
need
but
to
never went through with learning
see some
due to the
form of
whimsical
validation.
ability. Now, with
Like,
help
there's a
from Fluff and
personality
a
people
small
can rally
community
behind,
forming
like,
in the
oh, this
stream,
person takes it
Jared was
seriously,
able
I
to
can take it
finish
seriously
the
too.
game. Yet another glimmer of hope for those who thought.
Did you want the link to the dual component cable? No, I'll figure it out when I get to it. This is the last time the world record was competitive. Was during this history part. Myself and Fuff. I mean, I guess like the only 2 times it was ever competitive was between Cole and Hazel and myself and Fuff, but yeah, I guess that's it. There's those 2 countries. I mean, these days there isn't really a lot of Canada on the boards. It's all just like, it's all just the United States.
Thought the community had reached its expiration.
Also, this is funny.
Yet another glimmer of hope for the.
I can't, like, oh, dude. This is so nostalgic, this downtown route, just like walking around and stuff. This looks so old now compared to the stuff that we're doing now, but like this, it doesn't feel that old to me, if you know what I'm saying. Yo, Quantum, yeah, I'm doing alright. We're rewatching this for the anniversary. Another cool thing about this part is that we had the recorded Twitch chat at this time, like these videos still had the recorded chat. And I remember that at one point when I was working on this, there was some rumor that Twitch was deleting all the VODs and highlights before a certain point. I was like, uh-oh, this is a bad time. I think that YouTube also announced they're going to be like deleting all unlisted videos before 2016 or something like that at some point. I don't remember if that was before or after, but I know I was thinking about them relative to working on these videos. Like, this could be a problem.
Of witnessing something spectacular. And though he only communicated through chat on some occasions.
Oh, this is a classic. The momentum jump.
On March 5th, 2016.
Pretty nice save.
Get his first big break.
The song used here is from a game that Fuff also held the world record in at one point, A Hat in Time. You guys have probably heard of it, but it's kind of old at this point. It was a 2017 game. It came out right before Super Mario Odyssey, so it kind of got overshadowed a little bit. Does he still speedrun? I think he does. I think he's like top 10 and getting over it. I don't think he speedruns A Hat in Time anymore. I think he has like a something under the 145 mark in Super Mario 64 120 star. Yeah, he's a really solid speedrunner. But yeah, this is where he started, man. I think this was his first game. And respect to him.
For the first time,
this is something that people probably wouldn't like remember
had a new world record
or talk about as much because, like, you know, I just fucking destroyed the game that year, so people would, you know, if I feel like if somebody made a history video on the game, they'd probably just try to cut to the chase and talk about what happened that summer and onward and like GDQ and stuff. But I really wanted to make sure this got its fair time. He's 29th now. I remember him being higher than that.
And pick up Cole's unfinished 100% within game codes project. With experience collecting every spatula.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that A Hat in Time got overshadowed by Odyssey, but it is what it is. Also, check it out, the 200%. Before SBA, there was a category where people cheated in the shiny objects and spatulas and cruise boosting and stuff to make the game faster. That was how people did 100% back in the day, because 100 was not very popular. I never personally ran that. I couldn't get into it. I just didn't like the cheating.
Fuff's runs showcased early attempts to manipulate Robo Sandy's clothesline.
And he was eventually the one who figured this out. We still use those manipulations today.
And in the Robo Patch,
that gets mentioned at some point in this video too.
Spins from a different position than those who came before him. Still, however, this strategy gave inconsistency.
Yeah, interestingly, the strategy we use now, actually, he can't land in the back. Like that spot, he just can't land there now unless you mess it up. Shout out to Alex97 for figuring that out. That's going to be in part 3.
Fuff also made better use of the note cycle in Squidward's Dream to make the segment much more consistent.
waiting instead of just darting for it.
Also impressive.
I mean, like, you could tell, like, by the way he plays here, it's not the fastest shit in the world, but, like, just watch how patient he is. Like, just he uses cruise boost momentum to kind of get pushed a little bit, and just that's how we used to do it, like, kind of like with a setup. It was all about consistency at this point, because, like, Cole's movement was, like, not very ironed out. He kind of just went from trick to trick, and Fuff kind of, like, emphasized movement a little bit more, but he was still more focusing on setups and stuff. Hey Zim, thanks to the 53, man. Part 3 is everything from post GDQ up to the summer of 2018. So the first 55. It'd be post GDQ to the first 55, yeah.
Fuff's stream was slowly united.
Also, doing ballroom in your any percent speedrun.
Yet still, many could not get over the hurdle of learning the speedrun. Fuff had continued some of Cole's previous projects, but not.
I thought about remaking the first one.
Unlike Jared, most people were more than reluctant to
but
ask a stranger.
There's no point in doing that right now.
However,
these are still good.
The possibility of another brave soul taking the Fuff approach. And
yeah, man, ballroom in your speedrun, baby.
A stream titled "Ruining Your Childhood" began appearing more and more.
I don't want to even like this. It took so much effort to remake this. Notice the cover image is the PAL version of the game, upper left corner. I sat for so long trying to make this look decent. And the funny thing is too, like, we waited so many years to get the real cover with the iconic, you know, salute. It took so many years to eventually get them to switch that over to what it's supposed to be. But at the time, this is just a little throwback and a shout out to the people who played the game back then, because that's what it used to be. It used to have the PAL game cover with the little salute. I wanted it to be as accurate as possible.
Directory alongside Fuff's, where he'd recently achieved the first one.
That was a little bit, you know, that transition was a little bit rough, but, you know, we were, you know,
100% speedrun. During his league,
it still looked cool.
Other channel became
the effort was there, the heart was there.
Community members to watch 80% speedrun.
Also, shout out to the Rainbow Splits.
Run by another up-and-comer, SHiFT.
I brought it back for a little bit when Moist Critical
SHiFT
watched the
was already
game.
in the low 120 range on the
I think, right?
version when others started to take notice. Another
maybe for a couple of
motivated by
days.
his own will to learn and grind the game during an era void
I think
of
that stuff is funny. Like, you're like, oh, I wonder if people still play the game. You check and you see the ruining your childhood thing. It's funny looking at this now after playing Dark Souls and having an appreciation for the game. Because I didn't know what that was when I first did it. Loader was just like, you should do this. And I'm like, alright, it's funny enough.
But within several streams, SHiFT started opening up to viewers and began talking about picking up the
yeah, I
Xbox
think that,
version
like,
of the game
straight from the
for
beginning,
further
I wasn't
improvement.
thinking about
And
building a
once it
community,
arrived,
but I
he
just
kicked
wanted to
into
talk to people a little
high
bit.
gear,
I wasn't
which
using my
attracted the
microphone, I was
attention
just
of other
typing in
speedrunners
chat, but it
who
was
started
fun
to
interacting.
At this point, SHiFT wasn't really involved in the
And yeah, I was
community
fucking
surrounding the
cracked.
game, though. He was
I
only
got good
aware
at this
of
game
his
so
80%
quickly.
tasks,
Within,
which
like,
piqued his interest
a
in
month and a
cruise
half, I was
boost,
already,
Cole's
like,
former world record
thinking
from
about
which he
getting
learned
world
the rest of
record.
the game.
But it was
He
also just a
kind of
very
on
small
his own
game with
island,
not a lot of people
just
running it.
doing his thing, day after day. It wasn't until SHiFT met Konasumi from a Twitch raid that he'd finally
Yeah,
began getting
and
to
like,
know
again,
some
just
people.
little things that people wouldn't have picked up on if they weren't here, or if they weren't me, because my memory is insane. Like, I remember how, I mean, the thing is too, like, I feel like everybody can attest to this, that the first person that reaches out to you and offers kindness and friendship in any community is going to be the person you remember the most. So he was the first person who reached out to me, and like, he rated me with like 20 viewers, and I'm like, oh my god, 20 viewers, like, I never thought 20 people would be watching me at the same time. And of course, like, I wanted to reciprocate the kindness. Also, shoutouts to having two different, like, look at the splits on the right. I didn't know how to use live split. I had the normal splits and like sub splits, so like, you had two of them running at the same time. Such a fucking mess. Like, I went from having like the most scuffed layout of all time to having like the most polished, advanced layout in all of speedrunning. Just humble beginnings, man. But I wanted to make a tutorial so he could get into the game, and just in general, I was starting to grow more passionate about it, and I wanted more people to play it.
Competitive, it would assure the explanations in the video.
Also, like, look at how fucking slow this is, but it's so cool. You ever consider that, like, slamming into this wheel? I don't see it here, but like, it's just the perfect height to land on the nut.
At the time this competitive, it would assure the explanations in the video were or at least decent
God.
enough to help his new friend learn the run.
This is so
Kona would
classic,
eventually wait
man.
for the creation of the guide, as
This
with
is
some
so
other
classic.
American prospective runners. Patiently wait
Also,
for the creation of the
I did
guide,
like the
as with
random like
some
floating
other
shit, and Jared actually tipped me off here, said like you should really just make this cleaner and make them like go side to side, like the right eye and the left eyes, kind of like going side to side, and I add the little like growing shit in the middle. It's like shout outs to Jared for giving me a little tip on like keeping this cleaner here.
runners.
He's
Setting a
got
goal
good
time
ideas,
of
man. He
109
should stream
caused
more
some
and make
community
videos.
members to
He'd be good
wonder,
at it.
would SHiFT eventually attempt
Look at
to
this
beat Fuff's
movement.
world record?
Look at this
SHiFT
early
didn't know the
beta
answer to that
movement.
question. His primary motivation
SHiFT
behind
HD
achieving
beta
this goal
version.
was allowing himself to create the
How'd you get the timeline stuff in the video? That was Maximum who did that. Maximum took the speedrun.com data and put into there. I think that was the first time he'd done something like that with like data visualization. He's done more with it since then, but this might have been the beginning of Maximum doing shit with that, yeah. Like, I don't remember how it came up with him, but I pulled him onto the project because he was willing to help. And I know he does like videos and stuff like that now, but this might have been like the beginning of that. I don't know.
tutorial
I don't remember.
video for Kona and the rest of the small community beginning to form around his channel. And at this point,
This chat was, dude, since the very beginning, this fucking chat was a shit post. You guys are just, you guys never changed.
He was oblivious to anything outside of his own community, and the same could be said for the other small communities on their own island.
This was his jump start to YouTube? Really? Has he said that? That's really cool. Yeah, a bunch of people worked on this video. Like, we had our own music composed for this too. Limitations breed creativity, man. We couldn't use Ramblin' Man from Gremlin. Like, you know how SpongeBob used the stock music? Like the stuff that I use for my audio alerts. Yeah, there's the guy who made it right there. But it ended up being so much better than what we originally wanted to use. It just fit the vibe so much better with the guitar chords and stuff.
As well. That is, until an elder member of the mainlands.
AJ doesn't get enough credit in this video, but I thought about making a part 1.5 where it's all centered around him going to GDQs and playing the game for people in the practice rooms and getting shit on for playing it. And some people thought it was cool, but generally people didn't give him enough respect for playing the game. And he was never a world record holder or contender, but he still showed the game off to people during that period where nobody was competing. Like Cole had stopped playing after he got his 112 or it was 109. And all throughout 2015, he would like show people the game and stream it on Twitch, and he kept it around. And that just should go to show, like, this game was not free, man. Like, he tried to get that record and he couldn't get it. Cole was really good at the game. And then Fuff was even better than him. And then, like, you know, it was just always... It was always a game that had, like, good people playing it. But yeah, AJ was... He was, like, one of the first ambassadors. He might actually be the literal first ambassador of this game. He was the first person to really, like, champion the game and be like, this shit's sick as fuck. You guys should respect it more. But, like, that's the thing is, like, he didn't have, like, the record or, like, the, like, I guess, like, the glamour, you know? So, like, people didn't, like, take it seriously. People didn't take me seriously as well. I honestly feel like people did not have any respect for this game until, like, maybe, like, maybe a couple of years ago. A year or 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it took a long time, but, like, he was the first one. He was the first ambassador of this game. I kind of want to remake part 1 to talk about more stuff like that and not dwell on certain things as well, because I think it could all be done better, but maybe someday. But yeah, I just want to make sure that gets out there that he was like, he was that guy, you know.
Invited both SHiFT and Fuff to the new Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord server.
I'm not sure if that's exactly how it happened, but gotta keep things concise. I think that it might have been Fuff who invited me. I don't remember, but AJ was the one who, like, indirectly got us both in there. And that Discord server, we didn't talk about this in this video because it was just too much drama for one video, but the guy who was running that server back in the day, like, none of us had, like, any permissions to do shit because he, like, enabled 2FA and, like, it was, like, way too strict. And he was the only admin who had the ability to like edit channels and stuff. And the funny part is he never even ran the game. Back in the day, the SpongeBob speedrunning community was condensed into one Discord server just called SpongeBob. And the guy who ran it never ran any of the games. He just kind of like ran the server. But his role in the server was King Neptune. And the moderators under him were just like, you know, the record holders, former record holders, people who find strats and stuff. And they were just called Neptune's Jesters. So we were kind of just like his subjects almost. It was so fucking weird. But we eventually just said, fuck that, we're going to make our own Discord server. So like, I mean, we were just like kids. We didn't even tell him that we did it. We just did it behind his back. That's the current Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord server today. And it was just condensed down to only this game and the SpongeBob movie. Like, it was BfBB, TSSM, and eventually we kicked them out. But that's a whole different thing to get into. But that was how it all started. Like, that Discord server that we have now that people use to run the game with like 3,000 or 4,000 people in it, that's the one that we ended up making. Yeah, this is basically part 2.5, the Lost Levels. Well, that's a pretty terrible comparison because that's not actually what the Lost Levels is, but that's an interesting story if you want to look into the history of the Mario Bros. Games. Yeah, this is really, this is bringing back memories, man. Dude, the SpongeBob Discord server with the low-res image of Battle for Bikini Bottom off-centered. That shit was classic. Yeah, what's up, Christian? But yeah, the BfBB Discord server went up in like September of 2016. That's the one that we use now. Part 3 had a lot of shitters. Yeah, but we're not going to give them credit. We'll mention that, like, the important thing to take away from that is that we finally started cracking down on people's behavior in 2018. And that led to some resentment and some harassment. And that's really all we have to talk about. We don't have to go into the specifics of shit. We don't have to talk about the doxing necessarily. You know, we had some pretty shitty people surrounding the game. But a lot of games have shitty people surrounding them. They don't deserve credit, though. Let's continue.
Of 2016.
The BfBB Discord server is just like a fucking, like, man, this shit had some history, dude. But yeah, like, there are a lot of games like that, especially back in 2016 when speedrunning wasn't even that big. And don't even at me at this shit. No fucking game was competitive in 2016. I mean, Mario 64 wasn't even under an hour and 40 minutes, and let's be real, like they found some strats, but it's like not that much different, right? It's not that much different. Like the game's nothing was fucking competitive back then. So like just this attitude to get good at stuff was kind of just starting then. Like that was like the start of like Cheezo 5 getting really good at Mario. That was the start. 2016 was the year that Nindide broke out and showed people like what it actually meant to be good at Sunshine. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is when it was all kind of just starting, the competitive, like, hardcore attitude of speedrunning. Like, we kind of just came in at just the right time.
Fuff and SHiFT being the only ones actively running and streaming the game, the rest of the reawakened community was anticipating and hoping that SHiFT would rise to the occasion.
And, like, this is exaggerated. I'm really just speaking from the perspective of the audience. Like, people want to see the world record competition if they're watching the history videos, but like in the community it was like, you know, just playing the game. Hardly anybody even watched it. I mean, there were like maybe like 10 to 20 people who watched Fuff, and they eventually started watching me. Like, that was really the start of my stream, was like Fuff's viewers coming over and watching me play. Where's Fuff today? Getting Over It and Super Mario 64.
And create world record competition. Something the community had not experienced in over 2 years.
See, a nice thing about this is that we have this flourish graph that really helps fill in the gaps for where we don't have footage. When I make the next ones, I'm definitely going to try to mix it up more and have like more unique stuff. But we were on a very tight schedule with this. Like I said, this was done at the beginning of the pandemic when nobody knew what was going on. It was hard to like get people to work on stuff because it was like all remote, and it was hard to even get webcams because people were buying all the webcams for their school and stuff.
And with Fuff returning to any % to defend his time,
God, the low res gameplay, man, classic. Everybody streamed at 720p, 30 FPS, classic. My first record, I'm not even sure. I think if I even know if it's a 107.15 or a 107.14, because it was on like the final frame like between the two numbers. So, and because it was recorded in 30 FPS, I don't even think I could even figure out. I think I just said it was a 14 just based on like guessing. But you have like capture card frames freezing in like 30 FPS, and oh my god.
Finally achieved his 109
Classic.
on May 25th, 2016. That same stream he recorded
Yeah, the
4% tutorial
the graph
for
is
Thomas
classic,
Hansen
dude.
and the viewers he'd garnered from
These
streaming
videos,
BfBB.
like, not to toot my own horn, but these videos set a lot of standards for what a speedrun history video should be. Like, these videos kind of revolutionize the genre, I would say.
Within the coming months, several new
We accomplished a
runners
lot
will
with
finish
these.
learning the SHiFT tutorial and submit full runs to the leaderboard. A phenomenon.
I love the foreshadowing of like, who are these people? Oh, I noticed the doodle bob. I saw that in the beginning of the history video. I wonder who these people are.
Sites is being more fulfilling and motivating.
Yeah, it's just super cool. Going back and remembering the thought process.
Battle for Bikini Bottom any % tutorial is linked in the
Legendary
description if
tutorial.
you'd like to check it out. Though
That's what
BfBB
started
was
it all.
both FUF and SHiFT's first attempt to speedrun, their community included
The
other
audio
players
on that
with
was
prior
so bad,
experience
dude.
in speedrunning.
But I really tried to
If
like
you'd
go
like
back
to
and
check it
forth and
out.
mix up the talk about like, we have like the talk about the world records, we have to talk about like people getting into the game, the community, people getting better at the game, go back to the community. Like it's really mixed in,
Though
and this whole
BfBB
section is
was
like
both
talking
FUF
about
and
the people who
SHiFT's
play the
first
game,
attempt
just
at speedrunning,
introducing
the
you to
community
who the key
included other
players are,
with prior experience in
and
speedrunning.
keeping track of people.
Jared's Giants was a
Even though it's like quite overused, we still have like, you know, the colored names with the profile picture block above. Just the recurring information makes it really easy for people to remember who's doing what. Classic Jared running Luigi's Mansion. I think he started speedrunning when he was in like elementary school, dude. Like, to put it into perspective, I don't think he'd been speedrunning for 5 years up to this point, but it had to have been at least 4.
Luigi's Mansion, and he just rejoined the community with help from the new Any % tutorial. Konasumi, who'd also developed a small Twitch following through speedrunning a variety of games,
There's
would
Hat in Time
eventually run
again.
the tutorial as well. The new Battle
He
for
ran the
Bikini
beta.
Bottom Discord server helped to kickstart their friendships.
He was one of the first people to advocate that game.
Friendship with their passion for the game as the backbone. The community was proving its resilience even long after many thought it was curtains. The second revival was imminent, and its resilience.
That's such careful. Is that me?
Passion for the game as
I
the
think this is
backbone.
me.
The
I can't
SHiFTs
tell.
Who'd form a much closer friendship.
Let me
with
watch
their
it again.
passion for the game as the backbone. The community was proving its resilience even long after many thought
Yeah, that's
it was
me.
curtains.
That's me. I can tell because
The
like,
community
look,
was proving its resilience even
I
long
realize that I'm like overshooting this and I pull it back a little bit.
many thought it was
Yeah.
curtains.
That's definitely
The
me
second
playing. I did it
revival was
again there
imminent,
too, yeah.
And a grand occasion was needed to set it all
Yeah,
in
see that?
motion.
My control over SpongeBob was just like
Fluff would finally
so
improve
good
his
for how
own
long I've been
record from
playing.
107.53 to 107.40 on May 28th, 2016. Meanwhile, SHiFT's improvement continued even more dramatically leading into June. A few days after his second 109, he landed a low 108.
This all
on June
happened
3rd.
6 years ago.
And only 2 days
Unbelievable.
later, SHiFT finished Battle for
Yeah,
Bikini
so actually this is funny.
20. And
This run here was the run like immediately following me finally figuring out how cruise boosting works. I had no idea like how you were supposed to cruise boost until this point, because like Cole's tutorial was just like so hard to follow. When I realized like how to, I don't even remember what it was I was messing up, but I just had like an aha moment, and then I instantly started PBing by a lot. Like that was when I really started to
SHiFT
figure out the
finished Battle
game,
for Bikini Bottom
not losing like minutes to
107.39,
cruise boosting.
which
Started
would have
rapidly
been a world
PBing
record
so
if
much,
Fuff
and
had not achieved
that made me a little bit
107.31
annoyed that like Fuff got the
22 days
record
earlier.
like the day
By now,
or
the
something
view
that I
count
got
between their
that
streams
one, and
had
it could have been a
doubled
record
in
and whatnot.
anticipation for the coming
But
competition.
it was
Later
inevitable
that
at this
same
point
day, the wait
when I was starting to
finally
figure out
over.
the game. Yeah, see, this is, again, like I said, another really crazy thing, too, is how fucking accurate this split is. Wait, did I really... I have to look this up now. There's no way that I was that accurate. Like, 107.14. Shit, maybe I changed it? Okay, I changed it to 107.14. But let's just see this. I actually did split it on 107.15.00. Like this is like the most impressive thing about this run is how accurate the split was, because this is actually what it was. I still don't know. I have to go back and look at it again, but I think I decided on, based on like the capture card lag and stuff, that it was a 107.14 and 59 frames, but it's recorded in 30 FPS, so we just don't know. But this is an insanely accurate split. It's so impressive for such a stupid thing. That's so funny.
Yet another new world record holder.
The stupid air horn follow. I was always into the MLG memes, man.
Both runners knew there was
I loved that when I was a kid. Fucking air horns and the quick scope.
Later, in response to SHiFT's first world record.
I remember I popped off when I keyed out the green, and SpongeBob still looked like somewhat recognizable here. This video is so rushed, dude. It was funny, like, watching Moist Critical's community react to this, and just complete, like, no reaction to the explosions and stuff. Because when Loader and I were, like, doing the explosions in the first one, we thought that shit was so fucking funny. We were laughing our asses off. Like, I was in tears with the coal montage with the metal music and the fucking 5 times sped up gameplay. But nobody could, like, tell, like, outside the community that was our sense of humor. It was just, I make them for us, but like it was culture shock seeing people like react to different things as being funny. They loved this one though, because the difference was this history video was made with the Twitch community more in mind, like putting emotes on the screen for people to like hive mind and use when they see it on the screen. Like stuff that would get a reaction out of chat, you know, like it was much more catered to the Twitch experience than the first one. So it was fun to make with that in mind.
Would mirror that of Cole's and Hazel's from years ago, even to the extent.
Oh yeah, by the way, this competition was extremely drummed up in this video, but it only lasted for like 1 week.
Representing their respective countries.
I think that Fuff beating my time.
Both runners so.
When did this happen? June 9th. Yeah, it happened like a few days after I got it. No, it was like 3 or 4 days, yeah. Yeah, so, fun fact about this. Wasn't relevant, so I didn't put it in the video. I had just had my wisdom teeth removed the day after I got the world record, so I was pumped. I was like, yeah, I got the record, now I can just like relax and like not like push it too hard when I got my wisdom teeth removed. And they messed up the one all the way in the bottom in the back, and it was like, I don't want to like be too TMI, but it was pretty bad, and I was like fucked up for an entire week. So when Fuff got this record and I couldn't like compete against him, I was like, oh my god, like, this guy's gonna have the record for another week. I gotta fucking wait to play. I was so mad.
The race to 106 was on. SHiFT and Fuff's competition would mirror that of Cole's and
But yeah, this
Hazel's
didn't really last too long, in hindsight, I guess, because like Fuff was still capable of taking it when I had like a high 105 or something, right?
On June 11th, 2016, viewers checked into Fuff's stream to find him on insane pace, nearly 50 minutes into the run.
I don't know, it's just cool looking at the game back when it was like you could get a pace like minus 33, you know, it was just crazy.
But this run,
like that was just normal. You just see stuff like that. This guy could have skipped 105. You know how legendary that would have been if he did that? He could have totally done it too. Because he was still better than me at the time. Like he was still definitely better than me at the game. I was just more consistent. Like I just did the tricks better. Yo, what's up, Nature? And we're not really getting into like the routing stuff. I wasn't going for crazy shit. There wasn't really any crazy shit to go for, as far as I knew. Like people weren't looking for really hard stuff because like nobody would have done it anyway. That's a big thing that we're going to talk about in the next one too, is like the fact that Fast Nut was done in a run, and it's like, okay, people can do this in runs, let's look for more stupid shit. Like that's a big part of a game's development, knowing what the record holder is willing to go for.
On June 17th, 2016, SHiFT finally got a promising run.
Also, it was so cool seeing like the chat like root for like USA and Canada while watching this live. You see like the chat in the bottom corner. The coffin dance meme. Another example of how limitations breed creativity. People would have gotten the joke so quickly if we had used the original song. but it takes a little bit to realize what you're listening to because of the remix, and you avoid the copyright that way too. Also, shoutouts to Nick for doing this. This was like at the beginning of like Nick's time working for me as a highlight editor too. He'd done stuff. No, I think this actually was the first thing he did for me. I don't think he'd done the sandwich driving reel yet. Maybe he did. I don't remember, but oh no, he actually this actually was the first thing he did. Like he worked on the pirate shit, the pirate theater with Cole on the big screen. That was the first thing he did for us, I'm pretty sure. And then he worked more on these, and I'm like, hey man, you're really good at this stuff. You should do my highlight reels. And he started there. And by the end of the year, he was making like really good shit, like the rehydrated highlight reel, super good. The Among Us one, even better. Yeah, it's just it's cool.
Despite choking, SHiFT
Humble beginnings with the highlights.
Best of 106.48, missing Fuff's.
Dude, it's so weird looking at this as like an OG video now. Just thinking about all the people who worked on this and what they're doing now. Yep, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he tried doing it with the pants and stuff, and it didn't look good.
Despite choking, SHiFT did manage to get a new personal best of 106.48, missing Fuff's world record by just 5 seconds.
Yeah, it was a choke.
Fuff would need to improve his time soon if he wanted
I tried to be
defend the
fair.
title, but just
I tried
2 days later,
to give us both shots for
got
choking.
another run into the
I tried to be as fair as
This
possible
time,
because it
he
is
was
hard
on
to
an
stay
even pace with
unbiased
the
when
run he
you're
choked only
making
2
a video
days
that you
later.
were such a big part of.
This was his chance.
Alright, let's see it shift. I just remember that after I fucked up that Robo Sponge, I'm like, I'm never missing this again, and I just spent so much time practicing it. You know how many world records I clutched that year just from not missing that? There were so many situations where if I missed that shit, I wouldn't have gotten it. But I practiced that so much that I just never miss it. Couldn't allow it to happen after that.
SHiFT
Also, I
reclaimed
laughed
the
my
world
fucking
record
ass
by a
off editing
margin
that
of
on
8
stream.
seconds, bringing it back to the USA. With both runners actively grinding, the community wondered who would achieve the first 105.
Oh yeah, that reminds me,
Fuff's best pace was the first by
106.35
far,
to
but SHiFT's consistency with major tricks allowed him to
43.27.
compete against his full runs. Their
Yeah.
differing strengths and weaknesses made the competition all that
Yeah,
much more
23 minutes of
exciting. The team
optimization.
would continue grinding for the remainder of June, with many great
Not
paces
bad.
bleeding out under pressure. Then
23
finally,
minutes in 6
on
years.
June 27th, 2016, the first 105 in Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent.
Yeah, it's weird looking at this
At
like
last, SHiFT
trying to look at it
achieved
from
minute
a
break of his own,
present
and
perspective,
split
like you're in the moment.
really,
Because it really could have just been like anybody could have gotten it, and I'm like, I need to do something. I gotta like reroute the game if I want to keep improving.
And now it was
So that's when we
Fuff's
get
turn
into
to
like the
answer back.
rerouting and shit.
But SHiFT wouldn't
First
go
rerouting
down
segment after
without
this
a
one.
fight. Though world record competition was fun for everyone to rally behind, Fuff and SHiFT were ultimately working together to optimize strategies during the races for the 105.
And that's important to talk about because like speedrunning's not that serious, man. Speedrunning's not that serious. People have to know that we were still chill. We were still just working together.
5. They had worked together to optimize the Sea Needle bungees, where Fuff rediscovered a consistent strategy for the first.
It's like I don't like these little like motion things where I put like I overlay gameplay across more gameplay and move it. It's just like it's just hard to tell what's like what you're supposed to be looking at. I want to work on that for the next one.
dives, and SHiFT built off of these dives to find the third.
I think that the reasoning for that was like to make sure that footage doesn't get lost. Like my mentality was I want to put as much of this in the video as possible. So like if the only thing left on this planet when this is all over is this video, it better have everything in it. I think that was what I was thinking when I was working on it.
SHiFT found and implemented new tech in RoboPatrick called swing stalling, which allowed for safe suspension above the arena while still dropping boxes to jump on.
And people thought I was stupid for doing this because you could just stand on the lever and wait. But I was like, no, because like what if he lands in a bad spot and you got to pull one and then go to him? Like if you're doing this, they're already down. You can start gliding before he lands.
Fight progressed. Fuff finished developing the modern method of Robo-Sandy manipulations that is still used
And yeah,
in
we still
runs
do
to
this.
this day. Their teamwork helped Battle for Bikini Bottom reach the minute threshold, even Cole himself.
You know, even though, like if these visuals are like very basic, they get the story across pretty well. Like you get used to seeing the same stuff and kind of understand like what's being talked about and who's being talked about.
Believed would be the end of the
I don't think sub 105 is possible. Dude, fucking 100%. My sum of best is sub 105 now. Think about that. That's just fucking dumb. That's just fucking dumb.
Meanwhile, amidst the competition for world record, the community realized that 104 would
Yeah, the
not be
language of the
realistically
video is pretty
achievable
clear.
with their current knowledge
You get
of the
used to
game.
seeing the same
Having
things
been
over and over.
speedrunning
I wish I
BfBB
did the
for
numbers and
past
stuff
few
in higher
months,
res
SHiFT
though,
had
because it
become
looks bad in
knowledgeable enough
1080p.
to start making major changes to Cole's foundational route. With
Yeah, see
such
now,
scarce
like, it
documentation,
had been talked
open
about, like, which
mindedness would
tricks
be
get
needed
switched in and
to
out of the run and
complement
which
research.
spatulas get
So
switched in and
SHiFT
out of the
began
run in the
spending
previous
most of
video, but
his
now we're
time
getting
wading
into, like, the
through
real
full
process,
playlists
and
forum posts,
hopefully by the end of the
familiarizing
series,
himself
people
with
will
the game's
understand, like,
varied,
how complex
yet
this shit gets.
surprisingly deep history. He had to make sure that everything...
I would say that it did include making the script because at the end of the day, I didn't understand like how capable I was of making something like this high value production for what it is. So like the skeleton for the script was kind of there, but I ended up rewriting it 5 to 6 times before I started doing this, and that was all included in the 30-day span, I'd say. Yeah, so pretty much it was all made in a month. Which is pretty crazy, yeah. But again, like my memory is pretty sharp for all this stuff.
Yeah.
So I had mostly recalled most of it from my head instead of researching. Yo, Gandhi, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Yeah.
There were some cool things that I did find when I was looking through stuff, though,
was accounted for.
that I forgot about.
After digging through
Yeah.
Cole's
This
old
was one of
videos,
the... No, this is the most fun I've ever had working on anything in
it
my
was to
entire
learn about
life.
some of the strategies forgotten between the first and second revivals.
Yeah.
SHiFT believed that he had come up with a way to save half a minute in the 80% speedrun.
Which, and just think about
Yeah.
that, like, we had a half-a-minute reroute, like, in 2020, right? Like, a year and a half ago we had that, 2 years ago. This game was still, like, hard to fucking optimize, man. Like, we had to think to find shit even
Repurposing
back
an old
then.
trick with new ideas. He had rediscovered Dilemma Skip through watching Cole's full runs uploaded in 2014, which had
Yeah, it was just fun
apparently been dropped
revisiting
or
stuff
replaced
from,
by
like, a year of my
Boost
life that I
methods
reflect on
of the game.
fondly. What's crazy, though, is that I didn't realize, again, just humanity, right? We didn't realize how good we had it. This is at the start of the pandemic, and I reflect on 2019 as the best year of this game's history now, and back then I was reflecting on this as the best year. I thought that 2020 was going to outdo it, but then, you know, like, it was, the first half of the year was amazing, but the second half of the year some shit happened, and it was not fun. But yeah, looking back, the 2019 was definitely the best year in this game's history. Everything was kind of coming together, and the pandemic just shot it all down. It's really just sad, yeah. So many in-person events.
Though the cruise
It was a lot of
boost method
fun.
was far easier to perform, it wasn't that much faster than the old-school damage boost. By returning this spatula to the beginning of the run, SHiFT could now push one spatula before Industrial Park to the end of the run. If you recall our routing discussion from part 1, 40 spatulas must
Yeah,
be
this is all
returned
very
into
basic
Industrial
stuff
Park
compared to what we
take
do
the cruise
now.
level, which is used
But
for
you got to
cruise
remember
boosting,
that people who are
34
watching
must
this,
be
and
returned
especially people,
afterward to
if
finish
we're getting into the
So now,
mindset
by
of what was
sacrificing
going
a bit
on
of
in our
time
heads
and
back
putting
then,
Patrick's
this is
team
all
back at the
advanced.
beginning of the run, he knew he could push back a spatula that would be
Yeah,
much
2019 was so
faster
good.
with cruise boosting to the end, and SHiFT knew just the one for the job.
2019 was the year that also just like we could have gone down a very different path. It really hinged on whether I chose to like lambaste GDQ for fucking up or the way I ended up handling it, which was, you know, accountability for myself and them. I think that really signaled to a lot of people we're not willing to put up with bullshit, but that goes for us too, like same standard. We can't be doing bullshit as well, saying shitty words and stuff. Pretty important year, pretty pivotal year for the game's culture. And this is just fucking classic. I can talk so much about this. I think that this take took 6 hours to get. Like this take of the, hey, B-Sauce, Josh here. The prawn. That took six hours to get this take. So let's watch it again and appreciate it.
Hey, B-Sauce.
Nobody saw this coming, by the way. The whole chat. Except for Josh, of course.
In the
Classic. But yeah, once he'd gotten that first take, like when he hit the prawn. I can't even do it. The prawn. Something between there. When he hit that just right, I didn't put this in the bloopers, but we popped off so fucking hard when he hit that shit. Loader and I, like, we both went crazy, and we took like maybe 10 to 15 more takes after that, but we just knew that was the one that we had to use. How are the runs today? We're gonna go back and do more later, but I thought we'd do this because it's the, you know, the 2-year anniversary, and I wanted to take a look at it. Plus the 1 frames are pretty bad, so I wanted to look away for a little bit and then go back. I think at this point, any percent's much more mental than it is like just grinding as much as possible. It's pretty tough, man. Like getting into the low 43s, some hard shit.
Cases of the Flying Dutchman and RoboSpawn.
But yeah, he nailed this. He did such a good job. And like getting this all together too. I already said that it was a logistical nightmare doing all this shit at the start of the pandemic. Like getting him the microphone. I had to buy him a microphone and an interface to get the quality that we wanted. And even then we didn't have a mic stand, so like we had to like have him stack crates that you'd use for like groceries and like sit the mic on top of it. It was a whole fucking mess. It was so hard. And the green screen that we used was like so low quality too. I don't think that we had, I don't think that Nick, no, we were able to do this on our own. We got the green screen keyed out on our own, but I know for the Ringo one, it wasn't quite right, where like the green screen was like the light was hitting it the wrong way, and we had to help him. We had to get him to help like key it out, like mask it.
Right? Wrong.
Yeah, the whole like doing skits like this. I don't think that history videos for speedrunning were doing this before we did it. That fucking, he was so good in this, man. He nailed it.
Way back during Cole's days,
he was so good. Yeah, like I said, like looking back on this, it's pretty revolutionary, this video. This was the one.
Noticing the similarities between game engines, a glitch hunter named 4 decided to try this in BfBB a year later.
Yeah, pre-fame 4, by the way. He's gonna be doing all right at some point, man. He's got the drive to make videos.
It worked. 4 coined this strategy.
This is so classic, dude. Recording your screen with. And that's another thing too, is nobody could appreciate the fact that he swore there and like how funny that is. It's still funny like how casually he says it, but the Moist Critical audience, when they rewatched this shit earlier this year, they didn't get that. Like Josh just does not swear, and he did that for us. He was a real trooper. Yeah, this is a great video.
And lo and behold, the prawn was skipped.
The prawn.
Oh wow.
Shoutouts to the shirt change. We made him do that. We had the idea, like I think it was Loader who had the idea, just like change his shirt, like mid thing, just change his shirt and go, oh wow. Like we had him change his shirt and then change back to the shirt he was wearing before.
SHiFT started using prawn skip in his any percent run.
Super inefficient, but it was funny as hell.
Early game method of defeating
yeah, he did such a good job. And I really tried to only include people here, with the exception of Uncle Al because of the fish announcer voice. We tried to only include people who were just relevant to the period. And people don't know that Josh actually ran this game in 2016. He did the Robo Sandy runs back then. So even though it wasn't full game just yet, I think he started doing full game runs in 2018. He was still part of the community and he was still doing stuff.
Negligible time lost from completing.
So I wanted to include him. And he did a good job. We were originally thinking of doing, well, Loader said that he wanted to do a Vsauce parody. That was like his special request as being part of the video and like being the narrator and all. He wanted to do a Vsauce parody. And it was going to be him doing it. But like, I thought it'd be really weird if he just like came in and did the Michael Vsauce impression, even though he'd already been narrating the rest of the video. Like, he just come off as like bizarre. So I'm like, I want to include Josh in this. I wonder if he'd do it. And yeah.
Already know. And as always, thanks for watching.
SHiFT began grinding runs with.
That was me. I wanted to cut him off because I thought it was funny. And then it became a running gag for the rest of the video, just cutting him off on shit.
He'd been getting some wild paces lately and didn't see the
wild
need to update strats just yet. SHiFT, on the other hand,
yeah, look at how patient he is. See, that's the thing is, like, in this era, all you had to do to be good at the game was be patient and be good at cruise boosting. Also, I had to re-record that on my own, just missing Dilemma. It pained me to have to record myself missing something like that. But I couldn't find footage of myself missing it. From back then, at least. Yeah, just fucking this again.
Fuff
Oh,
missed
this
the
was
world
so
record by
funny.
5 seconds after failing the notorious
I think it's aged pretty well. I think that the
but
coffin
still
joke,
managed to clutch
even
his
though it's
own
not a
105.
popular meme
After
anymore,
finishing this
it
run,
aged
Fuff
well because of
decided
the
to take an
editing and like
extended
the
break from
the
100%
different the
and focus
remix.
on 100% until the end of the
Yeah,
summer.
Fuff did
The
not
world
end
record
up
competition
reclaiming the
paused
record, even though he could
indefinitely
have.
as SHiFT and Fuff
So it's
worked on
fair to
optimizing their
talk
own
about it as world
focuses
record competition,
solo.
even though he
When
didn't
the
quite make
competition
it.
for first place had come to a
What's
close,
happening? We're
the
doing our
NPC
2-year
speedrunner and
anniversary of the
Bottom
History
Bottom
video part
community
2.
both continued to thrive. On July 7th, SHiFT finally achieved
I made a bigger
personal
effort to
best
include
with
more
the new
music from other
concept route,
platformers in this
improving
video
his world
too.
record by
Just again, like keeping it with the theme of branching out to the rest of the speedrunning community. We're trying to expand the universe, so to speak.
Since his first 105, SHiFT had started using his microphone throughout the entire
This is the
run
real
rather
birth
than
of
just in
SHiFT.
specific moments to communicate.
This is the
It was a
birth of
change
the
pace
SHiFT
from what
rage.
viewers came to expect at this point.
Yeah, I
And
want to
allowed
get
him
him
to
on.
share all
I mean,
the
there's a whole
greatest
big thing where
moments
like he moved to
and
Korea
the
and he's like
opposite
getting
world
settled there and
records.
whatnot. And I'm still not ready to work on them, but yeah, life gets in the way. People get busy.
Where can I even cruise boost? What am I gonna do?
You know, I'm not ready to work on them right now anyway.
Some admired
I want to get
SHiFT's
back into
display
making
of
videos
passion,
though.
while others
Started earlier
just
today
couldn't learn.
actually.
Members of the community questioned how SHiFT's behavior would impact the image of their community, while others became hooked.
And what we mean by many is like just a couple of people, because like as a percentage, like a couple of people is like half the community at this point. I think it was mostly Peanut, maybe. I don't know. Some people didn't like that I
But SHiFT claimed
got
that
mad
things
on
allowed him to
stream.
cool
People
down
still don't
after
like
tragic
it.
time loss to avoid
You know, I don't really care.
And his
There's a point where it's
personal
excessive, but just
best
like
seems to back this
there's
up.
nothing wrong with being upset at something you care about. But you gotta be fair. You gotta be fair. People were saying at the time.
And I called the 510, by the way.
This controversy would stay relevant for the remainder of the summer, especially as other
I mean,
runners grew.
I was pretty toxic at the time. I was pretty toxic toward people in my chat, for sure. But I couldn't find any examples of it.
more passionate as well.
Or maybe I just chose not to include them.
As summer progressed, the
That's
shared
classic
endeavor to
though,
revive
fucking
Battle for
Jared.
Bikini Bottom
And funny thing is though, this is still
As summer-
really fucking loud, but I had to like, I swear I toned it down like 10 decibels. It was so fucking loud. I couldn't leave it that loud,
progressed,
man.
the shared endeavor to
And I like
revive
how you
Battle
just
for
see his
Bikini
name
Bottom
on the
formed a
screen
small
after that
community,
too.
which seemed to be a first in the game's history. In the old era, the runners were merely just
Oh, this is a
friendly
classic
acquaintances
bit
with
coming
shared
up.
pastime.
This is
But
the
in this
best
new
bit
age, the community
of
would
all
break its
the
ice and become something
2.5
more than just a
hours
group
this
of
runs
friendly
for, both
acquaintances.
parts.
They'd become
I had to go back and find all their old profile pictures, make it, you know, very nostalgic. Yeah, this is the one that Music Man composed. And of course, Uncle Al. The guy's a sweetheart, by the way. He had already been like pretty popular on YouTube, making his like canned coochie stuff leading up to this. I can't talk over this. We're gonna have to. But he'd already been pretty popular. But I just kind of reached out to him on a limb, like, "Yo, do you want to work on this thing? It's a history video on a SpongeBob game." And yeah, he didn't even know. Like, I think it was his first time being commissioned for something. I'd have to assume. He'd only been doing his own stuff until that point, but like he had a lot of fun working on it, and it was awesome working with him. He was so good. There are a lot of like unheard takes that he did. He did a lot of different takes for the different lines and stuff, saying it different ways. Yeah, he did a good job. I really appreciated how much effort he put into it. Because he was just a stranger, and he's just a nice guy. I don't know.
The only thing quicker than his movement on the sticks is his lightning.
Oh, I remember typing up this guy. I was like laying on my couch with my laptop all bunched up.
Bitches to pay for.
Seriously, dude, what the f are you talking about?
This is funny as shit. This clip actually is from a future time. This was actually after the first GDQ, I'm pretty sure. This clip is from like post GDQ. But I just took the splits and superimposed them on the right side of the screen because I wanted to make it, you know, I couldn't find a clip of me saying some head-ass shit. I knew I was saying it, but I couldn't find any clips because this is before Twitch had clips. Before we actually had clips on this website, we used the thing called Oddshot to get clips, and Oddshot's dead, so we don't have any of those clips anymore. So I had to use a clip from back in 2017, or at least like at this point it was forward in time. And I just superimposed the splits on the right side of the screen from this point of the history video so we don't spoil the times. That was a big thing too. I tried my best to blur out the splits for most of these parts of the videos where we're showing gameplay, just so we don't spoil stuff. And at the bottom right you can see like behind the stuff, the YouTube overlay, like world record is blank by SHiFT. I had to blur that out in a lot of people's layouts too, just so we wouldn't spoil the timeline for the history videos. There was a lot of like post blurring and shit to not spoil stuff. But he was so good. Uncle Al killed this shit. People thought it was the real guy. People thought it was the real guy. The chat was going crazy.
If you have bitches to pay for.
Seriously, dude, what the f are you
People thought he was
talking
Mr.
about?
Lawrence.
Giants with a lifetime of experience in casino.
And again, like, this is just like showing instances of bad RNG in the games that he's ran in the past.
He's bound to erupt if
It's like
things take a turn.
this guy just gets pissed at games and he runs rage-inducing games. Oh yeah, this is another clip from 100%. Yeah, his 100% runs that were taking place a year and a half in the future from this, I think, right? Yeah. Something like that. Maybe a year. I was in this call. I think I like goofed on him. I'm like, how the fuck did you lose? You suck. You lose. Classic Jared's Giants clip. But yeah, this took place way after all this was going through.
Jelly Swagger, Cole's young ward, trained from birth by the wise sage.
Yeah, so this is all just like not explicitly saying it, but Cole actually taught Jelly how to play the game when he was 11 years old. Cole might have been like, if Cole is my age, Cole would have been like 16. He probably would have been like 16, maybe 17 when he taught Jelly how to play. But yeah, the whole Batman and Robin gag, we used to make fun of him for being a child because like Cole was like the old man who taught him how to play the game. We always goofed on him for being the youngest out of all of us, but he wasn't even that much younger than Jared. Like, he was 14, Jared was 14, I think Ringo was 17, I was 19, and Red Moss was 18. But we were all teenagers. All of us were teenagers. Yeah, Cole taught him how to play the game. We made fun of him for that. I don't know. It was just funny. Being a bunch of shitters. This, I really wish we had the fucking video for this, man. The VOD of this. I remember it like it was yesterday. Playing Minecraft on my laptop while streaming at the same time. That's why the frame rate's so fucking bad. Look at how bad this is. Like when the particle effects come on, you just like 2 FPS. What a classic, like fucking. Do you guys remember The Grapist? The skit on YouTube from like 15 years ago, The Grapist. That was Fuff's name on Minecraft. It was like The Grapist with a bunch of numbers after it. But we put the Fuff thing over it. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember who made it. But yeah, the FPS drop is like... Yeah, we did this for clarity. Nick also did this for me as well. He put the Jelly Swagger and the Fuff 118 over that. God, this is so class. I really wish we had the full VOD for this, man.
And Fuff, the 118th, makes...
It makes it so much easier to follow the story when the SpongeBob characters are all just tied to individual people. We were so passionate about it, man. We all had our SpongeBob personas running the SpongeBob game. It was so cool.
Sponge runs smooth like maple syrup, or some other Canadian thing.
He did such a good job. That sound effect was so hard to find. Jared was the one who found it at the end of the day. Jared did a lot of little small things to help this video, man. I think I gave him a special thanks, right? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, but he found that in high quality. We tried getting it from the episode, but like, I think that the narrator was talking over it. I don't remember what he did, but I have the file. This is just fucking hilarious. Just like, yeah. And also just like having Potty like dangle back and forth. That's literally just like the actual episode. He doesn't hang this long. He kind of just starts talking immediately. He's like, that's it. But I had to like cut this and like flip it around and play it in reverse and then play it in reverse again. Yo, Dirk, what's up? It just goes back and forth. He's kind of just dangling there.
And although Cole lurked in the shadows, he'd eventually debuted.
What a classic! And then,
profile
yep,
picture to match the
Cole was such a good sport. Like at this point, this guy had almost moved on from speedrunning. He was still paying attention because, like, it was his dream to have the game into GDQ, and I think that he could tell there was something special going on here. Like, it was going to get in, and the game was going to blow up. So he was still keeping an eye on it. But he was a good sport, man. We didn't even ask him to. He just saw that we were all doing this with the profile pictures, and he changed his to Mermaid Man.
He'd always been there, just watching.
He was so base. And also, like, he was kind of just, like, hanging out in some calls with us at some points. We were talking about the game and streaming, and he was very quiet, and we were all being a bunch of fucking shitters. He was just so quiet, sitting there just, like, observing us being a bunch of shits, and we could tell that he thought it was funny, man. He was sitting there laughing at us, just being a bunch of dorks. But that profile picture that's overlaid in the back is what he used for his Discord profile picture. The fucking high mermaid man. He used that in the back of his... He used that for his Discord profile picture, and the cold, classic profile picture of him just standing there. Like, this was his Twitch profile picture.
Other runners. He'd always been there, just watching silently.
Yeah, he still speedruns. He got back into it at one point.
The super acquaintances...
He reached out to me last year when the whole gamer gunk shit went down, and asked how to soft mod his Xbox.
Konasumi and some of the other runners that were
Ringo Tongo and Red Moss 101.
That revived Battle for Bikini Bottom.
This is a period image. This is a meme that somebody made, like, around this time. And bottom right corner, the classic Kona profile picture. We had the SLD. That was Cole's profile picture before the Mermaid Man switched the Cole thing.
Second time.
Classic,
Dedicating himself
dude.
to the grind, SHiFT needed to address an ongoing issue with his
Classic.
Xbox 360 to further optimize the 80% world record. Up until this point, SHiFT's
Dude,
Xbox
that
360 had
that
some emulation
super
bugs,
acquaintances
forcing him
bit
to
was
do
in the
workarounds
bomb
for some of the
shelter.
strategies Cole and Fuff
I didn't
had
let
used
anybody
on the
see
grind
that except for I think like
Unable
Music
to find
Man,
another
and I
Xbox
think Jared
360
saw
for
it.
sale locally. He ended up buying an original Xbox from a friend in his town just to
Yep,
give it a
because the
try.
Xbox 360 had the problem. I think that we actually solved this. Like the not being able to bash to get the spatula and the chum bucket and the other stuff, like not being able to get the tikis. I think that Skywise figured out that it has to do with your resolution. Like if the game's at upscaled to 1080p versus 720, it behaves differently on Xbox 360. It's so fucking weird.
The original Xbox was slower than the 360 since the only completed run with it.
But either way, like the 360 was slower and we just didn't know.
Little did they
The person
know,
who
with a more
ran the
updated
game
model, such as the one that SHiFT
with
had
the
just
Xbox, the
unknowingly
only person on the
acquired,
leaderboards who
small
did
bit
it
of
had a
time can be
Thompson
saved
drive.
from
Just
each
shitty
voting
luck.
screen in BfBB. It was later realized that the switch to OG Xbox saves nearly 1 minute.
But yeah, it
throughout
saved
the
a lot of
80%
time.
Speedrun. And with an Xbox in good health, these fast loads were also 100% consistent.
We had, and again, this video predates the gamer gunk. We didn't know that the disc quality affected stuff as well.
SHiFT began using the original Xbox.
Didn't really affect the loads, but I think that the scratches could have affected like the stuttering on like certain cutscenes and stuff.
On July 10th and quickly got a run that finished in 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds.
No, I think that this was the first game that he ran. I think that at least the first SpongeBob game.
As of this world record, real-time runs had finally eclipsed their tool-assisted counterparts. SHiFT's 104 cut Hazel's
Yeah, 104 was like, it happened so quickly. 103 was really the first like legit, like that was the first time people said like, oh, the game is dead when that happened.
So I'd say it isn't even comparable.
Yeah,
and of course, like, you know, I didn't believe that shit. It was fun to celebrate it, but like, I tended not to dwell on the successes back then. I really tried not to. There it is again with the gameplay overlaying and flying across the gameplay. So distracting. I really tried not to dwell on stuff and just focus on doing the next
final
thing.
minute achieved in Battle for Bikini Bottom, any percent. For over a week, SHiFT would get runs on paces barely capable of 103, but they always seemed to crumble deep in the run. At this point, Battle for Bikini Bottom was a lot more optimal.
Yeah, I tried to really
old era.
keep the Twitch. See, like, the Twitch chat was schmoovin' at that point because of the KEK W. I really tried to throw in stuff like that.
Found during the sudden boom of strategy.
That was Loader's idea, by the way, the Alaskan bullworm parody.
SHiFT eventually got a run.
Alaskan bullworm, it's big, pink, and hairy.
Yet the exact date is unknown, and the VOD no longer exists.
One of the things I tried to really do here, as well, throughout the video, is include Squidward's dream multiple times from different eras of the summer and, you know, the fall and whatnot. Because, like, back then, an era in this game was like a week or 2 week period. That's how quickly the game was moving. Yeah, it actually is on my channel. It was an oversight. It was just called something else. I think it was like under a different name. But yeah, I tried to include Squidward's Dream as many times as possible in this video to really show the movement progression. You can just see that like I'm getting better at the game as time goes on.
But when SHiFT finally got another run past...
Funny thing is too, in the first video, there was, I think it was a 126 that Cole got. And we said that the VOD was lost to time. But it actually wasn't. Cole reached out to me after I uploaded that video and said I really enjoyed it, but I also have this for you. I found this this highlight of this run, so he sent me that, and yeah, we have it now.
Let glide.
The lost Cole record. And I watched all of Cole's records to make the first one too. Like I had to like make sure that nothing was left out, like all the cool strats that were used at the beginning.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what it was the whole stream.
Shit! Holy fucking shit!
There was so much cool stuff like this. Like people were so passionate about this game. They had the fan art. More than one occasion there was fan art from this era.
It's over, boys. It's finally over. Holy shit.
Yeah, we were all like, the game's dead. No one's ever gonna beat this.
103 was now here.
20 minutes
The
faster.
community paraded about how the game had finally reached its limits.
That's right, yep.
Deep down,
Nathan
they knew there
Juicebox.
was still a lot more work to be done out there. 2 days later, SHiFT broke the 80% world record.
Yeah, literally 2 days later, just beat that shit.
This time using the
That's a big
forbidden
trend in
skip to
2016.
save
Like,
9
the game's
seconds.
dead, and then 1 day later, it's like,
It
yeah.
was forbidden because its perceived inconsistency forbade runners
The name
from
Forbidden
using
Skip
it
is
if
so
not to
funny. Like, we were
recover
just
runs
so,
that
like...
already bad.
Also,
But
shout-outs
as
to
runners
Gibby
started
Skip.
using it more
Classic
often,
Fuff
it
meme.
seemed to get a bit better.
Holy shit, I did it.
This trick saved 9 more seconds off the run by landing a precise
9
bowl
seconds,
off the
not
spiked
bad.
block to launch toward the bouncing ball
9
spatula.
seconds is so
Despite
much
its
time,
learning
dude.
curve,
Even back
SHiFT
then,
was
it
willing
was
to
so much
shoehorn it
fucking
into the
time.
run just to have those extra 9 seconds. It seemed at this point, time saves that seemed previously pretty small were starting to look kind of pathetic.
The original edit for that was so over the top with the song playing.
Anytime soon.
Jared's gonna fucking global himself again.
But SHiFT was running out of time save again.
Yeah, that's not true,
He
Chunk.
brushed through the archives once more.
That is
Searching for
a stretch,
potentially useful strategies that were once
to say the
phased out,
least. Yeah, here it is
just
again with the
never
overlay, but this is fine
But
because it's just
nothing
like
stood out as
extra
useful.
information.
Something entirely new was needed, and perhaps the key wasn't as far into the past as he initially thought. When approached by SHiFT for his routing endeavors, Fuff recalled that while running on the GameCube version, he used to collect the Save the Children spatula during his any % runs. This spatula is awarded to SpongeBob after popping the 5 sets of balloons floating around the beach, which the children are clinging to for their dear lives. Mrs. Puff awards you a spatula for saving all of them.
This is too funny.
Well, most of them. But Fuff had
We used to
stopped
always
using
joke
the
about that
strategy
kid
after
just
switching to Xbox
dying.
and opted for Cole's spatula selection
Just like,
instead.
cause nobody,
Using this
they
strategy
did
after
something
switching
different
to
in
Xbox,
Rehydrated
opted
where they
for
made
Cole's
them like
spatula
fly up
selection
and then they
instead.
appear by
The
Mrs.
reason
Puff,
why
but
was
like
due
in
to
the
the
original
recycle
game they
being
just like fall into the
impossible
goo
to meet
and
on
it's
the
like,
Xbox
oh
version.
shit.
But to truly understand why, we'll first have to talk about parallel universes. I mean,
It was kind of sad.
version
Like if you look at the chat, not
Battle
even
for
back in
Bikini Bottom's
2020, a
Xbox
lot of
release
people
made
did
some
not get that
notable
reference.
alterations and improvements compared to the GameCube version. Its aspect ratio was slightly wider, and the audio is not compressed.
Maybe
or-
some people actually did get it.
Its aspect ratio was slightly wider, and the audio is
Yeah.
not compressed. Or
But at least when Moist Critical was
absurdly
watching it
loud
on his
in
stream,
some
a lot of people, like, that joke went
And
way
yes,
over their
on the
heads.
Xbox version of Kelp Forest, due to improved lighting effects, you can actually see what you're doing.
It's still pretty
The
dark, though.
textures are also full-sized, unlike on the GameCube version.
Isn't it crazy
with
how
a
much better the
downscale to
Xbox
half
version
of
is,
the
though? Like,
original
damn.
size. And of course, the loading times are faster. But you already knew that. The difference we're focused on for collecting the Save the Children spatula, however, is the increased draw distance on the Xbox version. With this increased range for NPCs and other assets to spawn in when nearing them, the balloon kids would
Yeah, the
render
Kelp
and begin
waterfall on
floating on their
GameCube
set
is
paths
insufferable.
much earlier than they would on the GameCube version. Due to the shorter draw distance on GameCube,
Yeah, I'm so
Buck could
glad
pop
this
all
game
the
had an
balloons
Xbox
reliably, so he could
port,
get
man.
much closer to them before they
And it
would
was
spawn.
actually a well
On the
done port. Like
Xbox
they didn't just
version,
kind of
taking
like
the same
shovel it
path
on
would leave
there.
The balloons scrambled and in terrible locations due to them starting to float around far earlier. But if a cycle that accommodated the Xbox draw distance could be solved, this could be a lightning-fast spatula. And a potential replacement for the extremely slow...
Yup, Ballroom was still in the run at this
ballroom
point.
puzzle. So the next day,
So the
after
idea was just
10336, Shift
getting rid of the
spent
ballroom
the
spatula,
day at the
putting
beach.
kids in,
To figure out
and at
where
this
to
point
start,
we
Shift had to
were
first
actually
acknowledge that
still
starting by Ray's
doing
lifeguard tower
the chum
was
bucket
not
spatula.
working. This was the start
Well, we're doing it
used
now,
on
but it's
GameCube,
different.
but
But
as
like
mentioned
we were
before,
doing the
kids
chum
end up
bucket
in
spatula
awful locations with the
before the
Xbox's
final
draw
fight at
distance
the end of the
between
game,
cycles. And
weren't
because
we?
we're
Yeah.
being pushed by a cruise boost, and some pillars sink when you stand on them anyway.
I think we
waiting
did.
around
Yeah,
for
we
the
were.
cycle is not an
Yeah, so we
option.
put that back
So
in the beginning of the
instead,
game.
Shift tried starting from a different area, the sandcastle. It made sense to start here because it is also the respawn point after drowning.
This
from
is just
collecting
interesting
people
in and of
with
itself, like all the
spatula.
different starting
Upon
points we had for
respawn,
kids
balloon
over the
cycles
years.
are reset, and the nearby box provides the perfect surface to cruise boost off of. And as it turns out, the kid closest to the sandcastle island ends up. in a
Yeah, no,
favorable
Xbox is
position
crazy,
even
dude.
with the
It's cool to see
Xbox's
them
increased
making
draw
progress with
distance.
XMU.
Shift would therefore make this one the first in the new sequence. However, after
I really
respawning,
thought that I had
Shift
the
only
routing
got
process
one
for this
shot
highlighted,
at
but I
hitting cruise boost
apparently
inputs.
only
If
had
he
just the
failed,
attempts
Shift had to
after I did the
purposely
routing.
drown in the moat to reset the cycle
There was a
and
clip
try
that I
again.
really wanted to
After
find.
numerous attempts, Shift got a
I
segment
was
going
routing
where
this,
the
and I was
top
getting
first
so
of the
fucking
balloons
pissed.
approached the next nearest
And
set, which seemed like
I know
the
that Average
best
Trey
option.
was there for it
And,
because he
as it
brought it
turns
up when
out,
I met him
it
in
was
person
also
at
on
GDQ
cycle.
when we first became
2 down,
friends.
3 to
He
go.
was like, I came
But
in
the
your
order of
chat
the
and
3
you were
kids
yelling
on the
at
beach
somebody
would be
about
less obvious.
how you'd be
The
mad
nearby
too if
kid
you were
on the
getting
shore
fucked
seemed
by
like the next
kids.
in the sequence,
And
but
he's
as it
like,
turns out, skipping
I already
and
love
going
this
directly
guy
to the
after
kid
hearing that
after
shit.
leads it on a cycle that floats by one of the beach
So I
pillars
remember him
in
saying
the
that to me
perfect
when we first
position
met, and
for
I'm
the
like, I have to
launch.
find this clip
Going
and I have to
straight
get
to
it
the
in,
next
but I
beach
couldn't
pillar
find
kid
it.
From here seemed to work out as well. Finally, returning to
See,
save
that's
kid
the
we
reason
skipped
why I
earlier,
save everything
which is
now,
also
man.
conveniently floating
I
right
have
by
all
the
my
spot,
VODs saved
allows
from
us to
late
complete the
2017
sequence
all
of
the way
5
until now.
and
Every single
immediately
stream I've
connect
ever
the kid
done.
with the spatula. This seamless sequence
We've got
also
it all.
allowed collecting the sock on top of the muscle bar. for
So
the
if you got a
well
crazy
concept,
memory and you remember some
0
whack, stupid shit that I
seconds.
said,
It had been the most satisfying segment that Shift had pulled off up until that point, especially with the
yeah,
added
that route.
difficulty
I don't think the
of
video includes the majority of the routing though. I think it's
so
mostly
the first set
just
of
doing
balloons, as we've
attempts.
mentioned before, requires a first try cruise boost to reach it in time for the cycle. But the added
Yep,
difficulty of
that's
hitting
why I'm doing the
cruise bubble
VOD
and
channel.
bubble ball on the
Most of
same
that
frame
shit has like
twice,
dated
that
language
kind of
though,
pressure was
or just
just
like
the
dated
surface of
like
the strategy.
attitude.
The movement
You know what I
required to
mean?
nail this trick was far more advanced than any
Low
other cruise
quality.
boost segment up until this
My streams
point,
are really high
especially
quality
with the
now. It's
added
just
struggle
like
of
streaming
hitting
is so
these moving
competitive now in the
targets, many
game.
of which needed to be
It's
bashed
past
while
its
falling
peak
off
at this
the
point, but
pillars
we'll
to
peak
even hit
again
them.
at some point.
This led
I
to
believe.
many failures, and worse yet, the first kid had
Dude, the
2
hitboxes on this shit's
different
fucking
cycles
dumb.
it could take, seemingly at random. The kid could either turn sharply into the pillar or continue on in a straight line. Both of these patterns required different timings
If you can
and
find it,
positionings for the cruise boosted
be
bubble
my
bash
guess.
to pop the balloons. So, on top of having to succeed in the single attempt at the cruise boost, Shift also had to react to a 50-50 almost
It's important to
immediately after.
emphasize
And
how
then he
difficult
had to
this was
complete
for the
rest
time
of
that
the
it was being
cycle
done.
with the most advanced cruise boost movement of its time. The rest of the community called him
I think that ever since
insane for
2016,
even
people have
attempting
always
this
looked
in
at
his
this game
runs.
as like one of
But
the harder
after Shift
speed
finished
runs, but now
developing
it's
a
just
strategy
fucking
and
stupid.
timed it
Like
to
this
save
shit's
half
insane.
a minute over
But back
completing the
then, like
rolling
people were
ballroom,
still
there
very
was just
impressed by this,
no
and it's
turning
important
back.
to
He'd begin collecting
be
the
clear
Kennedy
about
wall
that.
jump spatula at the beginning of the run
So that way
to make
when
up
we
for
build
being
onto it with
ballroom.
more stuff,
Then
it's
add
even
the
more
balloon popping
impressive, you know?
madness after cruise boosting was acquired.
It's really easy to be like, oh yeah, this is just like, you know, hand disabling, whatever. No, it's just fucking crazy, man. That's really cool that it even works.
Was ironing out cruise boost movement.
Yeah, how many games would crash if you did something like that? Just think about that. Imagine if the game crashed if you disabled the hand. Imagine if the game crashed on SBA. Imagine all this shit that just works. Such a good game.
Bill Park had way more to offer than just crossing big gaps and running faster in straight lines. And the fans.
And this is a very important point, because kids was the start. Like that strat was the start of like the cool shit, like the really cool shit. Not just getting a cruise boost and running and jumping across a gap. Like that was like really pushing pushing the game's limits for the time.
And a 103.19. Though he lost nearly half a
Super
minute
cool.
to saving the kids in his 103.24.
Look at
the
that
other two
comeback. Oh my god, look at that. plus 37 all the way back to minus 4.
Lost nearly half a minute to saving the kids in his 103.24. The other 2 world records had exemplary displays of this sick.
Yeah, so many runs died to this shit. Now it's like unmissable. Now we're doing this with an LCB now, and it's still like one of the easier parts of the run in my opinion, at least for me.
Beyond simply indulging in nostalgia.
The SpongeBob CRT.
The speedrunning community noticed SHiFT's daily attempts to lower the world record throughout the summer of 2016, and he began to build a significant following solely through speedrunning.
Yeah, I started highlighting all the weird shit, and like it was just cool seeing the chat. Look at Killian Beast in 2000. Dudes, look at all these OGs, man. Some of these people have been here for 6 fucking years. Killian was in my chat like yesterday or the day before. People were so passionate about the stream even back then, man. For so many years I couldn't see it, how good this community is. People were just like, dude, you gotta highlight that.
BfBB.
People just
So
love
many of
being
these
here.
New viewers either hadn't grown up with BfBB or were skeptical of how good the game could.
And that's another thing too, man. That's like, this is when people really started to respect the game for being the game, not just like a nostalgia trip.
Possibly be. They'd grow to appreciate the new and exciting techniques constantly being developed. The game was now continually evolving, and an organized effort to optimize what many saw.
Doing a goal. I think that Poisonous Hippo was the one who got the Xbox copy giveaway. The signed copy of the game. I remember putting that together in my college dorm, autographing it and everything.
As a random cartoon game drew a lot of attention. It seemed the amount of effort going into this speedrun was something that anyone could come to appreciate.
Facts,
Later that same
facts,
month, both
facts,
Jared
facts.
and SHiFT started averaging well over 100 viewers streaming.
This 100 viewer average lasted for maybe like, I mean, Jared was always very on and off with streaming. This is like toward the end of the summer now, right? Like this is like late July. Yeah, Jared was doing this for a couple of weeks. A lot of this stuff did not last very long. Like these like little mini eras, like I said, 1 to 2 week periods. But like, yeah, I mean, we were all averaging 100 viewers at the time. And eventually I started averaging like 200. That's when I started applying for partner. And I was starting to get really nervous that I wasn't going to be able to make it in time with people going back to school and me being focused on school and trying not to lose the stream. Streaming less often for fewer hours, but we clutched it out at the end of the day. Yeah, this is like, this is so nostalgic, man. I was going to go more in depth into the drama, but like I decided not to talk too much about it. I was looking for clips of us shitting on people for like, you know, getting on our case about like, why are you running a SpongeBob game? But I just decided to fuck it. Like, we don't need to immortalize that. I think it's enough to just say that like we started preaching about how good the game is, and people were just a little bit annoyed by that, which is kind of like silly looking back at it because people were just so jealous of how passionate we were. It's like people really just wish they felt that way about their games, so they were just like, they thought it was silly because it was SpongeBob. And maybe it was also a little bit of our like toxic attitude towards some people. I mean, it could have been a mix of all three of those things. But yeah, I know that like Perilous Peanut, his deal was like he missed when the community was more grassroots and humble and quiet. And like we were like very proud people. We were very proud of what we were doing with the game. And it was like a very different attitude than they were used to, with like Cole being very quiet and kind of just doing his thing. Streaming the game here and there. Like we wanted to hit the big time with this shit. We wanted this shit to be big.
Unpleasant as well. Especially as he became more vocal.
And yeah, I sympathize with this attitude of like, you know, quality over quantity now. I totally get it. But, you know, if we weren't clout chasing back then, we wouldn't be here now. Yeah, Peanut's definitely, I mean, we've all matured a lot over the years, you know.
Controversy surrounding the player's
Peanut's a
personalities,
good guy.
skepticism of a SpongeBob speedrun, it seemed like most people in the speedrunning community at large had an opinion on the phenomenon. But opinions aside, Battle for Bikini Bottom was...
This was handled so gracefully. I can't believe that my 23-year-old self handled this so well. Just not dwelling on the negatives and just focusing on staying neutral. Because I've always had a bias to be more negative about myself and my accomplishments and like the community and whatnot. Like I've always thought that things could be better. But I really tried to put that aside and just be neutral with this video, and it really shows.
Advanced strategy or competitively driven runner on the leaderboard felt like a solid step in the right direction.
This was such a big thing. We were such cultists. Like, we just tried to get as many people to submit runs as possible, but it worked. It got people into the game. Thanks, Moncat, for the 31. I understand that. It just interrupts you every time you try to watch.
Had only just begun. In July of 2016, Kona had finally tied up his loose ends and finished learning to speedrun BfBB.
Kona is the person who inspired me to use a PB cam. Fun fact.
Through SHiFT's tutorial video. He kept the game as one of his side focuses while preparing for his showcase of Ed, Ed and Eddie, the Misadventures.
Yeah, and like, while Ed, Ed and Eddie is like it's like a cool game for a licensed game, it was never really like, it wasn't like Battle for Bikini Bottom. It wasn't like a crazy ass, fucked up, stupid ass, movement driven fuckfest speed run. Like, Kona, always a solid speedrunner, but like, he really carried this game, man. Like, his personality was so good for making a game like this cool and like speedrunnable in a GDQ. Like, I think that GDQ was like even a little bit skeptical of like allowing a licensed game like this into the marathon. Like, this really set the groundwork for like the potential for SpongeBob to get in. I don't think that it's given enough credit for that. And also, like, again, with like Kona getting into SpongeBob, like, the game is like compared to even most games at the time, was just really fucking difficult. And it was definitely a big step up for him, and it was really cool to see him, like, you know, like, get into it and stick with it despite it being like a little bit more challenging than what he was used to, probably. It was just really nice to see him get into the game and like get along with the community and stick with it, even though it was like, he admits, like, going back, it was very, very stressful playing that game. And it didn't last for long. Like, he ran the game for a few weeks, but like, those few weeks he played were so memorable. He brought a lot to it, man.
Marathon, summer games done quick.
But yeah, this was important. Getting Ed Boys in the GDQ.
For over 100,000.
He also knew people too, which helps as well. He knew people on the game submissions team.
Decided to make Battle for Bikini Bottom his main.
Can't understate how important. Can't overstate how important Kona was to this community.
Well, until he returns, but still, I want to bump him.
The fucking eye laughed image.
Kona's streams of BfBB averaged over 200.
So many little Easter eggs thrown in here too.
Kona's streams of BfBB.
Just like typical, like, Kona just talking, and like, of course, like the Kona sock. The significance of this sock, when Kona was running the game, he was attempting the one-frame sock jump. We don't do that anymore because it's slow now, but there used to be a one-frame jump on top of the beach tower at the beginning of Goo Lagoon, where you collect the sock before doing the sponge glide. And, you know, it was considered more of an advanced strat at the time. It saved a few seconds or something like that over the next best option. But what he would do is, like, he would attempt it by mashing the bash button, which you shouldn't do, because mashing for one frame, even if you're frame perfect at mashing, like 30 times per second, which is like humanly impossible, pretty much. Possible, but like not consistent. Like, you're getting it at most 50% of the time. So he would just mash the bash button to get on top of the tower, and if he attempted it like 3 or 4 or 5 times and he didn't get it, he'd say, okay, we'll just get the Patrick's Rock Sock instead, which is like not even the next fastest option, but he just like got it, you know. So we just called it the Kona Sock because nobody would do it in the runs except for him. He just kind of ran the game how he wanted to run it. It was just funny. The classic webcam drop. Oh, man.
Okay, let's go.
This is a fucking... This is one of the funniest clips to ever come out of the game.
Oh no, dude. I messed up bad.
The success of
just like, you know what's going through his head, but he played it so cool. It's so good.
Averaging 150 to 180 viewers on their daily grinds.
But yeah, we started to really we started to pop off, and then Kona and I were like, ooh, time for partner.
Kona and SHiFT eventually began applying for Twitch.
But yeah, unfortunately, Kona kind of burned out of the game. I think he continued streaming after that, but like, he definitely was not averaging the numbers that he was averaging playing SpongeBob.
If I got accepted or declined.
Also, just like getting rejected so many times weighs down on a person, man. You needed so much persistence to get partnered back then. There it is, the persistence. And we also didn't even know what the requirements were necessarily, because it said like, oh yeah, average 500 viewers, have a good community, have an active chat. But like, nobody knew what that meant. And we saw people getting partnered with like 200, 300. Like, we kind of like, we knew that it was possible to do it with around 200 viewer averages.
To rediscover the game forgotten and twice revived. With this conviction, the Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunners.
So we're just like, yeah, we can do it. Fuck it, let's go.
Making it happen. Having established himself as the
Yeah, and like
fastest
Kona
BfBB
and Jared
speedrunner
both
by
like brought
far,
people from their
SHiFT
own
knew
like
he'd have to
speedrun
continue
communities
pushing
over
his
to the
own
game, and they
limits to
liked
keep
it
the
as
game's
well.
progression interesting.
I did
The
notice some of the people
expectations were now
surrounding
higher
Kona
than
though,
ever
like
before
the people
during
that
this
were,
era of
I think
nonstop
there was like a little bit of drama
Fans
and
piled
fallout
in
with
as
some of
they
this
knew what
stuff.
could happen at
They
any
were like
time.
getting a little
Just
bit
before
jealous
dawn
of the
on July
game. They started
31st,
being shitters
SHiFT
toward us
achieved
at
the
one
first
point.
102
But the LM boys,
during
Luigi's
this
Mansion
era of
boys, shout out to
nonstop
them. They were
world
always
records.
cool.
Fans piled
They
in
were
as
always
knew
all
what
for
could
this
happen
game.
at
Also, this
4 during
fucking
this era of
save.
nonstop world
Look at
records.
this shit.
Fans piled in
Look
as
at this
they
fuck. Like his
higher
foot
than
got
ever
caught
before
on the
during
thing, and I
this
still
era of
reacted to
nonstop
it in
world
time to
records.
jump. Like it got caught twice, and I still like, dude. Look at how far he falls, and I still get the jump. You can't jump there. This is all coyote frames. This is all fucking coyote frames right here. Look at how far I fucking fell and still managed to get back up here.
And just before
That's
dawn
like
on
one of the
July
greatest
31st,
recoveries of
SHiFT
all
achieved
time. What the
first
fuck even
102
was that?
only 3 days after his 103.19. With constant world record
Dude, this is like
uploads,
fucking
SHiFT's
crown
YouTube channel started
chakra
to gain more
activated
traction,
gameplay.
and by association,
Some
the rest of the
insane
BfBB
shit,
community
man.
continued moving further into the limelight. Even the comment section
I could have retired on 59 and went out the GOAT,
You're insane.
undisputed.
Included gradual optimizations nearly
But imagine how
every time.
fucking
Anyone
boring
checking
this
in
game
could
would have
clearly
been
see
if we
the
just
work
stopped there.
invested into these runs by SHiFT and the rest of the community. But these tiny optimizations were going to become far more important if one.
But yeah, every month was just like another
the game's available time saves
big
were far
minute
smaller
break,
at this
or
point,
every
with
2 weeks was like a
determined
big minute break, and
understanding of
every
game
month was like an
mechanics.
era.
Some routing changes
Such a
were only made
fast-paced
just to
time.
save menu scrolls. Now, SHiFT would need to dig
Like,
deep
how
to
could you
push the
not be
current
watching this
further.
shit? This was just the
Disappeared
place
for
to
a few
be.
days and returned
When
with
Moist was
new
watching this
motivation to
video
push
on
the
his stream, he
time
was even
past
saying that
yet
he was
another
watching this back when
new
this was all
threshold.
unfolding. He was
Amidst
watching
the
like
grind
as
for
sub 1
101
was
and the
being
hype
almost
surrounding Battle for
achieved.
Bikini Bottom, August introduced
This is a really nice
grind for
camera
101 and the hype surrounding
cinematic
Battle for
turn.
Bikini Bottom, August
I love this.
introduced several new
I started to get a lot better with my
They'd become
choices at
friendly with
this
some of
point in the
original
video.
super acquaintances, and some others who'd been around during the old era rejoined as well. Red Moss, soon to complete
Thoughts
his
and prayers
first
to
run
Chris,
with
by the
BfBB,
way.
and Chris the
He just
Fast,
got into
soon
a
to complete
pretty
his
tragic
second.
car
Both
accident.
re-emerged after having been absent.
He's
for
doing all right
years.
now, but
In due
like
time,
there's probably
Rico
going to be a
Tongo
pretty
and Red Moss would
long
become better
recovery
friends with
road.
Jared,
So.
Jelly, and SHiFT. The five would form a larger friend circle
Yeah, man.
based around
I've known
enjoying
that guy
their
for 6
favorite
years now.
pastime. Viewers could tune into any of their streams. And
Yeah,
find the
Moist still
others on the same
follows.
call,
Yep.
grinding away at
He's
those
an
creatures.
OG. He's been
At
watching
this
since
point,
like
the community
Siglemic.
had become closer
I think
and
it
more
happened back in
intertwined
like
than ever
April or
before.
March.
And with so many streams occurring simultaneously, there was almost
Here's another
always
example of where we had to
ways to
blur
watch
out
Battle for
stuff.
Bikini
Bottom left blurred out.
Bottom throughout each day. With
Splits
so many
getting blurred
outlets to
out
watch the game,
to not
prospective
spoil
runners
the story.
continued to gain interest. The group made sure to keep the full any % tutorial, along with the portal to their friends' streams.
See, and this
readily
is like the sense of community that we had. Everybody's fucking profiles looked like this, with like the other people who play the game. Check them out. Here's the tutorial. Click on it and watch. Like everybody was like promoting the tutorial. Everybody wanted everybody to learn the game. It was so grassroots, man. Like how could you not want to be a part of
available
this?
for anyone tuning in.
Great
It was a tight network
foundations.
dedicated to improving their game while making memories along the way. By now, it was also clear that
Not an
all
ounce of
the top
selfishness
runners
in this
were more than
community.
happy to pick up the Xbox version of BfBB to
Brings a
further
tear to my
their
eye.
career.
Look at that fucking leaderboard though. Look at the top of that leaderboard. That's elite, dude. Come on. Come on, man. That's just classic. Look at that lineup. Would you not want to play the game? You go to the leaderboards, the first like fucking 7 or 8 people you see, like, come on, dude. That is a lineup. Look at that fucking group.
And new runners felt encouraged to try the game with whichever version they already owned. After all, they could just upgrade to Xbox later in pursuit
We didn't
of
know
more
how good
competitive
we had it,
times.
man.
This culture was forwarded to
Things are
prospective
still
runners
good,
by
but
five
man,
friends,
I would have
and the
enjoyed my
tutorial series
time
they'd use to rebuild their
more if
game's
I'd
player
realized how
base.
legendary all this
Unmotivated
was.
And off the radar.
Yo,
were no
thanks.
longer terms that could be used to
So
describe the
cool.
battle.
Looking back at this as like a historic thing. The video on history being historic. Did Ringo have a Samsung B? Ringo had a Philips drive.
And
Nobody had Samsung B. We were all like Red Moss and I were on Samsung A. Jelly was on Philips, I think, or maybe he was actually on Samsung A. I think the one that I sold him might have been on Samsung A. I don't remember.
Off the
But there was a lot of conspiracy and theory on like what Xbox. That wasn't even talked about that in this video. How many Xboxes I bought, all different colors and limited editions to see if they were fast or not. There was actually a point when I switched to a slower Xbox and then switched back to a faster one. Like the later like 1 hour-ish times were all done on like a Philips drive, I'm pretty sure. Like in like November, October-ish. I switched to a slower one and I switched to a faster one after that, like experimenting with shit. We were so clueless. We had to figure all this stuff out, man. I spent so much money researching stuff. I didn't have money to spend. I was just fucking in college with no job.
Radar.
But I wanted this to be big. I wanted us to know how to beat the game as quickly as possible.
As summer faded.
But yeah, this whole thing about like this and this is no longer a term that could be used to describe the community. This is again just like essay writing 101. Like I wrote this like an essay and it was much more structured, unlike the first one, which is still good, but you know, the structure kind of came toward the end. I kind of like realized toward the end of the first one like what direction I wanted to go with the series, and then this one was kind of where it all came together and I figured out what I wanted to do.
Battle for Bikini Bottom's presence continued spreading further. Even some bigger names on Twitch would...
Funny story about this, I think that the day of or the day after this video released, excuse me, I need water. The day of or the day after this video release, Ray changed his name on Twitch from Brown Man to just Ray Navarez Jr. And now he's just Ray. Like he's changed his name 2 times in the past 2 years. So I was like, oh fuck. Because I spent so much time perfecting this video, making sure every little detail was like flawless. And then like he changed his name the day that I released it and I'm like, fuck. It's like the one thing.
Take interest in Battle.
But he loved this game. He played through it. He gave it a very fair shot. Unlike the Game Grumps. But yeah, you know. That stuff happens. Young Fi-Fi! Oh my god! How old is he here? How old is he here? Like, I have to be older than him at this point. Like, I'm 25. How old was he at this point? He had to have been... He looks like he's like 23. Yeah. He kind of looks like I did, like, in 2017. A little bit older. Yo, Baba, thanks for the 6 months, man. This shit's awesome. No problem, dude. No problem. Shortly after college. Yeah, I was gonna guess, like, he kind of looks like as old as I was, like, maybe, like, around the SBA diaper era. Like, the GDQ situation and whatnot. Fire Dragon. Yep. Young Fi-Fi playing Battle for Bikini Bottom. Again, with the Luigi's Mansion community having our backs from the very beginning. He liked this game, dude. He thought it was funny. And he enjoyed playing it. Always been a supporter. Fi-Fi was the guy, because back then, applying for partner was way different back then. You had to submit a form, and on the form you had to have like a recommendation. Like, it was truly an elite club. Like, to get partnered on Twitch, you really needed to have, like, beyond the credentials of just, like, the stream numbers. You had to have somebody recommend you to. And Fi-Fi said that he'd be I think, I don't remember the exact name of it. It's like a sponsor person. Somebody that recommends you, like, this guy is suitable for the partner program. But he was my guy. He let me put his name on that list, on my, on the form when I applied for partner. Every time that I applied for partner as well.
Speedrunning and Battle for Bikini Bottom had become inseparable. And with so many new faces rallying behind the community,
what an image. Great image.
Inseparable. And with so
they truly are inseparable. At this point, it was undeniable. Like, this is the speedrun game. This is a speedrunning game, man.
On August 11th, 2016,
Purple Lamp knew it too. The CEO and co-founder of Purple Lamp Studios said himself that he rediscovered the game through the GDQ run that happened as a result of all this. In case you didn't realize how important all this shit is, like, it's fucking, it's crazy. And look at how much I've improved in this game even after all that, man. I was nuts back then. Also, Loader really wanted to do his Ratchet and Clank voiceover here. Slim Cognito. I never played those games, but I gotta play them at some point.
And with very few minor changes,
I slipped in so many cool things here this video. That's a 1-frame jump. I touched the ground there. See that? You have to jump on 1 frame, otherwise you die there. What a recovery.
Minor changes to the strategy set.
I still PB'd.
Huge chunks of time just
I
from
still
optimizing
PB'd.
his own movement and adding more cruise boosts to the run. In the past, cruise boosting was only used sparingly in areas where the speed boost was needed to make spatulas viable for the run. But now,
Yeah,
seeing
man.
as Bikini
Yeah.
Bottom's
Dude, I've been
route was
talking
far
so
more
much, my voice is
optimized,
getting
saving
out of
a
whack.
couple of seconds per cruise boost was actually significant. If the
God,
player
all
could
this
hit
looks
them
so
on the
old,
first
but it doesn't
attempt
look old to
consistently.
me.
Around this
This
time,
feels like
Fluff also
yesterday.
discovered that
This
Larry's
is 6
collision
years
box
ago.
is actually a huge rectangular prism. Though invisible, it was the perfect surface.
Yeah,
for
Fuff's
cruise
100%
boosting
speed
and
runs.
marked the
Fuff was the founder of 100%. Like, Cole had done like a run of it, but he kind of did it as a meme. But Fuff was the first person who took it seriously, and he put the game under 2 hours for 100%, so
start of runners
it's
cruise
super
boosting
cool.
off of certain
It's my favorite
flat
category now, I'd say.
NPCs to avoid walking to the nearest wall. SHiFT began referencing Hazel's
Yeah, just
2014
optimizing cruise
tab
boost
in
spots,
hopes of
optimizing
implementing some of the
movement.
more difficult and obscure movement strategies into his runs, and began skipping
Yeah,
the rotating shipwreck wall
we're
jumps
adding the
with
task
cruise
strats,
boosting.
baby.
Fuff's 100% endeavors
Let's
also
go.
led to more strat discoveries in the any
That's when I started to get
such as
really
the
good.
new
I'm like,
route
I
for
can do so
Squidward's
much with
dream
this
that awards
game.
a sock for
Let's
the
do
low,
it.
low price of 0
But this
seconds.
wasn't Route Z yet. Route Z was,
These creative
dude, that
uses
guy's
of cruise
face.
boosting marked an era when Battle for Bikini Bottom became a far more movement-centric speedrun versus just simply nailing setups for
Yeah, as if it
difficult
wasn't
tricks.
already with the
This
kids
particular
shit.
run was looking like a lost cause, but SHiFT ended up finishing with a time of 1:02.18 after coming back from a 24-second deficit, closing out a new world
Oh my
record
god,
by
dude,
3
that was
seconds.
nasty. Look at
With
that.
big
The
comeback
fucking
runs
gold,
and a
come
nearing
on.
of 101, the summer
Come
of
on.
2016 was destined to go out with a
Also,
bang.
we didn't have a lot of
Run
splits
space
back
for
then,
101 would nearly
so you could play
reach
pretty close to some of
200
best. Not only that, the
live
game wasn't
viewers, as they
nearly
knew
as hard as
something
this. Oh
big
my
for
god,
101
look at
would nearly
that!
reach 200
This was
live viewers,
highlighted.
as they knew something
I found this
big
highlight
would
deep in my
happen
Twitch
soon.
archives.
Nearly a week later, on August 25th, 2016, SHiFT was on
Yeah,
its
vouch,
best
reference,
pace
sponsor, whatever.
ever. Half a minute ahead of the 1:02.18 out of Jellyfish 2, and still within a minute.
Be getting
of
some
of the
cracked
best
runs,
in the
man.
graveyard. At this point, the fans were on the edges.
I thought it was
of
so
their
cool that
seats.
Fi-Fi agreed to do
SHiFT
this.
entered Sandy's dream to perform
Because he
the
was a big
Texas
supporter of
Sponge
the game,
Ride.
man.
Nearly an hour into the run, only
More
this
specifically in my
Robo
stream, but
Sponge
like,
stood between him
he still liked the
and
game quite a
coveted
bit.
101.
Had to get him in on it. I fucking hated this shit, man. The collision on that wheel is so bullshit. Also, shoutouts to having 2 people in this video swear who don't swear on their streams. God, what an instant classic. I love this video.
His reaction to such a
Yeah, I was like
heartbreaking
starting to
loss
really
was in
figure
stark
out how to do these
contrast
edits
to
on my
those
own
of
at this point.
Similar misfortunes at the start of the summer, and he was even able to keep his head.
Yeah, we got the
straight enough to
character
close out a
development,
new
even
world
though I was
record
still
with
getting
that
mad.
same run.
It's all for the narrative, though.
It was clear by now
The
that SHiFT was
narrative
improving at
makes
managing
things
stress in
cooler
front
to
of live
watch.
audiences, and with that, his attempts became.
But what was
absolutely
going through my mind
non-existent
here is that, like,
live
I still
audiences.
PB'd, and people can clearly see, like, it's going to get uploaded to YouTube. People can still clearly see the potential here. This is before the VOD channel, by the way. Subscribe to my VOD channel on YouTube if you haven't already. You can just get all the runs and stuff and all the playthroughs. But I was just like, you know, I missed the sponge glide. It was kind of bullshit how it happened. It doesn't really detract from my skill in the game. It's just this shit. Like, am I really going to, like, judge my entire skill off of this? Like, no, that trick was bullshit back then. We didn't know how it worked at all.
Run.
So yeah, it's like, oh yeah, it would have been a
It was
101.
clear by now that SHiFT was improving at managing
Yeah, the wheel
stress in
just
front of
sucked,
live
dude.
audiences, and
I think
with
I
that,
counted
his
10 runs that I
attempts became
lost from like the
astronomically
fall all
better.
the way to the
Later
first
that same
59.
day, SHiFT
10
tied the
runs to
summer's
that shit
resurgence
right
of
at the
Battle for
end.
Bikini Bottom, the resilience of the community, and his own self-growth into one.
Yeah, we got like our own little mini arc. This is before I watched anime, by the way. I was just good at telling stories, man. Also, I like this montage. I don't want to do too many montages in the next one, but I want to also just mix in narrative with the montaging if I do want to do it, because I don't want to, like, you know, we've already peaked. We don't need to do this again. At this point, if we're doing more of this shit, like, it's going to be kind of hard to do it better without going way over the top. But this little bit, I took some criticism from the first video that the montages were too long. Which I think is fine, because we need to show more of the run, to show people what the run is like. But at this point, you've seen so many of these segments already. I only wanted to show all the stuff that wasn't redundant. And then show off the special effects and the transitions and stuff. But yeah, making this crusty-ass 720p 30 FPS frame drop gameplay look good was tough.
SHiFT's most iconic runs,
but it was fun.
Gaining significant traction on YouTube and causing him to reach the 1,000
I've watched mostly the
subscriber mark
classics. I
on the
don't really
platform.
watch
on
too much of
Twitch,
it, but
the movement was growing stronger than
you know.
With the game's popularity,
Look at this. Look at that growth.
The movement was growing strong.
And they said that SpongeBob and speedrunning didn't have any crossover, or just couldn't have potential.
Stronger than ever.
They were
With the
fucking
game's popularity
crazy.
skyrocketing,
We haven't even gotten to that yet.
2016
Also, just
community
showing
used
the
the hard
rocket,
work took
just
to
shoving that in
avenge Cole and
everywhere.
the other retired runners from the previous era. They began discussing the possibility of Battle for Bikini Bottom being accepted.
A year into my streaming career, I was at 40,000 followers, and this is back when Twitch was way smaller too. I was on good track, but I stuck with the game. I never sold out.
Back to 2013.
Never sold out.
Diesel even went as far
And then
to
we got a
plan out
remake.
for talking points for commentary had the game actually been accepted, staying hopeful
It was worth it.
each and every time. It was something that meant the world to them.
Yo, Slam, what's
chance
up?
to display their years of ingenuity on
Yeah, that's all
stage,
Cole ever wanted, was
thousands
to get the game into the
and now, the
GQ.
next generation of runners
Regardless of
believe
whether he
they
played it or
made
not.
that dream
What a humble man.
SHiFT submitted Battle for Bikini
Had to have
Bottom
him.
100% to Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. The Winter Marathon was poised
Oh, this
to
is
be
so
the largest
cool.
ever, and BfBB had its best shot at finally.
Yeah, the 101 was like a
Before the
crazy
summer
run.
survival of Battle for Bikini
I was
Bottom,
so
Jonah
hyped.
consulted GDQ
So many
community
people from
member
other communities
Ulrich
watched
regarding the
that.
possibility of BfBB's
That was back when the
return.
game was starting to really.
Claimed there just wasn't enough evidence.
People
that
weren't
Sponge-
very. Let's just pause on this, by the way. Just, you know. People weren't very verbal about it, but they respected the game back then. It wasn't cool to like it back then, but people still liked it. I'm just going to leave this pause and get some food quickly right here. Just, you know. Getting a little bit hungry. Been talking a lot. You guys ever have seed butter? Well, this has got 5 different types of seeds in it. We got the hemp, the chia, the sunflower, the pumpkin. You know, we got it all. Mmm. Delicious. Mmm. Mm-mm-mm. Maybe pour a little glass of water while we're at it, you know what I'm saying? Take a nice big sip. No, I got plastic spoons and I just dispose of them when I'm done with each individual. Hit up the vitamins, got the zinc, got the fat soluble B1, a classic. Got the vitamin D and the K2, classic. Got the curcumin, classic. Health is wealth. Yeah, so this is just the worst take of all time. But he was one of the guys who advocated getting the game into the marathon, so you got to give him credit to that. But like, you know, just one of the worst takes ever made in the history of gaming.
SpongeBob and speedrunning had enough crossover audience to make it work. Well,
it's just
4 months
complicated,
later,
man. I don't know.
Battle for Bikini Bottom had taken this.
That's true though. SpongeBob is complicated. It really is.
Well, just 4
This is a
months
very
later,
complicated
Battle
game.
for Bikini Bottom had taken the speedrunning community by storm. The evidence was laid out for everyone to see, and SHiFT just had to write a pitch to convince the committee to finally lay the 6-time rejection curse to rest. And
the game just got rejected over and over and over again. They submitted it twice a year for like 3 straight years, and they never took it.
needless to say,
And this is like when speedrunning was also like kind of smaller too. Like, GDQ hadn't, like, fully peaked yet, I don't think, during these times when they were submitting, and it still wasn't getting in.
Cole was watching silently from the shadows. SHiFT published his AGDQ 2017
They just didn't like SpongeBob, man.
80% on September 3rd, 2016. You may have already guessed by the splits, but just 4 days earlier, SHiFT broke the world record again with a 101.38.
The kid is nasty.
He just could not stop.
The
Between
kid
the
is
first
nasty.
and the second 101, SHiFT found a 5-second time save for collecting the spelunking spatula in Jellyfish Caves, naming it Rock Skip because you jump on the rocks to get.
This is a backup now.
The spatula.
If you die in JF2
the new risky
for 100%
maneuver
speed
and
runs.
potential run ruiner.
We didn't even go back to
Showcased
Jellyfish
in
in
the
80% anymore.
101.38 and again in the 101.14 achieved on September 9th, 2016. Then, on the attempt immediately following the 101.14, SHiFT finished with a time of 101.04.
True
All
back-to-back.
improvements and increased hours of
Classic.
grinding pushed the current route further than anyone believed possible, with very few major changes allowing the next.
But this wasn't the mother run. This is.
Following this PB, however, SHiFT.
You ever have a run so scary, like so scary good,
later, SHiFT
that people aren't popping off for it? They're just sad because they think the game is dead. Well, this is that run, because this run was fucking scary.
1 flat 32. In the aftermath of this run, eyewitness accounts state that SHiFT uttered something that few could comprehend.
This is the run that people were like, wow,
like this
might be it.
To this
But it wasn't a
day,
59.
regarded as one of the most
If it had been like a
optimized world
101 or a
records in
102,
history,
you know, maybe.
the end of an era
Maybe we would have
in
thought
80%
about
world record
stopping.
progression.
I wouldn't
SHiFT
have stopped, though.
completed a
I'd
run
never
with
had it
so
in me to
few
stop,
mistakes
but, you
that would
know.
go on to initiate
Just
the first
imagining
record drought caused
some
solely
timeline where,
by
like, the
optimization
extra
of the run,
motivation of the
as
59
opposed
wasn't
to
there.
hiatuses. Despite grinding for multiple hours each day, this time would stand
It had to happen.
untouched for a while in comparison to the veritable
Link to
grab
YouTube
bag
video,
of some
part 2
records.
command,
Chat and
exclamation part
community
2.
Reactions to this run were in stark contrast to those of the first 101. Ringo cites that there was a level of sadness watching this run finish off, realizing that the game's progression
Yeah,
might
it would have been
actually
weird.
reached a dead end.
It's just so
And
cool that,
things
like,
certainly
when
did
we
start
saw
to
the
slow
potential
down
for
the
it,
next month.
there wasn't even
For their
potential
knowledge at
for
the
it. Like, it
time,
wasn't
the
even
run had been
possible.
shredded down to its core,
And we had to figure out how to
revealing
get
what
it.
everyone believed would be the final crowning achievement in Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning.
And by we, I mean
The
I,
59.
because I had to, you know.
For titles of past, present,
SpongeBob
and
Museum.
future, taking a full digit off the run was viewed as the holy grail for communities
Yeah, I had to keep the Jack and Daxter shout out in here. But Odyssey Sub 1 was so fucking hype, man. That shit was insane. How many people saw that live? And what year was that? Was that 2018? They probably had a couple of thousand viewers watching that. But you know what's more sick than a 59?
optimizing games clocking
Two
in at
59s.
just above the 60-minute mark, and with the world record now wedged right between the hour and the 101
This game is
marks,
so
the
awesome,
debate sprang
man.
up
This
over
straight
whether
up
or
has
not
the
it was
best
even
history out of any
possible.
speedrun. I don't
To give you
fucking
some
care.
perspective, Hazel's and Old School's unfinished tool-assisted speedrun from 2015 was only attempting to cut the hour mark. But SHiFT believed that there was still room to push the game further. He felt an
Yeah, we're just
intense
cramming a bunch
grind
of
could
dumbass
eventually
shit
make
in.
the Sub-1 dream a reality. He and the rest of the community
And yeah,
acknowledged that
actually,
each
this was
time
around the
Swords came
time that I
solely
think
from
I switched
better
to
movement
the
would be
slower
extremely
Xbox by
fragile at this
accident. I was
point.
testing
The
it.
game would need new
It was the
strategies
Crystal
added with
Xbox
the
that was
sole
rumored to be
intention of
faster,
barely
but it was
achieving
slower.
59,
And then when
thereby
I switched
finishing
back
off
to the
progression of
Samsung
Battlefield
A
Bikini Bottom
unknowingly,
80%. If these wicked
like
strats
that,
happened to work in just
plus
one run, while everything else was near perfect,
I think I
it
switched
would
back
be
in like
just
December or
enough
something.
for SHiFT to become the first to beat the game in under 1 hour. And in support of these endeavors, the
I don't really
community
remember
rallied close
the
behind,
exact
with their own
timing, but
resilience having thrust their beloved title into the limelight 13 years after its
I know that at some point, for a very brief period, maybe in like November of 2016, there was a switch for at least a couple of PBs to the slower Xbox. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, 5926, no, 5928, yeah, that's what it was. 26 came later. I can't wait to work on the third parts of the history videos, because like this is like getting into like the classic SHiFT era where the community was so young, and I was starting to use my webcam. We were all starting to like get together and form more of a community surrounding not just like the game, but also just like the people who play it and watch it. People who watch it especially, like the other games we played on stream and stuff.
Initial release.
Oh man, 2017 was a fun time. 2 chats. The chat on the left is the reaction to this when it first aired, and the chat next to my face is you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, this was really hard to pull off. This is just a screenshot. We were originally going to have the cars moving in the background, but we ran out of time. I was going to get Nick to help us with that, but yeah, the shadow of the legs there, that's actually the shadow of Eminem's legs. Like, straight up, like, erased. Digitally erased from the screenshot. But this was, like, kind of tough to pull off. It didn't look bad for what it is.
Losing runs.
Wait, I never noticed that. Not Afraid, as much as we make a meme of it, the shadow changes from, I don't know if this is intentional, but the shadow changes from like one side of his legs to the other, implying that Eminem's been standing on the building for a really long time. Interesting. But yeah, the dog pants, the dog pajama pants, he was just wearing them, and I'm just like, you should just keep that on because it'd be funny. So yeah, classic Ringo Tongo rage clip. I think that everybody in this video had a rage clip except for Red Moss, because he never used the mic. Yeah, this is one of the things that we had Nick help us key out.
Might still be trying to get that pace.
This was tough. This is again from the Not Afraid music video, just like putting assets into the thing and just having him sit in the corner.
You could be doing this shit.
Dude, Not Afraid is just like
Ships
way
have
too
foreseen
fucking
the hard
serious,
stop
man.
for the game's progress in the 1 hour range.
But this is a reference to a video he made called Route Z. Just like showing all the fuck ups and bullshit resets with Not the Way, Love the Way You Lie, that's what it was, playing in the background. Just like as a meme. It's like, oh my god, my life sucks, I'm doing Route Z.
He referred to it as plan, or route.
Just emphasizing the depression of SHiFT doing the route.
Which truly encompassed the meaning of whatever it takes.
Yeah,
for
just
the plan
adding
is implemented
strats
to
that were
achieve.
previously considered.
Earlier
I mean,
that
like,
month-
let's be real. The movement in SpongeBob Museum was like beyond what the task was doing in 2014.
SHiFT had gone digging into
As
Cole's
far as
video
movement
archives
goes,
once again
for sure.
in search of more forgotten strategies. He rediscovered the older method for skipping Jellyfish Field Zone 1, which lured a hammer to jump off of and activate the checkpoint at the end of the level, rather than using Jellyfish Rock
Yeah,
Skip.
the
This
non-frame
method wouldn't
perfect
save
hammer
time
skip.
enough on its own, due to the significant time lost from needing a replacement for the sock on Jellyfish Rock. He'd need to make it
even faster.
on September
I was editing
17th,
this section
SHiFT uploaded
like
a video called
the
Hammer
day
Skip,
of.
which showcased a clean, modernized hammer
I was
AI manipulation where he
fixing
also
things up
jumped off
even
the
like the
hammer
day
skip,
of the
but
premiere.
this time set up a damage boost. By inputting a frame-perfect triple jump out of the boost, the cliff could be cleared without waiting for SpongeBob to drown and respawn. As a quick refresher, the window to hit these types of jumps is only open for 1/60th of a second after SpongeBob's damage animation ends. On top of that, there are 5 different animations to react to, each with different visual cues and muscle.
See, we didn't even know that at this time. I was just straight reacting to them. Like, we understood there were different animations, but we didn't know the order of them, or that there were even 5. But I realized this like early 2017. I put it together like, okay, they're all in the same order, and there are only 5 of them. So at that point, we started adding more 1 frames to the run.
Memory. Cole made use of these jumps in a couple spots when he ran the game, but the key difference with Hammer Skip was the risk factor. Missing the old school fountain
Yeah,
jump
these are a
and the
lot
Goo Lagoon
lower
tower jump
risk.
to the sock
And
landed
this
the
one's
player
slow
on
now. We don't
safe
even do this
ground
one now.
To try again. Each miss only cost a few seconds.
The one that I was
With
talking
Hammer
about, the
Skip,
one that
however,
Kona would
there was the
attempt and then
added
just give up
potential
on.
of drowning and having
Yeah,
to
the Route
reset
Z
the
video,
whole
classic.
run
These videos are
before
also
frame
on
was
YouTube if you go
missed.
search for them as well.
There was a checkpoint backup.
Yeah, that's
but
dope.
relying on it
Cruise
saved
boosting's
such
fun, man. That's
minimal
what got me into
time
the
that
game.
In most cases, it
Giving
was
that a
good to
try.
reset anyway. Factoring in the sock reroute, the trick only saved 8 seconds. With the
Yeah,
level of
8
risk
seconds
and
now is
execution
insane, but
required
back then
on
8
top of
seconds
the
for
degree
something
of
like
optimization
that, like a
the game
1
was
frame
only
jump back
reaching,
then,
the addition of this
pretty
strategy
tough.
would make it far more difficult to get runs going. But Shift
Especially with the
next
RNG
implementation would
manipulation.
truly test
Or
his
not the
limits.
not RNG manipulation,
So, if
but
you
AI
recall from part
manipulation
1,
plus
the Rock Bottom
RNG
Museum was
of hammer
re-added
skip.
to the 80% route during the community's grind for sub 120, which was one of the many strategies.
That's a really cool strat, by the way.
So if you
On the
recall,
GameCube version, the lasers instantly kill you. So this is a pretty risky strat. But what Cole
next
does here is he
implementation
talks
would
to
truly test his limits. So if
the Barnacle Boy text to get invincibility frame
recall
so he
from
can
part
grab the
1,
sock and not
Rock Bottom
die.
Museum was re-added to the 80%
Really cool
route.
strat. I'm sure a lot of people didn't even catch that. This is a very difficult, not very difficult, but like it's like risky for the time that he did it, like 2013, right? Yeah, abusing iframes to get that sock. Because on the Xbox version you don't die instantly, but on the GameCube you do.
Swapped in place of others throughout the run. This was due to a new exploit Hazel found during the summer of 2013, which allowed her to pass through the laser walls.
Yeah, this is
without deactivating them.
the original
By grabbing the moving
Sandy
tire lamps,
Museum.
she clipped right past the lasers without having to go through the museum's tedious puzzles. And because of Sandy's gliding ability, this character was definitely the one for the job.
I love this
But 3
segment
years later,
because it
with
gets
cruise
so many
boosting
reactions
having
out of
been
Twitch
discovered and
chat.
its movement mechanics
Just
being
going
pushed
into
further than ever
super
before,
into
this
detail about
time
this
for a
complete
different
revolutionary
This
strat
time, Shift
for this
proved
level
it's
that
possible to
completely
save
changes
time
the
clearing
game.
museum
Like really
as
pushes
SpongeBob.
like the limits for what's
On
possible with the
September
movement in the
20th,
game.
2016, Shift
And then it
uploaded
just
a
like,
segment
oh yeah,
and
it saves 5
improvement on it
seconds.
later that same day that showcased the most
Like not even
advanced
as many
cruise
seconds as
movement
hammer skip
of its
saves.
time. By landing a precise bubble bounce on the rotating
This
turret
shit's
nodes,
still like
it's possible
hard
to
for
climb
today's
to the third level of the
standards,
museum,
at least
jump
for
a
like
huge gap, and
non-LCB
grab one of the
movement.
moving tire lamps to clip through the wall. Unlike the Sandy method, which allowed for gliding across the gap at a nearly set altitude,
But yeah, it's
gravity
slow
was in
now.
full effect. To make
Shit
the
was
stakes
risky as hell,
even
though.
higher, any
5
mistake
seconds.
between loading into the level and clipping through the
I was
laser
doing
wall
this shit because I
forced the
wanted
level
to,
reload,
not because I
and
needed
most
it.
of the
Well, at
time,
first it was because
the
I
run
needed
would
it, but
reset.
like as time
This
went
is
on and
because
I got
using a
better at the
cruise
game
boost,
and the movement
grabbing a
got better
ledge, or even
and the
stepping out
consistency
into
got better, I
place could
definitely
cost
didn't
enough
need
time
this
for
to get sub
SpongeBob to
1.
miss the tire
But
cycle.
was I gonna be a
Even though
fucking
Winnow did
pussy
ledge grab,
and cut it
still,
out?
as the
No.
ledge get up animation
No, we gotta do
automatically triggers
it.
upon
It wouldn't have been the
grabbing,
same
Sandy's
without
get up
it.
animation
And we
is
gotta do it in
twice as long
GDQ, we
as
gotta nail it in
SpongeBob's.
GDQ.
In order to
you know.
properly clip through the lasers, you must be in the ledge get up animation when colliding with them. In other words,
I
SpongeBob's
recognize
window to
this stuff
correctly
was
grab
important for the
ledge
game, man.
clipping is half the size of Sandy's.
You gotta do the
This,
cool
along
stuff
with the
that is
added
also
difficulty of
fast.
falling onto the moving ledge
You gotta just go
rather
for
than
it.
hovering into it, made this first section of the new museum strategy
It's the history of the
most
game.
fearsome segment.
But look at
in
this
the
shit,
entire
man. That tire
strategy,
grab,
the most fearsome.
it's kind of
segment
crazy
in the
how many different
entire
ways it could have
game
gone wrong.
thus far. It had to be timed perfectly. And after clipping, Shift still had to go through the second part of the gauntlet. Having lost
Yeah, the
his
laser
cruise
stuff
from taking
in
laser
100%.
damage, he now had to reach
Right.
the balcony to activate another
Yeah, we
one.
still gotta
By
revisit
spacing
that.
a precise jump across the tires on the other side of the wall, it's possible
Look how
to
tight
skip the
this
ledge
is.
grab by barely skimming the surface of them. This was
So
important
sick.
to execute properly, as grabbing a ledge could cost a
Yeah, you
second
couldn't
and
go
a
too
half,
early or
and
too
outright
late because the
failing
tire
on
swings
checkpoint
back and
shift
forth.
at the
Yeah,
bottom
it's
level of the museum,
crazy.
forcing him
You
to
gotta
restart
reload the
level.
entire level when that
After
happens.
making it to the balcony, Shift then had to nail the cruise boost used for making it to the next tire.
This is
which he
before
used to clip
RCBs were
through the
discovered.
second laser wall. This tire was actually the same one used to clear the level as Sandy. But this time, rather than just being able to slowly glide to it, SpongeBob has to remove
Yeah,
the
this is one of
cruise
those
boost,
things that
drop
the
below
critical
tire,
chat
turn
also
180
reacted to
degrees,
pretty
and
well
grab a ledge
as
to
well.
secure
Because
the
like,
clip through the wall. Without a cruise boost active,
I-
SpongeBob regains his
you get
standard
so
turn
into the
speed,
description
which
of like
allows him
how
to make that
crazy this
180
shit is,
degree turn to
and then you
grab
just
the
get the
ledge.
yeah, it
After
saves
doing
5
so,
seconds.
Shift
Like
can grab
in
the
level, it
collectibles
doesn't
on the
even
other
save
side of
time.
the
It's just
second
the
laser wall
pre-level,
and finish
not
the
switching to
segment.
the bus stop.
Throughout 2016's evolution of cruise boosting segments, this was the crowning jewel. These jumps,
Yeah, the
leaps,
Sandy
and
grind,
maneuvers allowed SpongeBob
very
to
early
lead the same
100%.
cycle as Sandy, if
Like
done
very,
perfectly.
very early
Because the
100%.
strategy made the same tire cycle that Sandy
Those were the
did,
first 10-hour
only
streams I
time
did, like
saved
consistent
came from
10-hour
not
streams
having
over
to
that
switch
winter
to
break.
Sandy at the
Or
bus stop outside of the
was that even
museum.
winter break?
Balloon kids were
I think it was
pretty
like getting ready
scary
for
because
finals, my
this is just absurd.
sophomore.
The full strategy was quickly named SpongeBob
No, that was the
Museum
first
and
semester of my
saved
junior
nearly
year,
5
getting ready for
seconds
finals.
off of the 80% run for all of that extra
Testing the
effort.
waters with
The
10-hour
additions of
streams because I was
SpongeBob
doing a
Museum
longer
and Hammer
category,
Skip
which,
as
by
part
the
of
way,
Route
100%
3
was a longer
solidified
category
the
back then.
1:32 as
An
the end of
hour
80%
and
on
50
optimized
minutes.
era, and it marked the beginning of the run's degeneration degeneration into a showcase
Degeneration.
of desperate maneuvers. for barely any time save relative to what they'd expected before.
Yeah, man.
Now, world record improvements weren't expected to be greater than mere seconds, and not
Super
nearly
Flare Star
as
popping on the
frequent.
leaderboards.
SHiFT hoped to
Chris,
eventually
there he
achieve
is.
a low 1-hour time with Route Z, acknowledging the many stressful weeks and months ahead on the road.
Yo,
to the
Long Egg,
ultimate
what's up?
prize. During this time,
Yep,
when
2
Battle
years
for
since
Bikini
this.
Bottom's world record had finally found stability, the inner circle of friends began organizing community events.
Yeah, this was the
Daytona had
first
announced
time
his
that it took a
retirement
while
from
to grind it
BfBB back in
down.
August, and
It was just
Jared had
constantly
since gone on
improving until
hiatus
then.
from streaming. The community still had one of their 3 large channels to broadcast their next group endeavor, the revival of speedrun races.
That strat is so
Broadcast
fucking
their
cool.
next group
The
endeavor,
sandcastle
the
strat with the
revival of
umbrella.
speedrun races.
So fucking
Having
cool,
been a
man.
huge motivator for completing runs during the old era, the 2016
Yeah, the
community
robot
rediscovered
spawns.
fun
We're gonna talk
racing
about that in the
outside of
speedrun
the
explain
tournament
video
up
I'm
a
making
notch.
soon.
Instead of organizing group races,
We're gonna be
for
talking
leisure
about
like Cole and Hazel
in
have done on
detail how any
SRL,
percent
the
works
new
at a world
community
record
went
level.
with a double elimination tournament format on.
Oh god, look at this fucking list. Snap 32. Who's Neckin? Probably a different name. Yeah. Humble beginnings. Challenge. Loader and I were trying to like decide on like how to pronounce challenge, so we decided to make like a joke out of it.
Adjustment for the community's
Also, editing this shit lagged the fuck out of my
This seemed
PC.
like a fitting
Like that
adjustment
effect
for
was
the
like
community's
crazy.
own heightening competitive spirit in its second revival. Now the runners gain
Yeah, I
gold
love
feeds
the
with
old
restreamed
school
to SHiFT
footage.
channel.
Like, dude, doing this on I was streaming this on my laptop. The
And
quality
all
is
friends
so
outside the
shit.
races
Look at the
commentating
frame
together.
rate, man.
Yeah, he probably could. It's looking pretty, it's pretty one-sided.
Yeah, Red Moss versus Ringo, man.
Away from death there.
Ringo was not expected to win either of those
Streams were quite
or any of
successful,
those, but it was a
often
3
peaking at
game.
over
It was not
300
expected to go to
viewers
game
and
3.
creating many memorable moments.
That was the passion of this community back then. It was an over an hour long run. People were willing to do 3 in a row. Unbelievable. Just love
And
the
of
game.
course, it introduced SHiFT's viewers to some of the other community members that they weren't aware of, while giving newer members a chance to
Ew,
introduce
capitalizing
SHiFT's
the
viewers
F and
to some of the
BfBB.
other community members that
We've
they
come a
weren't
long
aware of,
way.
while giving newer members a chance to get involved. Battle for Bikini Bottom's
Yeah, I
close
did my
group
best
of
to include
friends
like all the
was
little
evolving
community
into
shit.
an expansive
But like I said
community.
earlier, it's got the formula of like talking about world records, strats, routing, community, and it kind of just like cycles through.
I mean, I was not focused.
I love this bit.
I had a lot of fun though. This is definitely the.
This is a high point in the video at this point.
Dude, you had like
Yeah.
almost 500 people at one point. Almost 500 people watching you.
And that's like also Crest, thanks for the 50 months. Appreciate you, man. This is 500 viewers for a random SpongeBob game at the time in like 2016. Like, that's pretty fucking impressive for like the time and how small Twitch was at the point. Like, this was big stuff, man.
Yeah, I played
This was the
better than
place
I
to
ever
be
had.
in 2016.
I'm gonna be upset about that. And Red Moss deserves it anyway. He's a god. He's a great friend, a great player.
With a community of runners grinding for improvement, a respectably optimized world
That's a
record,
great quote
and
from Ringo
viewership still
Tonga,
on
by the way.
rise, many were hoping the Battle for Bikini Bottom
That's the
would
spirit of the
finally
community.
hit the big time. On October 5th, 2016, the community gathered in the Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord.
I really
server
wish
to
we'd
repeatedly
recorded our
refresh the
reactions to
game's
this.
submissions
We
page.
didn't expect it
After
to get in.
midnight, the list of accepted
We
games
went
for
live
BfBB
after, but like
2017 would finally become available.
the VOD's
Having
gone,
witnessed many
unfortunately.
years of Cole's submissions being
Unfortunate.
rejected, Jelly especially hoped that BfBB's recent explosion in popularity would finally cause a miracle to happen. And at midnight on October 6th, anxiety would erupt into excitement.
As soon as you see the green, you know it's in.
Accepted to HDQ 2017. This would be the first time
Yeah,
BfBB,
man.
or any SpongeBob game for that matter, would be played at a
SpongeBob is
event.
complicated,
And
what
though
can
their
I
reactions
say?
have unfortunately been lost to
That's why I
time,
got in, 'cause it's
legend has it
complicated,
that
man.
tears of joy
It's
were
really
shed on
interesting
this day.
stuff.
After years of rejection, BfBB was finally free. One step closer to the dream, SHiFT would now select the commentary couch for the upcoming
Yeah,
circuits, with
that's
thousands of
actually a
viewers.
fucking good point.
At a game, he bottom any percent with
The estimate for my run in the first GQ, which by the way was a pretty generous estimate, is now the world record for 100%. 1 hour and 10 minutes exactly.
joy were shed on this day. After years of rejection, BfBB was finally finished. One step closer.
Nah,
to the dream,
I didn't have the
Shift would now
space. I
select
was
the
recording on a
commentary
laptop
capture
for all of
the
2016.
showcase, where thousands would
I think I
realize
switched
that
to my
one of their old
desktop at the end of that
favorites
year, but I
would
wasn't
not
saving the
be
VODs.
left behind.
Pretty
At
sure.
this point, Cole and Hazel had emerged from the shadows after hearing that their passion project had been accepted to the marathon. So SHiFT's absolute
Yeah, it's super
priority
cool
was to
looking
have
back
them
at all.
both
Dude,
by his side
100%
while
being
showing
an
the
hour
world
and
how
10 minutes
far
long
their
is
game
just
had
like,
come. But
the
unfortunately, due to
fuck?
travel
And it can go so much
complications,
lower
Hazel
too.
was unable to attend the event. Therefore, the final
So
couch for the
sick.
Battle for Bikini Bottom Any Percent showcase
Also, this
would be
elite
Jelly,
couch, dude.
Red Moss,
This is
and Cole
classic. Just had to get all the people
hearing
on,
their
but
runners across
I really still
generations
love the
together
most
for a
recent
last
GDQ
hurrah.
run
Through
with
hosting race
Shoei and
marathons
Jared
on SHiFT's
commentating.
channel,
That was so
community was
good.
able
We
to raise
nailed it.
just enough money to crowdfund Cole's trip
Great
to
end of an
Los
era.
Angeles Done Quick 2017.
After all the meme
With
shit we
Battle
did
for
on
Bikini
stream
Bottom's
playing Call of
premiere in the
Duty and
mainstream
Barnyard and
spotlight
stuff.
upcoming, SHiFT's motivation to master Route Z and achieve
It's good
Bikini
fan
Bottom's
art.
premiere in the mainstream
It's so cute.
spotlight upcoming, SHiFT's motivation to master Route Z and achieve 59 was now stronger than ever.
One of the things I wish I would have
Like,
done is
SHiFT's
make that
motivation to
59
master
in like
Route Z
4K or
and achieve
8K,
59
because you can see the
was now
pixelation on it.
stronger
It was
than
such a
ever.
rushed video.
His mind was
Also,
now
one of the
set on
motifs that
being
I
a
did
million
throughout
under
this
1
video
hour
is every
before
time
the
you see the
grand
golden
showcase in
59,
January.
it gets a
Later
little
that
bit
same
larger
month,
each time you see
another
it. Like it's
huge
closer
step
to the
forward
screen,
was
like it's
made for
physically
Battle for
getting
Bikini
closer
Bottom
to you.
community and SHiFT's
So you
stream.
should pay
On
attention to
October
that as well.
17th,
Little
SHiFT's
details like
persistence
that.
with applications had finally
Oh,
picked
dude, I
up.
love the evolution of the splits
On
too.
October 17th,
I like this one, like with the geometric pattern. You can't really see it because the bit rate's so low, but like it's a nice shade of purple.
SHiFT's persistence with applications.
You go to
finally paid off.
speedrun.com/BfBB and go to the world record progression graph.
You're now a partnered streamer. How does it feel, buddy? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The
Became
advocates.
partnered on Twitch through streaming speedruns, strat hunting, and community events of
Oh my
exclusive
god, the
Twitch
Pier
through streaming
Expedition.
speedruns,
If
strat
you want a cool video, search for the Pier Expedition on my YouTube channel. This is a really cool
hunting
video.
and community events of exclusively Battle for Bikini Bottom. Before 2016, this was an unthinkable feat. But in the new era,
It's still an unthinkable feat. Let's be honest, who the fuck else is
it
doing
seemed
that?
like
Come
the
on.
sky was the limit. Making its first appearance in
I can't
April
believe
and now
this even
already
happened.
Partnered in October, SHiFT Stream
Those are the OG Quickster badges.
became
You guys remember those? We have the new ones now, the remastered ones, the remade ones.
a
But
symbol of Battle for
yeah.
Bikini Bottom's popularity explosion.
look at that, Mango fans in the chat as early as then. I didn't meet Mango until 2017.
Throughout 2016.
I think
With
there was
the game
always a little
having
bit of
grown such a
crossover between
strong,
Melee and
passionate
this.
Community 13 years
Similar
after
attitude,
its release,
love for the
who
game.
knew how much more was in store for it? With a partnered Twitch channel and a network of
Shouts
friends
to
dedicated
Melee.
to streaming the game, Battle for Bikini Bottom's
Get
future
well
was
soon,
looking
chillin'.
brighter than ever before. 10 days after the partnership announcement, SHiFT set a world record in BfBB any percent with the newly added strategies. This run also showcased an exemplary SpongeBob
So
routine,
sick.
and overall
So
time
sick,
showed that proof
man.
Sub 1 could happen within the coming months. But it was clear with the execution and consistency required to save that time that it wouldn't be easy. At this point, Battle for Bikini Bottom's most difficult strategies had shifted.
I was really
from
trying to do a
slow-paced,
very
elaborate
slow
tricks
build up to
into
the 59,
fast-paced,
but without cutting to the
movement-intensive
chase,
sections.
and I think
The
I
museum's
struck a
execution
decent
being so
balance with
tight
the
to save
pacing,
those 5
just to build up the
juicy
tension and
seconds
make
made holding
people anxious to
paces
see
far
it, but
more
not give it to them right
difficult, and
away.
the stakes were way higher after getting a run past this dreaded
I like this
zone.
bit.
And after passing the museum, SHiFT still wasn't in the clear. He still had to pass Balloon Kids, Rock Skip, Texas Glide, Graveyard, and RoboSponge.
When you stack this up to the shit that we're doing now, it's super impressive still, but man, Battle for Bikini Bottom is
Goes
just
out
a beast of a
personal
game,
best.
dude.
All of that, combined with the added pressure of achieving the first 59, made stress levels
And that's the
higher
real
than ever.
pressure.
And that
My
was
vision went gray
especially clear
when I
to
was in
viewers.
the final level, getting that 59. I still remember it to this day.
It took almost an entire month of grinding to improve
Shit was
this
heating
record
up.
as well. On November 21st,
Yo, what's up? How's it going,
2016,
Stallion?
SHiFT completed an any percent run in 1 hour and 12 seconds.
It's my
a
birthday, by the
3-second
way,
boost
like my actual birthday.
Also, a run that no longer has video evidence. This 1 flat 12 was never actually a world record. Earlier that same day, SHiFT
My parents got me a Blue
another
Yeti for
1
my
flat 12
birthday that year, and I used it in that
despite
VOD.
being
I'm pretty sure that was the
1/10
first time I
of a
used it in a
second
record.
faster than the one you're seeing now.
You know what? I'm gonna upload this one. They got me a microphone for streaming. It's cute. And I used that thing for a couple of years, I think.
It may not be the actual world record, but I'm just gonna upload it.
This one flat 12 is the one that's still watchable today. The second
Yeah, it's a little confusing, I guess, but like
1/10 of a second.
I got that, and I was like, yeah, pretty much like this is back when Robopat was like totally fucking random. We had no idea what to do with it, and I got a run earlier that had like a really good Robopat, but the gameplay outside of it was really shit. And this was the opposite, so I'm just like, alright. Like, you see that fucking industrial park? Like, -6 to +11. Fuck that. That shit was so bad back then. But yeah, I was like, this is a better run. I'm just gonna upload this instead.
The other one was just like, this is just a better run, you know? I played better. I played riskier. It may not be the actual world record, but I'm just gonna upload it.
This one flat 12 is the one that's still watchable today. The second one flat 12 lost 20 seconds.
And that was in the same day.
Patrick's phase 3 spins.
Oh shit, I didn't realize it was that much. Holy fuck.
To RoboPatrick's phase 3 spins. At this point in time, the strategy for phase 3 spin manipulations was still inconsistent, and due to the run's new level of optimization,
yeah, just like bad SBA could have been a 43.
Critical for holding 59 pace.
43 was like a similar run where it was very high pressure. I still think it's the greatest day in the history of the game.
But even
all things considered,
one flat 12 with 20 seconds lost to
the GDQ in the 43
59 was just around the corner, and the hype surrounding Battle
it's getting closer physically, literally.
Not long after the one flat
the fucking
achieved,
rocket,
the previous world record skyrocketed in popularity on YouTube, breaking 100,000 views.
That's the spirit,
in
man.
A matter of days.
There's always something to do.
Holiday. Of course, many of these new
wow.
Of days during the
yeah, that was when I started hitting the YouTube algorithm. If you watched all the reactors, this is like the beginning of like React Dandy shit. People watching videos on their streams. All their recommended shit had my runs in there. Everybody was getting recommended these runs. I swear somebody at YouTube wanted this shit to happen. Like fucking insane, man. Like actually insane.
Of course, many of these new eyes were curious.
That was like Thanksgiving. I remember that. I was checking my phone at Thanksgiving.
Headed on over to Twitch to watch.
I was like, what the fuck?
59. Among this huge influx of newcomers, a good portion hadn't even seen or played BfBB before, yet were enticed.
This is such a good segment.
That they were now
so gracefully and elegantly stated.
Passionate crowd, this was how the game was meant to be played. Battle for Bikini
when you think of Battle for Bikini Bottom, you don't think about exploring around corners to find shiny objects and like laughing at the jokes that Mrs. Puff tells and shit. You're thinking about this. This is what the game is now.
Something greater. With unprecedented community growth complementing a newly
and now everybody's on the same page, man.
The final months of 2016
making more tutorials. We hit 100 runners that year. Wow. December 27th, 2016.
The grind for 59 continued with full vigor. Viewership rising, pressure rising.
My ass hurts sitting here.
At its most palpable. And
such a sick game.
It may have started getting to SHiFT's head. On December 9th, he finished in 1 hour and 4 seconds. Unlike runs he was getting a month
don't we all, man?
One or two major mistakes struck the final
I always give my deepest desires about Morbius in Flo's chat.
And some minor optimizations were added to
fucking
enhance the run's potential.
Tell he's had enough of it, but it's still fucking funny.
59 was no longer a matter of being
yo, Charles, thanks for the happy birthday, man.
Months prior. It was now looking extremely doable, and SHiFT's greatest adversary.
Oh god, I love Morbius.
Well, that and the floating wheel in the sky.
Yeah, it was pressure and also just like this fucking trick being bullshit. Everybody fucking missed this shit. Everybody hated this. I don't care who you ask. Nobody liked this.
2016, this was the ultimate point of contention for all BfBB speedrunners.
This trick ruined my fucking
got the Arby's on deck.
I had sex with
Fun fact, this was actually supposed to have the... So, I don't know if you guys are into rap music at all, but like, Eminem's Revival has a vinyl release for some fucking reason. So, the joke was going to be that we were going to stick the vinyl of Eminem's shitty album in the pile of shit. And we forgot to do that. So, we kept it in the bloopers. when he threw it across a field. I'll get more on that later, but like that field was going to be where we originally shot the M&M bit, but then we decided to use a green screen instead because we couldn't, like, we're like, nah, we're not going to do it in a field. We're going to do it like either on a building or we're going to do it in the actual thing. But yeah, we originally were supposed to have it in here and it didn't make the cut. I gave him a budget for this. I don't remember what the budget was, but it could have been something as high as like $50 or $80 of just dog shit to just buy and throw in this. Dude, he fucking ruined his floor. He probably had to vacuum his carpet probably after this. I think he said it was a garage. I don't remember.
Texas Sponge Glide. It was pretty. Meaningless sex.
We were originally going to have Red Moss record new lines to this, but we couldn't get a hold of him, so we decided to just get Jared to do this stupid, like, yeah.
Texas Sponge
Ended up being funnier than we thought it would be. So many things like that in this video where we were limited by constraints and we just had to be creative and it ended up being funnier or just more entertaining.
Later, it was still
classic, dude.
Enigma. The runners just could
so many
not
classics in
figure
this
out
video.
What caused the glide to stick or send SpongeBob skydiving feet first. The added pressure of having to perform.
I love that
after
choice of
finally
words
landing
with
the
the big ass
Texas
feet.
glide caused many graveyard chokes as well, as seen in the record of 1-flat-04. But on December 22nd, SHiFT finally got a run out of the Dutchman's graveyard. Entering Robo SpongeBob slightly
I like
behind,
this.
a lucky robot spawn was needed to make an early damage.
The dawn of the
boost for
PB
Steve's
cam.
gauntlet inside of Robo SpongeBob. At a 50%
I was one of the
spawn
first
rate,
people to
the
use that.
alternative damage boost saves 2 seconds over the standard explosion boost method. The potential for a new world record was at the mercy of a coin
Yeah,
toss.
100% collect
By
all
now,
spatulas.
SHiFT had implemented a personal best playback camera to compare his current best.
Yeah, the
times to
difference
live
between getting a
attempts.
record or
Just
not in
look at
this
how close
was
the end of this run truly was.
whether we got good luck here. PB Can gets the bad spawn, this one gets the good spawn.
SHiFT PB'd by 1 second. 59.
I actually missed my split here, and you can see like I edited the splits so you could, like, it looks like it ended. I didn't want to have to explain to the viewers like, oh, you missed the split. Like, just, you know, I just froze the timer on my end.
Out of reach once again.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
At
Yeah.
this point, SHiFT was getting some paces with potential to improve his time by over half a minute. A big PB was overdue, and 59 could happen on any run. But still, 1 hour and 3 seconds would become the final BfBB any % world record achieved.
I love the pacing of this. It's like just right. We dangle the 59 over the viewers' heads. Still talk about stuff that's important, but like, still got it in the back of your head like, when's it coming? It's gripping.
More than 9 minutes of world record improvement, a set showcase in Games Done Quick, a party
What a
stream
year,
on
man.
Twitch, prospects of a
What a
12-hour
fucking
run,
year.
and most importantly, a close group of friends.
This is
whose
one of the
shared love
most
for the game
legendary
would
stories
inspire
ever
runners for
in
generations
gaming.
to come. And although the historic year had finally reached a close, the era was yet to be concluded. One day after the new year, SHiFT realized that
All right, here comes the
practicing,
five
he
head
may have
shit.
found a solution for the dreaded Texas sponge.
It's funny how like half a year later we had Fast Nut and this was all for nothing. I mean, it's not for nothing, but you know, it was a little bit annoying.
This is the reason why like you have like phases when you get it or phases when you don't get it. Is because
Yeah, no, I still talk to a lot of these guys, especially Ringo Tongo and Jared's Giants, two of my best friends on the internet. The Wheel Lab, yep.
It's because you missed a cruise boost or you're standing next to the bus stop for too long. Like, remember in my PB, I stood next to the bus stop.
Yeah, so the whole point that I'm making here is that the wheel goes up and down. See how it goes up and down? If your movement gets better over time, you're going to be slamming into the wheel at a different time than you were before. So you could be going too fast, or you could be going too slow. And in one of the more recent runs that I did at this point, I accidentally missed the bus stop switch, and it delayed me a little bit, which caused me to actually get it by accident.
Therefore, the new strategy was to
And then, yeah, 2 days later it happened.
That way, once SpongeBob reaches the wheel and slams,
It makes sense though, like the collision has to push you up so you get stuck.
And testing this theory gave evidence to its credit.
My
SHiFT
little
started
paint
doing runs with
diagrams
this
that I
new
used to do.
strategy and nailed the Texas Sponge Glide
Yeah,
each
man.
every time. After losing
Great
countless
players and great
59s to
friends.
this late game monstrosity, it appeared to have finally been solved. Not to mention, another arcane
this is so
wheel-based
cool.
gatekeeper from the Cole era had been slain. Without
Remember when
this
cruise
major
boosting was a
roadblock, refusing
gatekeeper?
losing
Just nobody
runs
knew
in
how to do
Texas
it.
Past the 50-minute mark, SHiFT was now fully confident in his ability to beat the game.
That's all it
in
took,
under an
man.
hour. 2 days later, SHiFT started his usual stream, completely silent. Usually being so talkative, it came
I had laryngitis. I don't remember if it was because I was sick or because I was raging. Could have been a little bit of both.
came as a surprise to the
I don't
hundreds
remember
who
why.
gathered daily in hopes of witnessing the fabled 59.
But I couldn't talk.
But SHiFT had apparently lost his voice from illness and told everyone not to expect the run to define an era on this day. And surely enough, he was right.
I think it's classic.
They'd get both of them.
That's just like the run that doesn't have the microphone. Also, we come full circle with the same soundtrack from the beginning. Well, it's still like technically a virus. Like you get, as far as I understand, I don't want to spread misinformation, so please correct me. Laryngitis is like a dormant virus that only comes to surface if you damage your lungs. So like I got it at one point, and then I fucked myself up, and then it came back up because I probably raised my voice, or maybe I actually was sick. I don't remember. Because I remember I was home at the time. Because I was on break from college, and my brother's friends were like doing shit. I had my mic muted the whole stream, because they were like, my brother and his friends were hanging out in the same area where I was streaming, and I was trying to focus, and I was like pissed. I don't think I yelled at them, but it would have been pretty badass if I did. Get the fuck out of my... What the fuck you say to me, you little shit? I'm playing fucking SpongeBob. I don't think I would have been that crazy, but I was pretty crazy. Yeah. I like this montage. Yeah, I just don't think there's much more room to explore with these. Like, I did what I had to do, and I just want to do something different now, not just the straight montage. I'm rewinding this to tell you that, like, I don't want this to get lost to time when I'm someday not here to say it, but my vision actually did go gray at this part of the run, because I was so worried. I had in the back of my head, like, fucking Konosumi rolled off this shit and died. I don't want to do that, man. And my vision was gray all through this. I remember I was, like, dizzy after this, man. It finally happened. And then, yeah, want to see me do it again? I was actually going to use that for the 1 hour, 1 minute and 14 to the 1 hour, 1 minute and 4 second time. You know, the back-to-back double attempt thing. But I'm like, I got to save this for the 59. So I did. And this whole thing was like 14 hours later was supposed to be like the first 59 was the stream that started on the 3rd. But I got it past midnight, so it was, I think it was sometime between 12 and 1 a.m. So maybe the run even started on the 3rd East Coast time. But anyway, I tried to sleep after that, and I was way too excited. I couldn't sleep. So the 14 hours later, I was sleep deprived. You know, I was just like, I was surprised I even was able to get runs. But like at this point, like, yeah, the game was in GDQ. I got my 59. I'm like, okay, I'm going to start practicing for GDQ. So I think the first run that I did, or one of the first runs I did, I was doing a no reset run up to fast. At the time it was the Nut Glide, or Texas Sponge Glide as we called it. So I got to that point, and I reset because I missed it a couple of times or something, or like the run was already terrible at that point. I'm like, oh fuck, this is dumb. Like, I'm just gonna reset, fuck it, no reset run, fuck that. So then I actually did a no reset run, and it happened to be this one. And we didn't show the beginning, but I did fuck up hammer skip for like 10 seconds straight. But that was like legit the only even mid-sized mistake that was made in this run. This run was fucking crazy. This one would have been like minus 27 if I didn't mess up hammer skip at the beginning. And yeah, like, you've seen montages for gameplay, but have you seen montages for splits? Didn't think so. Yeah, I just like the way this is shown. Yeah, that run was awesome. It took a while to beat this too. We had to implement RCBs and one frame forbidden, the dawn of one frame forbidden.
I did not see this coming. I think the only real mistake in the run.
Yeah, 59.28 at that, right there. See?
Hammer skip.
Insane.
So
I guess it was more like 8 seconds or 9 seconds. I don't know.
On On January 4th,
I love this
2017,
this
the
melody
Battle for Bikini Bottom
remix
community
of
slept
the Diamond and
soundly,
Pearl.
knowing their game had finally
Problem
been
is, it's
beaten
just like lower
for
quality
an hour.
compared to the rest of the stuff that we
59 before the
use.
long-awaited
Like it's
showcase
not
of
a
Games
an
Done Right,
HD.
just as envisioned. But
If
later
I end
that
up
same
using this
day,
stuff
they
again, I
break
might
up
reach
for
out
an
to the guy on
exemplary
YouTube and be
run
like,
by
"Yo,
the
do you
team.
still have like the
Sub
raw
59
recordings of
30.
these? Because I'd love to use them in my
SHiFT plowed
videos."
through 6
Also,
mid
shout outs to
speed.
Brown Man completing the fucking donation for the DX Racer, and shout outs to the DX Racer for fucking up my neck and back for all the years that I used it.
SHiFT plowed through
God.
6 minutes of improvement that even Cole believed was
Yeah, I got the
impossible.
Herman Miller now.
At the start of the summer, SHiFT became the champion.
Great chair, by the
of
way.
community's humble
Very
speedrun
expensive
leaderboards.
chair, but if you're
But
gonna
after
spend money
6
on something you're gonna
months,
sit in for 10 hours a day,
26
you know, you're
world
making a good
records,
investment.
And 4,000 attempts. SHiFT
Yeah, and that's what people don't realize too.
world records.
Like my attempt counter for Battle for Bikini Bottom at this point is just 27,000 something, but it took 4,000 attempts to get to this point from the start. I think this is like 9 months of running the game, right? December, October, November, December. Yeah, it's about 9 months. 9 months of running the game, 4,000 attempts to grind it down and make 59 even possible. So yeah, I have a lot of attempts and a lot of finished runs, but you got to remember that, like, especially from this point on, every single minute break took so much grinding to get, except for like the ones when SBA was new, but yeah.
1,000 attempts. SHiFT
That's why the
championed
attempt counter is so
Battle
high.
for Bikini Bottom itself. His crusade to uplift the game through the art of speedrunning proved that every hour.
See, when I got into this game at the beginning, I looked at the leaderboards and I said, I'm so surprised. Because at this point, I already learned how to cruise boost. And I'm like, I'm going to learn the rest of the tricks. And then I learned the rest of the tricks. And I'm like, I might as well just see if I can do a run. Let's just see what I can do. See what time I get. And I checked the leaderboards and I'm like, wow, only 17 people? This is like the coolest game ever made. Why the fuck? Why are more people not playing this? Like, this has to be like, I have to be the guy. Like, it has to be me, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't happened yet because I'm the one who has to do it. Kind of that feeling. So I just knew that I had to be the one to do it and make the game popular and get really good at it.
Minute and second of it.
So I was inspired by that, just seeing that like nobody had done it yet. Like somebody had to do it. It was criminal that nobody had done it yet.
So much more to give.
I didn't want to wait for
Bikini
somebody to
Bottom
do it.
Had only just begun.
Tear
10 days
jerking
after the
stuff.
59,
And then we're not done.
the
People were popping
community's
off like, look at the cliffhanger time. This video felt like a good nut. And then we realized it's not over. It's not over. We still had the best segment in the whole video. Honestly, no. It just gets better and better. You had this, and then you had the wrap up, and then the bloopers and stuff. And oh my god, it's gonna be hard to top this, man. This shit's crazy though. Like, overnight, this is overnight by the way, people went to bed thinking it was at this specific time for an hour-long run and woke up and it was an hour earlier. So legit, people were getting here and it was already fucking over and they missed it. So we were like, oh man, if we don't have the community to back us on this, what are we gonna do? Like, look at that crowd, nobody was awake. And it would have been really cool having a live crowd, but the people who were there were pretty cool. They enjoyed it. They got into it. Look at us. Look at how, oh my god, I'm so tall.
SHiFT stepped up to the plate.
Damn, I'm like a full head taller than them.
Moss and Jelly by his side. No matter the
God
outcome,
damn.
this would be historic.
That's a good looking crew there too. That's like the boy band of SpongeBob. Also just like showing like, at this point you haven't seen anybody's faces, you've only seen the SpongeBob characters, and now you like put a face to the name and the character.
Both revivals of the community would demonstrate how they'd elevated Battle for Bikini Bottom beyond what anyone believed possible.
Also the shout out to Galaxy too. I had to keep the Galaxy. I know. I think the Gusty Garden is Galaxy 1. I haven't played either of them, but I wanted to keep the iconic music in there as a shout out to the run that followed us up.
A game inexplicably takes over the speedrun community.
And I love this too, because like if you listen to the guy's tone of voice, he's kind of shitting on it. He's kind of like, oh, psh, SpongeBob. But as he's saying it, it's like computing in his head, like the conditioning is wearing off, and he's just like, wait a minute. I'm about to shit on this. This is fucking sick. Like, he realizes as he's saying it, like, what am I about to say? And he gets into it, and he's like, okay, wait, this is actually fucking awesome. And the crowd, like, the chat loved it. This is before GDQ had sub-only chat, too, so, like, everybody was just like, yeah. No, I don't think so. I think it makes it nostalgic. I think it makes it classic that you don't see anybody's faces. That's how the internet was back in the day. It was just faceless people talking about video games. And then you finally see, like, now that we've made it, you get to see the people behind the, like, in the cockpit, you know, like, piloting SpongeBob. Like, once we've made it, now you can see these people. And it came such a long way. And this guy who's commentating, he realizes it as he's saying it, and like, damn. You know what? Maybe I should think twice. Thanks, Lunar, for the 5 months. There's no time. Also, I caught this rewatching it when I was working on it, how funny this is, this interaction. That was a big meme. Just somebody just says some shit to you. Like, yo, I'm thinking about getting some food. You want to come? Hey. That was the joke. We did that for an entire week, and it stayed funny the entire week. That was when I first met Loader too. Trey, I already knew Trey through speedrunning, but he introduced me to Loader because SM Loader was his roommate at the time in college, and that's how I met Loader, and then that planted the seeds for like working on this together in the future.
This is the day.
Also, Trey in general, like, we talked in the past about, like, one day Trey said he wanted to make a video about the game, and I wanted to help him with it, but eventually it turned out that I made it myself and got him to help on it. I wanted to include him on it because, like, we originally... Well, first off, Trey was always, like, a supporter of the game. Even before I even played the game, he was watching it back when Cole was playing. But, yeah, we also, like... It was just cool to include him because he was also, like, supposed to work on it with me initially. Summoning Salt said that he wanted to do a video on this game at some point, too, back in, like, 2017. But, like, you know, I ended up doing it myself, and for the better. I don't think that anybody could have done it better than me. Like, it had to be me, because I know the most about the game.
I'm SHiFT on the
and I know how to tell a story.
Okay, I'm Cole.
Love that we had Cole, by the way. So important that we had him there.
Start the run. 3.
Because that was his moment, man. Like, he didn't care who was playing. All he wanted was just to have the game in the marathon, and we gave it to him.
2, 1.
Look at him. He's proud of his children. That's a proud father.
Yes, this is a licensed video game, but you guys are going to be entertained, trust me.
And you know, these days you don't even have to say that. This is such an inspiring story for any game out there that feels like they don't have the prestige or the namesake to be popular. Like, this is an inspiration to everybody. What a fantastic story.
At first try. There we go. That was really good.
Who cares if it's a licensed game? What the fuck does that even mean? GoldenEye 64 is a fucking licensed game, man. Like, come on. We got the B-movie jokes on deck. It's 2016, 2017. Oh, wow.
Thanks, guys. Took a lot of practice for that one. We're coming up to Hey Kid.
Fucking King Jellyfish. People clap for Squid's house first try. As soon as that happened, as soon as people clapped for Squid's house first try, did we show it?
At first try. There we go. That was really good. And everyone has their
Oh, we didn't show it. Okay, well, I mean, a lot of this was like editing things to be in sync with the music too, so I had to be careful with the things that I kept in. I didn't want it to get too long. But yeah, as soon as I got the crowd to clap for Squid's house first try, I'm like, oh shit, we're gonna have fun with this, because these guys don't know anything about the game. They're just gonna clap for everything. Fucking King Jellyfish for... I think the crowd knew that was a joke, though. They could tell that was a joke, because they were saying leading up to it, this is the hardest part of the game. Hey Kid was a big meme back then. Still a kind of a somewhat a meme. Dude, people spamming VAC ban in the fucking chat for shit. First try. Spatula get. We had such an ass time slot, and they fucked us over by pushing it an hour earlier. Not intentionally, because of course, like, the marathon was ahead of schedule, but we had just as many viewers that legendary Sunshine race from 2017 as well, with Trey, Bouncy Boy, Penji Apanga, and I think I feel bad for forgetting who else was in that, but it was a great race, and yeah, we were just as competitive as them in prime time. We nailed it, man. People were like, what the fuck, SpongeBob? Why does SpongeBob have this many viewers?
On the jellyfish taxi pad.
And people in the chat were like, oh my god, this is it? Like, this is all you do in the beginning of the game, like downtown shit. But they were blown away by the end of this. This run was so sick for a 2016 speedrun.
Doubled. 180,000
Above league. Guys, the game's above
The
league.
game's most iconic
180,000 people. There may never be that many people watching this game at one time again.
Big day for the SpongeBob speedrunning community.
It may never happen again.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, we had to
Maybe someday, though.
Cole out here. We all raised money to bring him out. Cole was the original runner of this game. Gave us the baseline for what this game is today. We probably wouldn't even, none of us would be here without him right now. So I'd like to give a shout out, personal shout out to Cole right here.
Yeah, man, without Cole, we wouldn't have had the, like, cruise boosting twice against the box to get more speed. If it weren't for that, I would never have tried the game. Like, just being able to run at twice your walking speed and getting pushed like that is just so fucking cool to me. I had to give it a try. Also, the fucking Clementine pick. Dude, the Jared's Giants, like, Sunshine picture. This is from an era when Jared was kicked out of the friend group, we were being like toxic and shit. So we got a picture of Jared, like he was doing like the gangster like hoodie pick. He's like sitting on his bed or something, and somebody pointed out like, why is he wearing a hoodie when he's indoors? So I edited the picture and put him outdoors. And now he uses it as a profile picture years later that we've all made up. Now that we've all made up, it's funny. It's so good. We had to put him outdoors, man. Why is he inside?
You guys too for supporting.
But I was the guy who, ironically, I was always wearing my hat indoors on stream. That was a whole different thing. This is pre-hat era. This is the SHiFT flow era. But I hardly ever used my webcam when I was doing runs at this point.
Such an overwhelming success that SHiFT was offered a personal interview and opportunity to.
That was nice of them too. That was cool. Also, that Xbox on the table was the one that I still use today. I saw on the Discord partner server that you're live, and I thought I should stop by. We're celebrating the 2-year anniversary of the creation and premiere of the history video of this game. So we're just rewatching it, and I'm giving my thoughts on it.
Live immediately afterward.
I did a good job in that interview, by the way. That's my first time doing something like that, I think. And yeah, the whole who lives in a pineapple under the sea shit. I thought I handled that pretty well, just not knowing the answer to the question. Like, how else can you answer that? Like, I was low-key seething that they weren't asking questions specifically about the game. But like, I wasn't gonna like complain about it and be a little bitch, just go with it, I mean, you could tell like the way the guy's looking at me, like he was interested in what I was saying. He was just reading questions off of Twitter, He was just taking the questions that the crew was giving him to put out there. SpongeBob's second season
there
memes,
were plenty
yeah.
of questions to be asked, seeing as the GDQ Twitter feed had been posting nothing.
Yeah, the guy who was running the social media loved this shit.
Over the
Like, low-key, they weren't fans until they were fans. They caught the SHiFT bug, man.
Bikini Bottom had become
I swear the game was so good, all it ever needed was just somebody to represent it.
Jason Horner, the lead software
Also, this guy's a legend, by the way.
during his time working at Heavy
This
Iron
is the reason
Studios
why
back
the
in
game is fun to play.
Jason reached out to SHiFT,
The movement.
him on his run and
This is the guy who made the movement that we all like.
Project living on in the hands of its own community. He was also more than willing to confirm
This is
many
the
of
dude.
suspicions the community had about the
How old's the
artwork
Xbox?
of
It was manufactured in
Bottom.
2005, but I've been
Even
using
how
it
developed.
on and off for
Not
like 5 years.
surprisingly, Jason was the one responsible for the game's smooth, unique physics engine that they'd all come to love.
Yeah,
And it
this
was no
guy
easy task
worked
getting
so
it to
hard
that
on this
point.
game, and
In
so
an
did
effort to
everybody else
polish
who
and
worked at
perfect
Heavy
the
Iron, but like
first
this
2
guy
acts,
still
it's
says,
game
and he's worked
gone
at, I
well
think he
career.
went to
Jason
Bungie
went
after
above and
this.
beyond Heavy Iron's
He
Call
said
of
that
Duty,
it's still the
took it
favorite
upon
game. He said it's his
himself
favorite
to
game he's ever worked on in his entire career.
65-hour
Yo,
work
Enigma,
weeks
thank you for the
developing
55.
Bikini Bottom. Jason's extra
This is all just
hours
casual
searched
level
and
play,
mapped
just
into
showing
a
off
budget
like how
for rush
expressive the game is. You can do
and
so much cool shit.
evidently, those hours paid off. It seems determination and resilience run deep.
Makes me wonder, man. Like they say the world is just made up of They say the world, I'm trying to make a profound point, and I'm just like, yeah. They say the world is made up of vibrations, right? I just can't help but wonder if like the passion that was put into the development of this game like somehow reached us. Like we just could kind of tell that the game was worth like caring for just based on the care that they put into the game building it. I just think that's a really cool thing to think about.
This unsuspecting video game that thrived
Like there were no words spoken to us by these devs from 2003 all the way to 2017, but somehow like the passion just reached us, you know? Like they just communicated without, like just through the game, just through the art of the game. Like they communicated like how cool this shit is, you know?
All odds. Later that year, even
against
Heavy
all
Iron
odds too, yeah.
itself acknowledged an article.
And who knows who was working at Heavy Iron at the time, but like, you know, like there are probably a couple of vets there who worked on the game.
SHiFT and the rest of the community surrounding
So cool.
their magnum opus. But following the overwhelming success of the showcase and Games Done Quick,
The birth
these
of Pat to
wouldn't be
Pat.
the only developers gaining interest in Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, and I already mentioned earlier that the co-founder and CEO of Purple Lamp Studios said when I was at the studio, like playing the game. Super nice of them, by the way. All expenses paid. They took a lot of my suggestions. The camera angle in the game was set by me, like the actual like view, the field of view and camera angle. I did that. So that was cool of them to keep that in. He was like, he's so into speedrunning, man. He said that like he got back into the game, like he remembered the game through seeing the GDQ run. And then they had to like pitch to THQ Nordic, like we want to be the ones to make the game. Yeah. And they got chosen because they were the most passionate about it. And they were the most competent as well.
6 years of build-up, Battle for Bikini Bottom had reached heights surpassing anything its original runners could have.
Yeah, this is the peak of the video right here.
2015, it was
This is
looking
the
like
one
it
where
only
people
ever
started
existed
crying.
in a dream. But having built
People
a strong foundation
got
of
really
fascinating
into it
gameplay, we
up
now
to this
know it was
point.
only a matter of time
What a big
before
payoff.
fresh motivation was enticed
It feels like it's
to relive
not
the
real.
original community's
Feels like it's a movie the
In
way
the
this is
end, all it
narrated.
took to reshape their game's future was sheer determination and true friendship.
Also really
The
nice
runners
art
of
from Azul.
2016 created their own foundation.
Oh, I had so much fun with this. Making the... Because you could tell it looks like a little bit higher quality than just like zooming out on an image. The background and the characters were separated. And I made them zoom in at different times. So it looked a little bit more like three-dimensional.
And true friendship. The runners of 2016
Neat little trick that I
created their
figured
own
out.
Foundations for a passionate community that would thrive.
Also, what a great image. This is just like so like... The one on the left is just so Dylan.
2016
Yeah, it's
created
awesome.
their own foundations for a passionate community that would thrive
Classic.
for years to come.
Certified
Along
banger.
the way, they'd overcome many challenges and demotivators inhibiting the community from reaching its potential, all while gracefully transitioning Battle for Bikini Bottom into the new and competitive era of speedrunning. And
Yeah, we
needless
caught up to
say,
everybody in
they
1 year.
too made its gameplay
We earned so much
even
respect in
sicker.
just 1 year
But what
playing
felt
this
like
shit.
the natural, satisfying conclusion to our story was just the mid-season finale. The remainder of the decade would truly test the limits of
But you
Battle for
still
Bikini
had a
Bottom's
bunch of people
potential,
being dicks
as well
about
as
the
strength
game.
of its own community.
Like I
With
said,
their
I
goals
really
aimed
feel like
high,
it wasn't
they
until a
entrusted
couple of
SHiFT
years ago when
to
people
lead the
started to
way.
really realize, like, okay.
But how much further could Battle for Bikini Bottom
Maybe
have
even
pushed
recently,
past
honestly.
the
I've noticed another
sub-hour
attitude shift
mark? How would
recently.
SHiFT adapt to such a
People are
dramatic
down with
increase
it.
in influence and responsibility? Were the community's foundation strong enough to withstand the masses of incoming exposure? All of these questions and more will be answered, but in due time.
In due
Our
time.
stories of camaraderie and personal growth will be covered in 2 parts to complete
I'm still
our
not
saga.
ready.
But in the meantime, we sincerely wish you the best experience with Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. When we return, we'll dive right into everything leading up
But
to
man,
announcement
the history of
and
this game
waves
since
around
this
the
was
world.
created is also
Once
pretty dope
again,
too.
ladies and gentlemen,
A lot of crazy
I'm
stuff.
SM Loader.
Community
See
side,
you
not as
all
interesting post
in the new
rehydrated,
era.
but like man, a lot of cool
Subscribe
strats.
and ring that bell to know when parts 3 and 4 are
Oh, look
available
at
to
chat. They're
watch.
thanking me. So cute. Yeah, I was fucking having a great time making this video. Dude, I pulled Loader in drunk off his ass to take that shot. It was so rushed, man.
The International Circle
Cutting
Jerk
off
of
Josh
Super
again.
Acquaintances.
Loader was just playing poker, and I'm like, you need to get in here. Also, there's the revival on vinyl. Shout out to Zim for doing the audio stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look at this scuffed ass setup. This is when we originally tried like doing the microphone, like him holding it. But then we realized like, oh, he's got to pop into the frame, and it all has to be in one take. So we started stacking the crates, and then you'll see what happened with that later. Music Man, there he is. And SMB Doggy, not as talked about, but he did a lot of good stuff. He did the Moon Man cover, the Vsauce shit, so he didn't have to use the real song. And he also did the Chip Skylark stuff, the montage of the failing the glide. Yeah, this is the beginning of the highlight reel editor dude making stuff for me. A lot of humble beginnings here. Yeah, this video is for my friends, 100%. For the game and for my friends. And I think that got itself across without having to say that at the end, but like, you know,
Some of you
still gotta say it.
might be still trying to get that.
This was fun. The fucking dude, I never realized how bad this was when I was like 13 watching Not Afraid. Dude, look at how bad that CGI model of Eminem is. It doesn't even look like him, it's so bad.
Hey.
Yeah, this is the crate stacking. I have all this recorded, by the way. Like all 8 hours of it.
Yeah, 2024, he goes.
Fucking Eminem.
Relax, those last 4 albums were whack now. Now this new shit is the fact now.
He's so good at off the cuff stuff, man. Such a funny dude.
Thor coined the strategy L clipping. As you achieve.
I love how just like the thought of swearing just like fucking makes him laugh, man. What a pure soul. It's so good.
You achieve the trick by mashing the shit out of the L trigger.
And he held it. Good man. Yeah, it's like making a joke about like murdering his wife or some shit. It was funnier beeped out.
Shady records or I'll kill your ass now.
I think he knocked the blinds off his window with that.
Okay, wait, I can't.
Oh my god, it was so loud.
I can't.
Man.
Confidential
What an
sources
experience.
tell me that there are 32 of a specific kind of Easter egg throughout this video. If you find them all,
And to this day, I don't think that they've all been found. This was the best inside joke.
Well, why should I talk to you?
Thanks for watching.
And there it is. A classic. Oh, wait. There's... we gotta get the reaction.
What you get.
People were applauding the video and I'm just laughing about Chip Skylark. That's so good. Yeah, we had so much fun making that video. The Chip Skylark stuff. Alright, well, it just took us like 3.5 hours to watch an hour-and-a-half long video. Thorough. I had fun. But we gotta get back to the grind now. So for those of you watching on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed. I'm getting back into making videos. I'm still speedrunning, still grinding, but I'm trying to mix in, trying to find more balance, you know. Gotta start sometime. And you guys been waiting for stuff, so I want to give it to you. But yeah, thanks for watching this. I had fun. Had a good time. Thank you guys for the happy anniversary. Yeah. 2 years go by very quickly. Hope I look back 2 years from now and say, wow, we've come a long way. Because when you think about it, the time gap, say if I were working on the history videos right now, like 3 and 4, the time gap from now to when this was made, like 2016 to now, the events covered in this video to now is about the same time gap as like when around the time when Cole stopped playing, like the events of part 1, or I should say rather the events covered like at the end of this video, like the beginning of 2017 to when this video was made, It's around the same time difference between now and what's supposed to be the end of part 4. So basically what I'm saying is the stuff covered in this video is prehistoric at this point. But it still feels like it happened yesterday for me. But yeah, for those of you who have never seen this before, thanks for coming along on the journey. Looking for this comment on YouTube. Go take a shower. Crowbar, you smell. What? Oh. I was like... Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this analysis and React Andy content.